light. Find your wings and spread them wide.
Ah, blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
Have a moment to speak further.
Come to the land you call the New World. My home. Ural.
Thank you for coming today! Welcome to the Final Fantasy XIV Fan Festival 2023 in London! My name is Naoki Yoshida, producer and director of Final Fantasy XIV. And also, welcome Michael Christopher Coach Fox.
Hey everyone, it's great to be back. That said, some of you are probably wondering, where's Kate? What did Koji do with Kate? It's okay, Kate is back in Japan working with the team overtime to make sure that the game comes out in summer of 2024. So for now, you're stuck with me.
まあまあ確かにね、ケイトさん今もう日本で 7.0 の作業バリバリしてるからね。今日は工事に、プライマルズと同時に通訳をお願いしてます。日本の皆さんも、それから配信を見ている全世界の非課線の皆さんよろしくお願いします。
Alright, that's right. Kate is hard at work back in Japan, and we thought that since Koji was going to be here with the primals, we'd just try to get our money's worth. So,
改めて皆さんこんにちは、お久しぶりです。欧州ロンドン帰ってこれて本当に嬉しいです。
alright, it's great seeing you all again, and I'm so happy to be back in the UK.
さて、北米に続いて開催となるファンフェスティバル2023、2024、今回は欧州ロンドンからお届けしてまいります。
Okay, so now coming hot off the heels of our most recent fan festival in North America, we are excited to kick off the festivities here in London.
前回は北米でしたが、今回ようやく欧州にも帰ってこれました。欧州のプレイヤーの皆さんとお会いできて本当に嬉しいです。
Alright, after seeing the fans again in Las Vegas, I've been really looking forward to seeing our fans here in Europe.
Thank you. そして改めて、Q14 から数えて13年、そして新生14、今年でついに10周年となります。これまでの本当にたくさんのサポートありがとうございます。改めてお礼を申し上げます。
Alright, so we've come a long way in the 13 years since the launch of 1.0 and the 10 years since the relaunch of A Realm Reborn. And we couldn't have made it this far without you. It's been an amazing journey, and you have my deepest thanks for joining us along the way.
さあ、欧州ファンフェスティバル、僕の開幕基調講演からスタートしてまいりたいと思います。どうぞよろしくお願いします。
And so now, without further ado, I'd like to officially kick off the keynote address. Yoshida-san, what's with the... Yeah, what is it?
確かにね、トレーラーに出てましたね。これと同じ格好の光の戦士ね。
Alright, it kind of looks like what our Warrior of Light was wearing in the trailer.
まあ僕も50歳になったので、そろそろコスプレは勘弁してほしいっていうふうにスタッフに言ったんですけど、どうしてもやれと。
So now I just turned 50 years old this year, and I'm getting a little old for cosplay, but the dev team wouldn't take no for an answer, so...
じゃあ早速新情報から参りたいんですが、今スクリーンに映ってるこの、新しい CG イラスト、パッケージデザインになる予定です。ぜひ覚えておいてください。
Alright, so with that, let's move on to our first piece of information. First, you have this great artwork up here. This is the package artwork. And, da-dun!
では最初にですね、まだ絶賛開発中なのでお見せできるアクションそんなに多くはないんですが、イメージをつかんでいただくために動画をご用意しています。
And our first new information is about the new job, and as always, rather than have me talk about it, let's give you an exclusive sneak peek with this video showing the job in action. Roll it!
黄金のレガシー新ジョブ第1弾、名前をバイパーと言います。二刀流の近接命令 DPS です。
Alright, so the first of our 2 new jobs being released with Dawn Trail is the dual-wielding melee DPS Viper.
バイパーはファイナルファンタジー14完全オリジナルジョブとなってます。
Viper is a Final Fantasy XIV original.
世界中から多数いただいた二刀流、忍者とは違った二刀流の、正統派剣士を実装してほしいというたくさんのフィードバックに応える形で今回実装が進んでいます。
So it was designed to cater to those players around the world who have been asking for a new dual-wield job that's different from Ninja.
この黄金のレガシーに向けて、完全新規で企画開発が進んできてます。
And it was designed specifically for Dawn Trail.
アートにも CG にもありますが、今僕が装備しているこのデザインがジョブ専用装備となってます。
And as you can see here in the art and from what was shown in the video and what I am wearing, this is the Viper's job-specific gear.
ではバイパーの特徴を見ていくことにしましょう。
All right, so let's take a closer look at the Viper's characteristics. Ta-da!
ロールは近接 DPS で装備枠は忍者と同じデックス命令という区分になってます。
So the Viper's role is melee DPS with the gear type falling under the dexterity melee category or the same as Ninja.
二刀流武器というこの専用の武器を使うことになります。
And Vipers will utilize dual blades that are unique to the job.
クリックしてね。対応クラスは存在していないので最初からジョブの状態で使用可能です。
And of course, Viper will not have any required class. You'll start with the job.
条件、使う条件は黄金のレガシーの、権利を所有していることといずれかのジョブレベルが80になっていることです。
And the only prerequisites for use being that the players have, of course, purchased Dawn Trail expansion and have at least one job at level 80.
そしてジョブの取得場所、クエストの開始位置はウルダハを予定してます。
And the starting location for the job quest will be Ulda.
黄金のレガシースタートに際して条件さえ整っていればすぐに使用可能になりますので、バイパーで、メインクエスト進めていただくのも良いかと思います。
And again, the job should be available immediately at Dawn Trail's launch as long as the aforementioned prerequisites are cleared. So if you want to play the whole Dawn Trail main scenario as a Viper, you can do that.
続いてじゃあそのバトルイメージちょっと見ていきたいと思います。
All right, let's talk about the battle concept.
バイパーはこの特徴として二刀流武器を使用しますが、
So a Viper will use a pair of one-handed blades to attack their foes.
これを用いたこの二刀流の攻撃とさらにこのブレードを合体させた合体剣という攻撃2つ、持ってます。
But they can also combine these blades in a single two-handed weapon to deal heavier blows.
そして特徴的なのがですね、常時ヘイストがかかっているジョブになるために攻撃頻度かなり高いジョブになります。
So in addition to dealing swift attacks that are so fast that they feel like they already have haste cast on them,
今回、まだ開発中ということで、アクションまだまだ少ないんですが、自己強化することで、先ほどねオーラをまとってましたがそういった強力な、DPS を出せる状態という特殊なモードも用意されてます。
and so a Viper also has the ability to summon this special power to temporarily enhance themselves, kind of like you saw with that aura that they had in the trailer. So basically, you're getting that extra DPS.
ウェポンスキルの間にアビリティを挟む頻度というのも非常に高いことを想定しているのでかなりスタイリッシュかつ操作頻度が高いジョブとして、現在開発が進んでます。
So Viper is a technically demanding yet highly stylish melee job that affords frequent opportunities for players to execute various abilities in between the weapon skills.
ご期待に添えるように、開発を進めておりますので、どうぞこの新ジョブバイパーご期待ください。
Alright, the development team is working hard to create something that lives up to your high expectations, so please look forward to it.
ありがとうございます。では今のバトルのイメージの説明を踏まえてもう一度先ほどの動画、流してみたいと思います。
Alright, so now with all of that I've just explained in mind, let's take one more look at that video. Roll it.
ありがとうございます。このコスプレすごくてですね、武器ちゃんと合体するんです。
Yeah, they did a really great job with the cosplay.
あんまりやると飾りが取れそう。
Yeah, you should hold off. It's gonna break. Don't break it. Be careful. Calm down.
もちろんこの王のレガシーで実装されるジョブというのはこのバイパー一つだけではありません。
So now you all know that Dawn Trail will feature not one, but two new jobs.
すでに遠隔魔法 DPS キャスターであることは皆さんにお伝えしていますが、さてどんなジョブになるのか。
Alright, and you already know that the second job is to be ranged magic DPS.
すでに北米の基調講演でもヒントはもう出ておりますので、答え合わせはすみません、日本のファンフェスまでお待ちください。
But as for what that job is, well, other than the little hint I dropped back in Las Vegas, you're gonna have to wait until Tokyo. Sorry.
ではさらに
Wait.
何
Wait.
何
Are you gonna hold those sword the whole time?
まあそうね。
Yeah.
じゃあちょっと武器スタンド出してもらっていい
Okay.
かしら。
Can we bring the stands out for the swords? Maybe? Stands for the sword? Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's okay.
Okay. And now for your real weapon, the clicker.
Okay.
You ready?
Item level up. では続いて、基調講演進めてまいりたいと思います。新たな拡張パッケージ黄金のレガシーについて北米でも、ご紹介しましたが、ストーリー改めて簡単に振り返っておこうと思います。
Alright, so we already talked a little bit about Dawn Trail's story in Las Vegas, but we'd like to do a little recap before we continue.
まず今回皆さん光の戦士にお届けするのは僕たちからの最高の夏休みがテーマになっております。
So we already talked a little bit about how Dawn Trail would provide the Warriors of Light with a well-deserved summer vacation.
新たなる冒険、そのバカンスの目的地は西方のトラル大陸と呼ばれている地域になります。
And that vacation would be taking place in the far western land of Tyrol.
すでにパッチ 6.5 のメインストーリーパート1にてその片鱗、出ておりますが、
So with the release of part 1 in patch 6.5, you got a glimpse of where the story will be taking you.
本格的にストーリーがこの 7.0 につながっていくのは、パッチ 6.5、メインクエストパート2の方からになりますので、ぜひご注目ください。
But it will be the release of Part 2 that you'll better understand what's in store for you and the Scions and how everything in Dawntrail's main narrative connects together.
光の戦士の皆さんが依頼されるのはトラル大陸におけるある王国の王位継承レースへの助力になります。
So the Warrior of Light has been asked to sail west across the Indigo Deep to assist in a right of succession for Tyrell's throne.
おなじみのメンバーもちろん勢ぞろいしていきますが、
And of course, all the Scions will be joining the Warrior of Light in Tyrell.
今回そこで繰り広げられるのは暁の血命を二分する王位継承レースです。
But not all will be on the same side for the upcoming contest.
北米でも聞いたんですけど、ちょっとヨーロッパでも聞いてみましょうか。どの暁のメンバーと一緒にレースに参加したいですか？
Okay, so we asked the same question in Las Vegas, but we want to ask all of you, who do you want to be with you when you're done the contest? Who from the Scions? Alice?
一番最初にアリゼっていう声があります。
I heard Alice first. Somebody's really excited.
いや、いろんな、いや、これだけでもたくさんの方にね、いろんなキャラクター愛していただいてるのは本当に嬉しいです。
I'm really happy that you all love all of the Scions so much.
誰がレースの敵に回るのかもご注目ください。
But we can't tell you now, but who's going to be on your side? Who's going to be the opposing side? You'll have to wait to find out.
で、この 7.0 拡張の全体のテーマとしては、ファイナルファンタジー14新たな冒険の幕開けというテーマを抱えています。
So the main narrative theme for Final Fantasy XIV 7.0 is a journey of new discovery.
もちろんストーリーもこれまでの拡張パッケージ同様、RPG 丸1本分の体験しっかりお届けしていこうと思います。
And as always, we plan on providing players with a full standalone RPG's worth of story and experiences with this single expansion.
そのきっかけとなる王位継承レースとは何なのか。
What, however, will that story entail? What is this contest?
トラル大陸にはどんなエリアや冒険が待ち構えているのか。
What adventures await in this new land?
そしてエメトセルクも言っていたこの黄金鏡というキーワードは一体何なのか。
And what is this city of gold that Emmett Selk talked about?
もちろんこれまで同様に皆さんに驚いていただく仕掛けというのもご用意していますので、ぜひそのストーリーお見逃しのないようよろしくお願いします。
And of course, we have a lot of other surprises. I can tell you right now, they're going to be big ones.
僕らもここからね、6.0 でストーリー1回ハイデリンゾディアーク編完結して、この物語がどう皆さんと一緒に転がっていくのかめちゃくちゃ楽しみにしてますので、ぜひ引き続き皆さんと一緒にファイナルファンタジー14作っていきたいと思います。
I mean, I know you guys really enjoyed the Hydaelyn Zodiac series, but we have something that's even better waiting for you in Dawntrail. We hope you enjoy it.
ではここから、新たな冒険の舞台となるトラル大陸に関して、北米のファンフェスに情報をさらに付け加えて、お届けしていきたいと思います。
All right, so next up, let's talk a little bit more about Tyrell, and we're going to start by expanding on some of the info that released back in Vegas.
これまでの冒険の舞台は三大州と呼ばれる地域でした。
So up until now, we've spent most of our time on the three great continents.
今回はドーントレイルの冒険により活動地域が西側、海を越えた西方へ広がっていきます。
But as we talked about last time, our adventures in Dawntrail will be taking us far to the west.
ですので今回の拡張だけではなく、今後皆さんの冒険の舞台は惑星ハイデリン全体へと及んでいくことになります。
But again, this doesn't mean that we've seen all of Hydaelyn, most of Hydaelyn, not all of Hydaelyn.
では前回の北米のファンフェスでもお伝えした、プレイヤータウントライオラというところに関して追加の情報をお伝えしていきたいと思います。
All right, so next we're going to talk about that main hub, the main center player hub that the Warrior List of Light will be operating from during Dawn Trail.
これまでのプレイヤータウンよりもかなり多民族、多くの民族入り乱れた、街という特徴になってます。
So this city of Tuliyolao will be far different from the existing player hubs that the players have seen before.
これまではスクリーンショットとアートワークでご紹介したんですが、開発が進み動画の準備ができましたので動画でご覧いただこうと思います。
So the last time we were only able to show you the city via screenshots and artwork, but this time we've prepared some special in-game footage. So with that in mind, roll the tape.
そういえばサウンドディレクターであるソケンからコメントを預かってたんでした。
So before we continue, we had a little message from Soken, our sound director.
今の動画の曲まだまだモックアップなので、サンプルだと思ってくださいと、伝えてほしいと言われてます。
So he asked me to tell you that the music playing in the video is just a mock-up.
なのでもっとすごくなるから期待しててくださいとのことです。
And that the final track will be a lot better.
トライオラこれまでのプレイヤータウンと異なり、多数の民族文化が溶け合っているというお話先ほどしました。
So as I mentioned before, the city is far different from the major cities on Highland. It is a culturally diverse, pluralistic state.
トレーラーで主人公と剣を交えていた2つの頭を持つマムージャの王グルールジャジャによって統治された国です。
So that massive two-headed Mamulja that we saw the Warrior of Light fighting with in the trailer, that's the current ruler of the nation and king of the Mamulja, Galul Jaja.
このトライオラオールドシャーレアンと、カイロで国交があります。
But the Mamulja aren't the only peoples living in the city. On top of that, it appears the city has an established trade route with Old Charlian.
今回ご覧いただいた、動画ウォークスルーですがまだまだ NPC の配置が行われていませんが非常に多くの密度あるオブジェクト、グラフィックスアップデートの効果ご覧いただけたんじゃないかなと思います。
So in that walkthrough that you just saw, you saw that there were no NPCs there. Those will be added later. But hopefully you got an idea of what the town will look like and all of the high quality of all of the objects that we have thanks to our graphical update.
では続いてフィールド行ってみましょう。
So next I'd like to introduce you to some of the new areas that you'll find in Tyrol.
トラル大陸のフィールドまずは前回ご紹介したオルコパチャとヤクテル樹海についてです。
Okay, so first we're going to start off with the two areas that we talked about in Las Vegas, Urcopacha and Yaktel.
こちらも開発が進んでまいりましたので今回は動画で、ウォークスルーご覧いただこうと思います。
And since we talked last, development of course has continued and we are ready to show you some in-game footage. Roll it.
まだ開発中のエリアではありますが、今回これまで以上に環境設定、自然環境にかなり、注力した自然なエリアというのをご覧いただけたかと思います。
Again, what you saw is still under development, but we've worked really hard on these areas, focusing on creating landscapes that feel even more real and natural than ever before.
動画だけだとね、どうしても分かりにくいところはありますが、皆さん歩いて、いただければ、そのグラフィックスアップデートによる、密度の高さ、クオリティの高さ感じていただけると思いますので、楽しみにしていただければと思います。
I mean, it's a little bit hard to tell in this video, but we've been taking full advantage of that first graphical update coming with Dawn Trail that you're really going to be able to notice this when you get in and play the game.
では続いて、ここまでは北米でもお話した情報なので、さらなる新エリアを、アートとスクリーンショットで見ていきたいと思います。
But these two areas we already talked about in Las Vegas. Today, we're going to bring you something new, some new areas, especially for London.
こちらコザマルカという首都であるトライオラの南に広がっている密林地帯です。
Okay, so Kozamauka is a very dense jungle located to the South Tyrol's capital city of Tuliolao.
ドントレーラーのトレーラーの中にも特徴的な、巨大な岩登場していたと思います。岩のある上部とそれから下部2つのエリアに分かれているのがこのエリアの特徴となっています。
Alright, so the unique rock formations that you saw in the trailer are located in this area, and they split the jungle into upper and lower areas through which countless rivers flow.
特に上層と下層の間にある巨大な滝、大瀑布も大きな特徴になっています。
And there are a lot of waterfalls in between the upper and lower areas as well.
ここに住まう部族も、多種多様、新たな出会いが皆さんを、待ち構えています。
Several different peoples call this region home, meaning there's much adventure to be had.
ではこちらコザマルカ、開発中のスクリーンショットをご覧いただこうと思います。
Alright, so let's take a look at some in development screenshots.
今回ご紹介するスクリーンショットはいずれも下層からの風景になってます。
So the screenshots that we have here are from the area's lower elevations.
今までではちょっと作れなかったような景色、環境、よく見えてるんじゃないかなと思います。
We're able to create a new type of area that feels very unique from the areas that we've created in the past.
今回特にですね、空気感とかそれから光の表現というものに非常にこだわって開発を進めてます。
And as you can see, special attention has been paid to lighting to create this perfect atmosphere.
そしてこちら、昼間の様子ですね。
And here is the jungle in midday.
大瀑布から流れ落ちた水がいくつもの川となり、支流にこうやって注ぎ込んできていると。
And so the waterfalls from the upper elevations feed the countless small rivers that flow out of the jungle to the sea.
右に見えるのが集落ですね。そして中央の木にもよく見ると、上の方に建造物があったりするのが分かると思います。
And so on the right, you can see a small village, and even in that tree in the center, you can see a small building located within the tree.
そしてこちら最後はやや引いた状態の、円形ですね。
And so we've zoomed out a little for this next shot.
見たところあまり危険な雰囲気というのは感じられないと思うんですが、果たしてどういった物語になるのか、いろいろ想像していただけると嬉しいです。
So from here, it doesn't look that dangerous, but you all know what lurks in the shadows, so.
さてちょっと続いてももう1エリア紹介していきましょう。
Alright, so let's move on to our next area.
まずはアートでご覧いただきます。
Starting with some artwork. Wait.
What? What?
In-game? Secret?
Oh, it's a mistake. The bug.
It's a bug. Oh no.
先ほどまでご紹介してきたところと随分雰囲気が変わり、荒野のような雰囲気だと思います。
So this arid desert-like region is completely different from the previous.
あそこにある巨大なシークレットの文字、もちろんマップオブジェクトではないです。
And so we have that big secret. That's not a map object. That's not going to be in the real game, if that wasn't obvious.
あのエリアにですね、ものすごく重要なものがあるんですけど、あまりにもスポイラーが激しすぎるので、シークレットって書いといてくれってお願いをしたので、ああなってます。
So yeah, what we have there is something that is very, very pivotal to the story. It's a huge secret, and we didn't want to show it here because we wanted you to experience it in game. So I made sure that they put secret up there.
なので、この、基調講演などでお見せしてしまうと、皆さんの楽しみをね大きく損なってしまう可能性があるので、ぜひですねプレイヤーの皆さんご自身で見ていただけたらなと思ってこういう対応をさせてもらってます。
Again, we want to show a lot of information here, but we also don't want to ruin your game experience. And so for this, because it's such a big secret and it's so exciting, and we want you to experience that in game, we've decided to keep it under wraps for now.
このエリアの名前シャロニ荒野と言います。
All right, so the name of this area is Shaloni.
トラル大陸中央部に広がる荒野。
So it is a relatively flat, rain-starved region in central Tyrol.
青林線が発見されたことによってこのエリア近代化が進んでいます。
But here, civilization is experiencing a boom due to a recent discovery of ceruleum deposits.
青林線ってちょっと日本語で言うとね、何ってなると思うんですけど、青林水の湧き出る泉のことですね。
And so basically, there are these kind of springs where the ceruleum bursts up through the ground.
さあこの大陸での冒険、だんだんなんか夏休みなのか本当にっていう感じにちょっとなってきたかなと思います。
So again, we mentioned summer vacation before, but the more we see of Tyrol, the more we realize, the less we understand about Tyrol.
じゃあスクリーンショットもまだ開発中ですがお見せしましょう。
All right, but let's take a look at some in development screenshots.
かなり広い荒野が広がってますね。
So yes, unlike the dense jungles that we showed before, this area is a lot more open.
このエリアはあれですね、バイクのマウントなんかが大変似合いそうですね。
So yeah, it looks like this would be a good place to break out your motorbike mounts.
機械化、それから、技術進歩というのが目覚ましく進んできており、さまざまな人や物との出会いが皆さんを待ち構えています。
So yes, you'll see a lot of newer technology and machines, as well as encounter the people that built them.
先ほどのねシークレットの部分がね一番このエリアの特徴なんでお見せできなくて残念ではあるんですが。
Again, as I said before, this area also hides a very, very big secret, but one that I won't be showing today.
この後のまた情報でもちょっとずつあれこんな雰囲気なのかなみたいな情報出てくるので、この後の基調講演もちょっと見ていってください。
Again, we won't be talking about it today, but there may be some things, some hints and other things that we have for you today that may give you a better idea of what is in that secret area.
もちろん荒野ばかりが広がっているわけではなく、このエリアこうした地域もあってですね、さまざまな文化の融合というのが、行われています。
Of course, it's not all empty wastes out there. The area features locations such as this one too, that are populated by a variety of peoples.
かなりの、ドラマ性高い物語用意していますので、ストーリー展開にぜひご注目ください。
Right, as for what drama awaits you here, as well as the other areas that we showed today, you'll just have to look forward to it.
ではエリアの紹介これぐらいにして、前回北米でご紹介したペルペル族に続きもう一ユコ部族ちょっと紹介してみようかなと思います。
So moving on from areas, next up we'd like to talk a little bit about the types of peoples that you'll meet in Tyrol.
これはね皆さんちょっと見たことがあるだろうなと。
So this next one, some of you may recognize them.
こちら名前をモブリン族と言います。
And they are called the Moblins.
エオルセア地域ではゴブリンと呼ばれている部族ですが、基本的には同一部族ですね。
So they strongly resemble the goblins that reside in Eorzea, but they have their own unique characteristics.
ちょっと特徴をご紹介しましょう。
And let's take a look at those characteristics.
先ほどご紹介したコザマルカに住む、一つの部族です。
So these Moblins mainly reside in the previously mentioned jungles of Kozamauka.
三大州に住まうゴブリン族はメカが大好きでしたね。
So, and unlike the goblins of the three great continents who are expert builders and tinkers,
こちらは調達の達人ということで大きく考え方が異なっているようです。
These moblins are experts in gathering and procuring items.
彼らとの協調でですね、どんなものづくりが、行われていくのか楽しみなところです。プレイヤーの皆さん、特にねクラフターとかギャザラーとか、絡んでくる可能性が非常に高いんじゃないかなと思います。
And so with these moblins and allies, just think of all the wonderful things that adventurers might create, especially our crafters and gatherers.
ではエリアの追加情報をお届けしてまいりました。
All right, I think that's about enough today. That's all we can say regarding Tyrol.
ではさらに黄金のレガシーのコンテンツも含めた全体の内容、北米の基調講演おさらいしつつ新情報を混ぜながら進めていきたいと思います。
Now, I'd like to talk more about the other features and content that await Warriors of Light in Dawn Trail.
皆さんのおかげでついに皆さんのレベルが100に到達することになります。
So as you know, we'll be taking the level cap into triple digit territory, level 100, and that's thanks to you.
皆さんレベル最後どれぐらいまで行きたいですか？
How far do you want to go? We're at 100 now. How far do you want to go?
2000 ね、あんまりレベルの桁が上がりすぎてもね。
The UI, you need more space.
Yes.
Too many numbers.
EXP
That's right. The XP bar is just.
せっかく一回ね桁下げたの
That's
に。
right. We got rid of some of those zeros, so we're gonna have to add.
もちろんクラフターやギャザラーの皆さんもすべてレベルキャップ100に、させていただきます。
And of course, this will be for all jobs, including disciples of the land and hand.
では続いてバトルコンテンツに関してちょっと新情報も交えつつお伝えしていきたいと思います。
All right. Next, I want to talk a little bit about some of 7.0's core battle content. We have some new things to show you as well.
まずフィールドのアクティブタイムイベントやそれからモブハント、新しいトレジャーハント、これらすべて、いつも通りしっかりたくさん用意させていただいてます。
So, active time events, the fates, the hunt, treasure hunts, we're going to have all these.
でもちろん新しいダンジョンというのもたくさんあります。
And of course, we're working on many new dungeons as well.
ダンジョン？
It's a dungeon. This is a dungeon.
ダンジョンの数もですねこれまで以上の、同数しっかり用意させていただいてます。制作順調に進んでます。
Okay, and we're going to have at least as many dungeons as we had in the past expansions.
今回はいくつかのダンジョンについてスクリーンショットやアートワークでちょっとさらにね追加情報としてお伝えしていこうと思います。
Right, so next, let's take a look at some art and screenshots showcasing a few of those dungeons in development.
と言いながらこのアートも新情報だよね。
But yeah, this art, this is awfully new.
まずスクリーンショット1枚目。
All right, off to our first screenshot.
ダンジョン？
This is a dungeon.
ダンジョン？
This is a dungeon. Dungeon? Area? Dungeon.
It's a dungeon.
It's a dungeon.
Yes.
Okay, as long as you're sure.
ダンジョンというとねどうしてもこう洞窟をイメージされがちなんですが、この一見川の普通のフィールドに見えるところこちらダンジョンで、なんとジャングルクルーズからスタートします。
So yeah, when people think dungeons, they usually think like caves, but looks like this one will start off as a river cruise.
ちょっとどんな戦闘とかね、キャラクター同士の掛け合いとか繰り広げられるのか今からちょっと楽しみですね。
But I'll let you imagine what kind of battles and player interactions are going to go on here.
でもちょっと落ちたくないね。
I don't want to fall in the river though. No, not a good idea.
ね
Like
なんか
crocodiles,
そう
piranhas.
やられそう。
Yeah.
こちら、一見するとちょっとアートワークにも 見えるかもしれませんが、こちら実機の、画像になります。
So I know this looks a lot like artwork, but this is an actual in-game screenshot.
川登りなのか川下りなのか、それらを向かった先がこんな感じです。
So yeah, are we going upriver or downriver? Who knows? But at the end of the cruise, this is what awaits.
いやアートに見えるよね。
It does really look like artwork.
この環境セットアップしている開発者、今回ロンドンのファンフェス来てますんで、後ほど開発パネルでもこういったお話してくれると思います。
So yeah, the team that actually worked, one of the members of the team that actually worked on this, and the environment team is here today, and is going to be up here on stage. So looking forward to meeting and hearing what he has to say about this.
さてさらに雰囲気一転して全然また変わった、これもダンジョンです。
All right, and now we're somewhere completely different. This also is one of the new dungeons.
これもねなんかアートに見えるね。
This is also very, yeah, it looks like art.
こちらは外なのかそれか何かの一部なのか、自然地形と人工物の間に何か紫色の新植物、存在してますね。
So is this somewhere outside or inside? Is it a part of something? Are those natural formations or man-made? And what are those purple things growing everywhere?
先ほどのエリアをもう少し上がったところになるんでしょうか。
And here's another look of the same dungeon, but up from a little higher.
明らかに、雰囲気遺跡と思われるものがあるんですが、ちょっと雰囲気異様な感じですね。
So yes, we can see some strange architecture that resembles ancient ruins.
これまでに光の戦士の皆さんが冒険してきたどのエリアともちょっと違った印象になっているんではないかと思います。
So yes, this is far different from any place the warriors of light have journeyed before.
ではダンジョンのお話、最後にですね、開発中の他のダンジョンの、まだちょっと実機はお見せできないんですが、アートワークを2枚ほど持ってきましたので、ちょっとご紹介していこうと思います。
So finally, we have some artwork for 2 more dungeons that we'd like to show you, but you're going to have to use your imaginations to visualize how they're going to turn out in-game.
まず1枚目、
So this is our first.
こちらまさに It's a dungeon.
It's a dungeon.
It's a dungeon. 古代の遺跡のようですが、しっかりしたこういうね構造を持ってるっていう風にねアート見えますね。
But again, this also has that look of sturdily built ancient ruins to it.
こちらはすでに、レベルデザイナーのレベルデザインが終わり、そのレベルデザインに合わせた、構造をアートチームがこうデザインしてってるからですね。
Okay, but what you see here is not concept art. In fact, the level design for the dungeon is already complete, and this artwork was created to help the modeling team.
本当はですね、こういう端のあたりにですね、アート担当者のこうスタッフからの注意書き、モデリングするための注意書きとか設定がものすごい数書き込まれてるんですが、さすがにねお見せするわけにいかないのでちょっと消してきました。
So now, artwork like this usually has a lot of text written in the margins to help the designers. It's filled with lore and secrets. But we just kind of cut that out because, to avoid spoilers. Sorry.
そしてもう一枚。
Okay, and now for the surprising one.
メカニカル
Summer vacation?
Summer vacation.
Summer vacation.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe cold capsule.
Oh,
Yes,
say cold because it's so hot.
Maybe.
Okay.
こちらもダンジョン、しかもメインストーリーに登場するダンジョンなんですが、あまりの、ね、機械文明の発展にちょっとびっくりしますね。
So yes, this is a dungeon for the 7.0 main scenario. But again, unlike the nature that we've seen before, this has a lot of mech.
詳細な解説は差し控えますが、やはりこの 7.0 の冒険、単なる光の戦士の夏休みでは終わらなさそうな気配が漂ってます。
So yes, it looks like Dawn Trail is going to be a little bit more than your ordinary summer vacation.
ではこのダンジョンに登場する、強敵、ボスの一体をちょっとご紹介しようかなと思います。
All right, so now that we've seen where you're going to fight, let's find a little bit more about who you're going to fight.
前回はね、透滅戦の相手を表示しましたが、今回ね透滅戦ではないんですが、
So last time in Las Vegas, we showed one of the raid bosses.
バリガレマンダに続いてもう一体大型のモンスターの紹介となります。
And this one is not a raid boss like Valagarmanda that we showed in Las Vegas, but we have a very important and large enemy to show you.
名前をですね今回ご紹介するのはエリミネーターという
The name is called the Eliminator.
もうどんどん夏休みから遠ざかっていく。
Yes, we're getting a little bit further away from summer vacation again. Yeah?
まあさてどんな形で出会いどんな戦いになるのか伏せておきますが、こういった今まで多分皆さんが黄金のレガシーでちょっと想像してたのとだんだん変わってきたんじゃないかなと思います。
Now, we can't tell you much about it yet or exactly how you meet, but it's obvious that we're going against expectations for Dawntrail so far.
このエリミネーターね機械なのかそもそも生物なのかダンジョンのアートワークに続いてねだんだん謎が深まっていく基調講演になってるかなと思います。
Again, it's hard to tell if this is a machine or if it is alive or something in between. Yeah?
じゃあ続いてコンテンツサポーター、まあこちらアップデートは行っていきますがもちろん今回も全てのメインストーリーのダンジョン対応させていただいてます。
Okay, next up we have our duty support feature, and you'll be happy to know that this feature will be made available for all of the instance dungeons for 7.0's main scenario.
かなり新しく、コンテンツサポーターとして加わるキャラクターも多いです。
And of course, there's going to be a lot of new characters that are going to be included in this duty support feature.
たくさんの AI 作らなきゃいけなくて、ゲームデザイナーたちすごい四苦八苦しながら開発進んでます。
But that means our game designers and programmers are having to work a lot on all of the new AI.
そして多数の新装備新クラフト、もちろんギア多数用意しております。
And with all these new dungeons and enemies, the Warrior of Light will need some proper new gear, and we have a lot of new recipes to make sure that you're properly kitted.
おしゃれがね気になる皆さんもぜひご期待ください。
And of course, we'll be introducing a lot of fashionable items as well.
ではちょっと新しい装備のアートワーク見てみましょう。
So let's take a closer look at some artwork for these new items.
まずギャザラークラフターもね専用装備当然全て一新されます。
Alright, disciples of the land and hand will of course be getting new job-specific gear as well.
モデリングも第一次グラフィックスアップデートを行った状態で順調に進んでいます。どのように実機で見られるかご期待ください。
So we're currently in the modeling phase of development with our new graphical update. So for now, you're going to have to imagine how these designs will look when rendered in game.
そしてこちらはジョブ専用装備の一部ですね。
And here we have some job-specific gear for the disciples of war and magic.
まあどれがどのジョブかは言わなくても大丈夫だよね。
We don't need to tell you what jobs these are for, right?
今回もジョブ専用装備はですね冒険のその地域の、特徴デザインにあまり寄せずそのジョブのイメージというのをストレートに、書き起こすようにというふうに、ディレクションしてます。
Okay, instead of designing the gear to match more of the geographical or cultural feel of Tyrol, we decided to take a much more straightforward approach with their design.
では続いて、新たな生活系大規模コンテンツ
So, as I mentioned back in Las Vegas, we are planning some expansive new lifestyle content for Dawntrail.
まあ、7.X シリーズにおいてもですねイシュガルド復興とかそれから無人島開拓に続く新しい、生活系の大規模コンテンツお届けしていく予定です。
This will be new content that will be featured alongside existing content such as the Ishgardian Restoration and Island Sanctuary.
なんとかですねこの場で発表したかったんですがもう少し企画の詳細を詰めたいということで、残念ながら詳細までは今日お伝えできないんですが日本のファンフェスでは、内容をお届けできるかと思います。
So, the plan was to show you that new content here, but the team in charge didn't think it was quite ready and wanted just a little bit more time, so we're going to be putting off the big reveal until Tokyo, so we have to wait a little bit longer.
開発チーム頑張ってるのですいません許してください。
The dev team is hard at work, so please forgive them.
ありがとうございます。皆さんの拍手でね今めっちゃ日本で頑張ってくれてると思います。
All right, they just heard your cheering, and so now they're like, oh, gotta get back to work. Gotta get
ありがとうございます。
So, thanks.
ただ今回の、生活系の大規模コンテンツ、前回ね無人島開拓は一人で遊ぶものっていう形でしたが、今企画しているのは皆さん多人数で、遊んでいく盛り上がっていくというコンテンツの企画内容になってますので、また詳細の発表をねご期待いただければと思います。
So while Island Sanctuary was more solo content, this new content that we have planned for Dawn Trail is going to be something that you can enjoy with a lot of people.
さてでは各種バトルコンテンツもご紹介しましょう。
All right, we mentioned battle content a little earlier, but we have a lot more installed.
さあ、これらのバリアントダンジョン、8人レイド、それからもちろん Z シリーズも、7.x シリーズ頑張って、これら全て作ってまいります。
So we'll be adding new variant dungeons, a new 8-player raid, and a new ultimate raid that will be just as challenging as those that become before.
そして当然ながらアライアンスレイドも新シリーズ始まります。
And of course, we can't forget our alliances out there.
今日ここではですね、その次のアライアンスレイドが一体どんなものになるのかご紹介したいと思います。
And so here in London, we are excited to finally announce our latest Alliance Raid series.
わあ、ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
Thank you。次のアライアンスレイドシリーズのタイトルはエコーズ・オブ・バナディールというタイトルでお届けします。
So our newest Alliance Raid is Echoes of Vanadil.
MMORPG として大先輩であるファイナルファンタジー11運営開始からすでに21年、その運営20周年を記念して我々次なるアライアンスレイドシリーズはそのファイナルファンタジー11の世界を垣間見る冒険をお届けしたいと思います。
So to celebrate over 20 years of Final Fantasy XI, we are turning to our MMORPG Senpai
Yes.
and stepping into Vanadil to get a glimpse of this wonderful, exciting world.
果たしてどんなストーリーどんなボスが登場するのかぜひご期待ください。
As for what story will feature, who you will meet, what bosses you will fight, we can't tell you that.
もちろんファイナルファンタジー11から続くねこのファイナルファンタジーシリーズの長い MMO を楽しんでいただいている、そして今もねファイナルファンタジー11遊んでいただいている方にも楽しんでいただける内容に仕上げていこうと思ってます。
But we can guarantee that it will be something that longtime fans of Final Fantasy XI and even players of fans right now will be able to truly enjoy.
さあじゃあちょっと質問していいですか。
So, speaking of which, I have a question for all of you.
11今もやってるんだよなって。
How many people out there are still playing 11?
おおありがとうございます。いやいやもう11はめちゃくちゃやったよって。今は14やってるけど11めちゃくちゃやったよっていう。
And so, how about people that, I'm playing 14 right now, so I don't have time for them, but I played a lot of 11 back in the day.
ああすごいありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。長らくですね我々スクエアニックスの MMO を支えていただいて本当にありがとうございます。
So yes, thank all of you who've been supporting Square Enix through our MMORPGs for such a long time.
おそらくですね配信を見てくださってる、方々も大いに今ね手を挙げてくださってるんじゃないかなと思います。
And I bet a lot of people watching on the stream as well have been raising their hands.
ぜひぜひご期待ください。
So again, please look forward to it.
ではさらに、コンテンツ継続してアップデートしていきますよというお話をちゃんとしておこうと思います。
And of course, we're going to continue our updates of existing contents as well during the 7.x series.
もう一個一個は説明しませんが
I'm not going to explain each of them here, but you get the idea.
もうこれらは一個ずつ言いません、引き続き 7.x でも大量のアップデートをお届けしていく予定です。
So yes, you can expect updates of all the content you see here.
そしてこれだけじゃなくてですね久しぶりに、こちらも 予定してます。
But we have something even more special. And
青魔同士リミテッドジョブとして登場していますが、その第2弾新しい次なるリミテッドジョブというものの開発を今進め始めてます。
alright, to go alongside Blue Mage, we are currently working on an all-new second limited job.
実装まで、ちょっと 7.x シリーズの後半で実装の予定なので、ちょっとしばらくお待ちいただくことにはなりますが、
But again, its release isn't currently planned until the latter half of the 7.x series.
どんなジョブになるのかちょっと聞いてみようかな。
But, we do hope to tell you more about it soon, but we're going to kind of ask you, what do you think it's going to be?
Yes.
Beastmaster!
ビーストマスター。ビーストマスター結構いる。ちょっとコウジ聞いてみてよ、他にどんなのあるか。
Anything else? Fisher?
いや。
We already...
結構ね、からくりっしってさ、英語だとなんていうの？
I can't remember. What is it?
からくり師。
Puppet
パペットマスター？ああ、なるほど。
Oh yeah. Puppet Master.
いや、そうあんまり言うとさ、なんかそれっぽくなっちゃうから。
Beastmaster.
ビーストマスター。でもやっぱりパーティープレイではなかなか、実現できない、遊びとセットで、新しいリミテッドジョブ開発していきますので、ぜひどんなものになるか、お待ちいただければと思います。
But yeah, we're really excited. We're working on a lot of different ideas, something that we can do that's separate from party play, similar to how it is with the Blue Mage. So yeah, please look forward to it.
そんなに遠くないタイミングで、どんなリミテッドジョブになるかお伝えしていけるんじゃないかなと思ってます。企画は順調に進んでおります。
While we can't say any more here, we do hope to reveal more information very, very soon.
各種コンテンツアップデート、ここまで触れてきましたが、今回もですねグラフィックスアップデートの、進捗についてこの場でちょっとお伝えしたいと思います。
Alright, so now that we've talked about our content updates, I'd like to move on to the planned first graphical update.
前回のファンフェス途中経過お伝えしてますが、その途中経過に対して皆さんからのフィードバック、いただいてます。そこでさらに調整しましたよというのをちょっとお伝えしたいと思って持ってきてます。
Okay, so after showing everyone our progress with the graphical update back in Las Vegas, we got a lot of player feedback. Over the past few months, we've taken that feedback and we've made even further adjustments.
メインキャラクターの種族アウラだよっていう方。
So how many people here have an aura character?
持ってきたのはこのアウラの
Alright, so we're going to talk a little bit about the auras, horns and scales.
できるだけね皆さんのイメージ損なわないように注意しつつ行っているグラフィックスアップデートなんですが、
Again, we've been tweaking it a lot with our new graphical update.
中でも前回途中経過注目されたのアウラ族の角とかそれから鱗の表現っていうものに、いろんなフィードバックいただきました。
So yes, our main goal was to introduce these fine adjustments that won't feel too drastic and ruin that unique look that we've all gotten used to. And if you recall, this includes tweaks to polishing things like the aura horns and scales.
まず次にお見せするのが前回北米でお見せした途中経過のスクリーンショットです。
Okay, so first off, we're going to start by showing you what we showed you back in Las Vegas.
これがね前回お伝えしたもの。
Alright, and this is what we showed you last time.
角の表面とか鱗に結構光の反射があってちょっとエナメルっぽい質感だった、自分たちのイメージとちょっと違ったっていうフィードバックも、結構議論として寄せられてました。
So back in Las Vegas, the horns and scales that we showed you were very reflective and had a very strong enamel type of feel, and it was not something that a lot of people had expected.
これはこれでやっぱりこう反射があるので、クオリティとしては 比較的高く見えやすい気はするんですが、
And with this reflectivity, I mean, it looks very high quality, so it was good for showing off that improved in quality of the horns.
我々が 3.0 で、企画した時のアウラの元のイメージに近づけるようにさらに、継続して調整を続けてきました。
But it didn't really match our vision of what we wanted the aura to look like from our original design back at 3.0, so we continued tweaking.
すごい微妙なのでメインキャラクターアウラの人ちょっと一生懸命画面見てください。
All right, and so this is where we are. It's a very, very small change, so look very, very closely. Okay? And
これが前回
this is before,
アフター
after.
すいませんね。
Sorry, it wasn't even more exciting.
光沢がね強く出ていた質感をちょっと落として本体の色へ近づけてよりなじませるということをやってます。
So we're continuing our work on lowering that reflectivity to be able to get the horn color to something more natural and closer to what we originally intended.
前回お見せした他の種族というのもですね、前回のものがフィックスではなく、皆さんのその感想フィードバック見てどんどんギリギリまで細かくクオリティアップや調整を続けています。
So this goes for all of the updates for the other races as well. We've been receiving a lot of feedback, and what we showed you in Las Vegas wasn't the final product, but a work in progress.
ちなみになんですけど、
Okay?
このスクリーンショットのこのアウラの女性のね首にちょっとライン入ってるんですけど、
And so some of you with some very good eyes maybe notice a little line on the neck
これ
of
ちょ
the
っと
female aura.
急いで首くっつけたんでちょっと
And so basically when creating this, we had to rush and like we just took a head and popped it on a body.
これは大丈夫、治るんで。
We'll fix this. Don't worry.
次なんですが、
right,
さらに細かいお話をちょっとさせてください。
So we talked about something very detailed, and so for next we're going to talk about something even more detailed.
ファイナルファンタジー14、9番と呼ばれているオリジナルのファイナルファンタジー14が13年前にリリースされ、その時から、より快適に遊べるようにという形で Realm Reborn が作られてます。
So as many of you know, the original Final Fantasy XIV was released almost 13 years ago. Then a couple years after that, A Realm Reborn was released to improve upon the original.
1.0 から遊んでるよ。
How many people here have been playing since 1.0?
Oh.
Legacy.
Thank you. でその新生版を作るにあたってですね、やはりできるだけ短い期間で作り上げていくということで Q14 のそのモデリングっていうのをうまくアレンジしてここまでやってきたという歴史が実はあります。
So when making the move from 1.0 to A Realm Reborn, we didn't have a lot of time. So we ended up having to repurpose some of the original character models for A Realm Reborn.
今回グラフィックスアップデートではそれらの調整を行う際にこの9番から使っていたモデルというのにも改めて全てに手を入れて完全に新しいものへと進化させることにしました。
And so now, to coincide with the graphical update, we had to revisit our use of these older 1.0 models.
これこそめちゃくちゃ細かいのでちょっとよく見てください。
Okay, this is going to get really, really detailed, so look carefully.
ララフェルですね。
Okay, so we have our Lalafell.
これ現在のララフェルです。
This is the Lalafell that's in game right now.
可愛いですね。
And of course, cute as ever.
ちょっとですね、ここに注目してください。
So I want you to focus on this part of the face.
そのあたりです。
So yeah, right there around the chin.
できる限りですね、キャラクターモデルを軽くかつ高品質に見せるためにローポリゴンを実はですね、ほっぺたの下にすごい四角いポリゴンを無理やり入れてですね、そこで顎の影のラインをつけるみたいなすごいなんて言ったらいいんだろう、テクニックみたいなことを実はやってます。
So, to ensure character models weren't a burden on the system, but also maintain a high visual quality, we implemented the use of these low polygon shapes. And the remnants of those can kind of be seen today in around the cheek and the jawline, those straight lines.
ただ今回キャラクターの肌の質感を上げてより影がリアルに滑らかに表示されていくためにですね、ノーマルマップと呼んでいる顔の凹凸データみたいなものっていうのも全て改めて、きれいに作り直しています。
Okay, so with the graphical update, however, we went back and we retooled and recreated what is called our normal map data, which in other words is basically this data that's meant to represent the bumps and dips and irregularities of those textures.
そのためですね、その新しいグラフィックスの状態に、この旧の状態のモデルをそのテクニックを残したままにしてしまうと、逆にその非常に小さいポリゴンが不自然な影を作ってしまうみたいなことが、出てきました。
Okay, however, by doing that, it caused some conflicts with the existing low polygon data that we'd been using since 1.0, creating even these more mysterious bumps and dips in shadows.
わかるかな？
Can you tell?
わかる？
So there, and that's what happened.
ここにね、すごい微妙に外側に尖ったポリゴンが影の邪魔をしてるんです。
So you can see kind of there's these bumps on the chin that are kind of affecting the shadows.
いや、わかんねえよっていう反応だなこれ。
And everybody's like, I don't know, see, what?
ただこれララフェル使ってる方どれぐらいいます？
How many people are using Lalafels?
皆さん自分のララフェルが一番可愛いと思ってますよね。
And so of course you think your Lalafel is the cutest, right?
まあなのでだからこそこういう細かいその違いっていうのを、まあ、なくさないようにできればしていきたい。ただこれからのクオリティアップデートを考えていくとどうしてもその味として残していたそのローポリゴンのテクニックみたいなものを取っていかないとさらに綺麗にはならないので、まあ、そういう細かいところまで調整させてもらってますっていうのが今回のお知らせです。
And so I know that some people may look at these kind of imperfections born from these old techniques as something that makes Lalafels Lalafels. And you know, we didn't want to get rid of them all because we know that that's what makes the Lalafels special. But moving with this graphical update and having something that matches that, we decided it was time to at least touch them up.
これが最新です。
And so this is the new version.
影がめっちゃ自然になったの分かります？
So you can tell that like the shadow is now much more natural.
すごい細かいんですけど
It's very, very, you have to look very, very closely.
いやまあまあ基調講演で話す内容なのかって思わなくもないんですけど
I mean, you're probably all wondering, it's like, could we have not done this like at a different panel? Did it have to be at the keynote?
全てのプレイヤーの皆さんのキャラクターを何としても今皆さんが思っているキャラクターイメージのままよりクオリティアップをさせていくために担当のアーティストたちも僕もこう目を皿にして今と前をこう比較してほんのちょっとでもポリゴンの角があったら何なんだこのポリゴンはって言って、まあ、そういうことを日夜やっているのでぜひグラフィックスアップデート楽しみにしててくださいというお話です。
But again, we wanted to show you this especially because we wanted to show you just how hard we are working on this graphical update. We understand that you all love your characters and we don't want to change your characters, but we do want to make them look a lot better. And so we're working on these tiniest of issues to improve it. I'm there looking at everything. If I see even a hint of a polygon, I'm like, no polygon! And so, again, this is the extent of the work that we're doing, and we wanted to show that with you here today.
まあでもこれだけだとねいくらなんでもちょっと細かすぎるだろうということですごい分かりやすいスクリーンショット1個持ってきました。
Alright, that was enough talk about the super tiny technical issues. Let's talk about something easy.
グラフィックスアップデートで、帽子と頭装備とですねメガネが同時に装備できるようになるキャラクター集めてみました。
And so, the glasses. Helmets, glasses, what's easier than that?
というわけで第一次グラフィックスアップデート順調に作業進んでます。
Alright, so development on that first graphical update is proceeding smoothly.
これまでの13年にわたる膨大なアセット、アーティストたちがですね必死に調整をしてくれてます。
Our artists are working tirelessly to improve all of our 13 years of graphical assets.
このグラフィックスアップデートやファイナルファンタジー14のグラフィックスがどんなテクニックを使って作られているのか、このファンフェスの開発パネルでも実際にツールの映像などを交えて、お見せしていこうと思います。
So for those of you who want to know more about this topic of graphical update, as well as the kind of techniques that the team uses to create Final Fantasy XIV, we have this great development panel coming up a little bit later that will show you all about how we do this and show you even some of the tools that we use.
かなり面白い内容になっていますので、ぜひ開発パネルの方にもご注目ください。
It's going to be really interesting, so we hope you look forward to it and are here to watch it with us.
ではどうしてもねスペック上がっちゃうので改めてちょっとおさらいしておきます。
Alright, while we're here, we want to remind you one more time about the new minimum and recommended requirements.
もう準備したよっていう人。
How many people are ready to go?
お
Alright.
半分ぐらいは大丈夫で
About
すね。
half, that's good.
そこまでめちゃくちゃ高くしないようにしてますので、ぜひすいませんがよろしくお願いしま
We
す。
haven't raised it too much, but please understand. Thank you.
はい。では、残りの時間、この先 7.0 までに、アップデートしていく内容の、追加情報をお届けしていければと思います。
Alright, so finally today, I want to talk a little bit about the content we have planned before the release of 7.0.
まずは、北米で発表させていただいた Xbox バージョンに関してです。
Alright, first off, we have the open beta test for the Xbox version.
はい、Xbox バージョンはですね、来年1月中旬から2月にかけて、スタートさせていただきます。
And our test is scheduled to begin in mid-January and continue through February.
このオープンベータでしっかり問題点洗い出してですね 7.0、黄金のレガシーより前に Xbox バージョンも正式サービスへ、移行させていただきます。
This is again to find problems before the release of 7.0 and smooth all of those out so that we have a smooth launch.
ぜひですね、オープンベータプレイをしていただきつつ 7.0 の冒険に、Xbox ファンの皆さん、備えていただければと思います。
So all of our Xbox users out there, we welcome you to join the test and help us make the game great.
では続いて、新しい 7.0 じゃないや 6.5X で実装されるコンテンツ動画をご用意してきましたので、まずそちらをご覧いただこうと思います。
And so now for our next announcement of 6.5x content, we have this special video. Roll it.
Thank you. というわけで大変お待たせしました、ファイナルファンタジー14のゴールド操作にいよいよフォールガイズが実装となります。
Alright, you've been waiting a long time for this. Fall Guys will finally be available in the gold saucer.
パッチ 6.51 ということで、実装日出てますね。10月31日パッチ 6.51 リリースとなります。
Alright, and as it says here, it's planned for release on October 35th, patch 6.51.
もうすぐだね。
Yes, in just a week.
今回動画で、ご覧いただいた通りフォールガイズのエッセンスを、入れつつフォールガイズチームにも監修してもらいながらファイナルファンタジー14独自の味付けを行ったコラボレーションアトラクションとなっています。
So as you saw in the trailer, this collaboration will maintain that Fall Guys aesthetic. We had people from the Fall Guys dev team help us out, make sure that we followed that. But it will also feature this unique Final Fantasy XIV spin on all the frenetic Fall Guys gameplay we know and love.
こちらのコンテンツ24人まで同時にプレイすることが可能で、もちろんマッチングにも対応させていただいてます。
This content is designed for groups of 24 players, with, of course, random party matching for players who don't arrive with their own alliance.
でこちらのフォールガイズなんですがちょっと特徴がありまして、開催が、不定期というか何ヶ月かおきに開催されてしばらくお休みして開催されてしばらくお休みしてという数ヶ月おきにオープンとクローズを、繰り返していく予定です。
Okay, so one unique characteristic with this content is that it's not always going to be open. There will be periods of time where it is available and then period of times when it's not available, and we'll be repeating that over a cycle.
どうしてもそうしないと一気にねやったらまた人が他のとこ行っちゃってみたいなことになるので定期的にやっていきますので、あまりね焦らずに皆さんの時間のある時に開催と合わせてやってってくれればと思います。
Again, we want to keep the balance between the two games and keep that fair. So we're going to have, again, times on and times off, so you can enjoy the Fall Guys content and then go back to other content.
もちろん多数のオリジナル報酬ご用意しておりますので、ぜひプレイしてそれらのギアも手に入れてみてください。
And of course, there will be a great deal of unique prizes for those who participate and win, so please look forward to it all.
ではもう一つ、6.5X シリーズで実装となる、特別なクエストについてお伝えしようと思います。
And next, we have one final big announcement for a special quest that's going to be appearing in the 6.5X series.
こちらも動画でまずはご紹介したいと思います。
We have a video to introduce this big announcement as well, so roll it.
ありがとうございます。というわけでですね、ファイナルファンタジーシリーズ最新作16とのクロスオーバークエストのお知らせです。
That's right, we can finally announce our Final Fantasy XIV, Final Fantasy XVI crossover event.
ファイナルファンタジー16のプロデューサーの吉田さんから OK が出ましたんで、
So yeah, I asked the producer on Final Fantasy XVI, you might know him, Naoki Yoshida. He said it was okay, so here we go.
頑張って作りますと。
That's right.
この永遠の旅路という物語、ファイナルファンタジー16の主人公であるクライブ・ロズフィールドと光の戦士の出会いの物語となってます。
Alright, it's called The Path Infernal, and of course will feature 16's protagonist, Clive Rosfield, fighting alongside the Warriors of Light.
もちろんまだまだファイナルファンタジー16未プレイドという方もいらっしゃると思いますし、PS5 版今年の冬に買うよと、PC 版出たら買うよというふうに待ってらっしゃる方もいると思いますので、あまり過剰な16のネタバレにならないよう仕上げておきました。
Again, we've written the story so that it doesn't spoil too much of 16 for those players who have yet to play Final Fantasy 16 or looking to buy a PlayStation 5 this Christmas or maybe waiting for the PC version. But there's enough in it so that everyone should have a lot of fun.
先ほど動画でご覧いただいた通り、16で大人気であるトルガルという、狼の、報酬など多数ギアご用意しております。
And I bet you all saw the Torgal goodies in that teaser trailer. Yeah. Rest assured, there'll be a lot of unique loot for this collab, including gear.
オートコンボくれ確かにね、オートコンボをコラボレーションで出てきたらちょっと面白い。
That would be great. That's a good idea. Have those auto combos in there.
でもそのリングつけるとアイテムレベル下がるよ。
Oh yeah, but if you do put on the rings of the timely rings, then your item level is going to go down. So I don't know.
ぜひですね、ある意味物語の導入に近い、それほどね、壮大な物語というよりは16の世界を垣間見るような冒険になっています。ぜひ、それらをプレイしてですね、 PC 版だったり、それからファイナルファンタジー16の DLC などにもご期待しつつ、両方14も16も楽しんでいただければ嬉しいですと、ファイナルファンタジー16のプロデューサーの吉田さんからコメントを預かってきております。
So again, we'd like you to think of this collaboration as kind of an introduction to the world of Final Fantasy 16 for all of our Final Fantasy 14 players. We can't wait for you to get your hands on this new content, and we're currently developing alongside Final Fantasy 16 DLC and the PC version. And of course, we got the okay from the producer, and he told us that it was okay to go. So we're gonna do it.
ありがとうございます。では、ちょっとここでお知らせを最後基調講演ではあるんですがさせてください。
Okay, so next up we have a final announcement.
クラウドデータセンターというもののテスト、我々進めております。
All right, as I talked about recently, we have a cloud server, cloud data center stress test coming up.
今まで、皆さんがプレイしてくださっている、データセンターというのは物理で、出来上がってるんですが、今回クラウドというたくさんの、マシンをつなぎ合わせてちょっとね動的に、大きくしたり小さくしたりできる、それをクラウドってよく呼ぶんですけど、それによってサーバーの拡張性が柔軟になるっていうクラウドデータセンターでプレイヤーの皆さんにぜひテストをお願いしたいです。
All right, basically, up until now, all of our data centers have been using physical servers. And we want to do this test with the cloud servers to make it easier to expand these. And so, to help do this, we need your help with the test.
5年前から検証スタートして、特にこの3年かなり、一生懸命いろんな企業さんと組んで構築してきたんですけど、クラウドデータセンターでプレイした時、実際にはどんな負荷がかかるのか、どんな問題が出るのか、ぜひ洗い出しをさせてください。
So we have spent the past several years exploring this possibility of expanding our data centers via the cloud servers, and we're at a point now that we need your help to help us with, find out any kind of things and issues that may occur.
これからもファイナルファンタジー14どんどん拡張していくために、ぜひ皆さんのお手伝い、お力をお貸しいただきたいです。
Again, we would deeply appreciate your participation as it will help us continue to expand our game and our community.
その概要こちらになります。
So we're going to talk a little bit about what this test entails.
東海岸で、実際にクラウドデータセンターを行うんですが、アメリカのただヨーロッパ側からのテストもぜひお願いしたいです。
So the test will be conducted via our North American East Coast data center. That said, we encourage players from all over the world, in Europe, Japan, to join the test.
そうですね。もちろん日本の方もぜひよろしくお願いします。
That's right. Players from Japan as well, you're welcome to join.
新規キャラクターのみ、作成可能で、テスト終了時に申し訳ありません、データは一旦ワイプさせていただきます。
Alright, so we're going to be asking players to create new characters for the test, but unfortunately we're going to have to wipe those characters after the test is over.
その他いくつかちょっと制約はあるんですが、キャラクターを作った際にですね、メインクエストや各ジョブのレベルをアップさせる冒険録、このキャラクターにプレゼントさせていただきます。
And as you can see, there are several other restrictions, but to help players jump right into the test right away, we will be offering Tales of Adventure for all the main scenario and all the main jobs.
ギルも5000万ギルお渡しします。
I'm also going to give you 50 million gil.
ぜひ皆さんでですね、皆さんは自由にいろんなコンテンツをマッチングしてプレイしていただければいいだけです。
Again, we won't be asking players to play a certain way. We just need to have you come in and enjoy as much content as possible.
はい、ぜひ皆さんでさまざまなコンテンツプレイしていただけると大変助かります。
And again, we hope that you all join us in this test.
どうか皆さんのお力ぜひ14のためにお貸しください。
Again, this is for 14, this is for our future, and we hope to see you join the test.
さあ、僕の基調講演もいよいよ終わろうとしておりますので、今回このドントレール黄金のレガシー、もちろん、ファイナルファンタジーシリーズイメージアート数々ねお描きいただいている天野先生にも今回ドントレーラーイメージイラスト描いていただいてます。
Alright, so before we wrap things up this morning, there's one last slide I'd like to show you. All new Dawn Trail artwork by the one, the only Yoshitaka Amano.
ファイナルファンタジー3をねちょっと彷彿とさせるような
Something about this artwork reminds me a lot of the original Final Fantasy III artwork.
天野先生も、非常にノリノリでいつもファイナルファンタジー14イメージイラスト描いていただいておりますので、今回もものすごいスピードで仕上げていただきました。
Again, Amano-san really enjoys making artwork for Final Fantasy XIV, and he created this in a short amount of time.
さて欧州ファンフェスティバル、スタートを飾る基調講演として、僕の、トークセッションでしたが、今日お話しできるのはここまでとなります。
Alright, that's all for today's keynote. I can't say any more.
この先の最後のいろいろ隠された情報を全てぶちまけていくのは、日本のファンフェスで行わせていただきたいと思います。
But I will be able to talk more when we see you again next at our keynote at Tokyo Fan Festival.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you.
ではこのままオープニングセレモニーの方に移っていきたいと思います。
Alright, so now it's time to move into our opening ceremony.
そのオープニングに際してですね、
You need both swords for the
Yeah.
opening ceremony.
いやもうクリッカーいらないからさ。
Ah, okay. Weapon change.
今回ロンドンのファンフェス、ね、ここから開幕していきますが、とてもスペシャルなゲストにお越しいただいております。
Alright, but before we move to the opening ceremony, I first need to summon a very important guest here with us for FanFest.
ファイナルファンタジーシリーズの生みの親、
The father of Final Fantasy,
ヒロノブ坂口。いやもう14プレイ始めてくださって2年以上ですよね。
もうガチで。
so it's been about 2 years since you started Final Fantasy XIV?
Oh yeah,
ここ
hardcore.
ここみんな非課線なんですよね。
So everybody here is a warrior of light?
ウォーリアーブライト。
素晴 ません、仲間です。
Yeah, I am one of
仲間です。
you.
まだ2年のちょっと新人ですけど仲間です。
Although I've only been playing for 2 years, so I'm rather new to the scene.
もう毎日ほぼインして14が僕の生活の 30% ぐらいを占めている。もう本当に14万歳。
So I've been logging in every day, and I think it takes up about a third of my life, basically. So I just love 14.
いや
まあぜひ今日から2日間皆さんとのミート&グリートもありますし、今日明日ステージにも、特別コーナーご用意してますので、ぜひですね最後までプレイヤーのもう本当光の戦士として来たっておっしゃってましたんで。
Takaguchi-san will be here with us for the next 2 days for stages, for signing sessions. So if you see him, please, sir, to make you say hello because he's one of us.
今日はね一つお礼を言いたくて。
Oh, there's one thing I wanted to mention. I wanted to show
Yoshida-san.
my gratitude to you, Yoshida-san.
カッパありがとうございます。
Thank you for that in costume.
もうカッパ最高でございます。
I love that outfit. Thank you so much for that.
カッパのコスプレ作りましょうか。
So do we need to make some cosplay for you for that?
やりましょうか。
Yes, please.
じゃあ改めまして、光の戦士の皆さん、放送見てる皆さんにも一言何かご挨拶お願
All
い
right,
できますか。
so do you have a message for us here as well as everyone watching on the stream?
もう本当に世界中の方が見てらっしゃる。
見てらっしゃいます。はい。
Everybody around the world is watching, huh?
Yeah.
カッパありがとう。
Thank you for the kappa imp outfit.
まあ本当にこれだけ大勢の人でもちろん見てる方、まあそういうみんなとその14の中で出会えて一緒に冒険できるっていう本当にこの素晴らしい場所だと思うので14は本当になんだろう心から感謝したいと思います。本当にこれからもみんなで冒険しましょう。本当にありがとうございます。
And so there's so many people watching here as well as on the live stream, and it's just amazing to think how we can meet with each other in Final Fantasy XIV and go on our adventure together. It's such a wonderful place, this Final Fantasy XIV, so I really want to show my gratitude from the bottom of my heart. I would love to continue on this journey with you all.
さあではこれから2日間皆さん盛り上がっていきますので、ここからは開発チーム運営チームのみんなも登場してオープニングセレモニーに移っていきたいと思います。
All right, so let's have a great 2 days. And to help us, let us welcome to the stage our development and operations team.
ありがとうございます。
Welcome to Fan Festival 2023 in London! My name is Tasha. Some of you might recognize me as Kiwi Kopo from EU Community Team, and I will be your host for this event. This is actually my first time on stage at Fan Festival, so I'm super excited and honored to be here, and I look forward to spending the next 2 days with you all. But that's enough from me, because please give a very warm FanFest welcome to our lovely folks coming in all the way from Japan, our dev team.
はじめまして、テクニカルアーティストの岡下と申します。
Hello everyone, it's nice to meet you. I am Tatsuya Okahisa, a technical artist.
本日はこの後の開発パネルに参加する予定です。
So today's plan for me is to speak at the developers panel later today.
テクニカルアーティストって何だろうって思われた方はぜひこの後の開発パネルをご覧ください。
If you're wondering what a technical artist is, I hope you watch the developers panel later.
グラフィックスアップデートの内容も盛りだくさんでお届けしたいと思います。
We'll be talking about some of the elements that are going into the graphical updates as well.
2日間楽しんでいきましょう。よろしくお願いいたします。
Let's have fun this next 2 days. Thank you so much.
はい、皆さんこんにちは。バックグラウンドアーティストの志田正人と申します。
Hello everyone, my name is Masato Shida. I am a background artist.
皆さん楽しんでますか？
Is everybody having fun so far?
私は、時差ボケで正直眠いです。
Me, I'm suffering from jet lag, so I am quite sleepy right now.
今回はですね、岡久さんと一緒に開発パネルをやります。
So I'm here with Mr. Okahisa to do the development panel.
ステージ上で眠らないように気をつけますので。
I will be very careful not to fall asleep while I'm on stage.
またすぐお会いしましょう。よろしくお願いします。
I will see you very soon. Thank you again.
Hey everybody, I spent so much time prepping for the keynote, I kind of forgot to make a speech for the opening ceremony. But I'm really excited to be back in London. I love being a part of all of this, meeting all of you. We have some great interpreters that are going to be handling this stuff on stage. That means I get to spend a lot of time down on the floor. If you see me, want to take a selfie, want to hug me, let's do it. I'm here for you. Let's have a great time. Thank you.
My name is Masayoshi Soken. Final Fantasy 14 Sound Director. Please welcome Fan Festival 2023 in London.
それさっき俺言ったやつ。
That's what I already said. I already said that.
ですね、ここから日本語でいきます。
Pardon me for starting in Japanese from here.
新しいトレーラーの音楽はいかがでしたか？
I wanted to ask, what did you think of the new music in the music in the new trailer?
Thank you, thank you. 本日のファンフェスティバルいらっしゃった皆さん、本日はなんとピアノコンサートがございます。
So, for those attending today's fan festival sessions, we will be having a piano concert later today.
そして明日はプライマルズのロックコンサートがあります。
And then tomorrow we will have the Primals perform in a rock concert.
Let's have a fun!
Hello everyone. My name is Toshio Morochi. You are a global community processor here, also known as a Foxconn. Nice to meet you. コミュニティチームモルボルことムロウチです。お久しぶりです。So actually, the London is personally a very special place for me personally because back in 2004, I was actually living in London to bring up the European service of Final Fantasy XI, and after around 20 years, I finally revealed a new alliance with Series A across the deal. So now I'm very feeling old officially. 個人的にはですね、ロンドンすごい思い出深い年でして、2004年頃ロンドンに住んでまして、ヨーロッパのファイナルファンタジー11のサービスを立ち上げるために住んでたんですけど、まさか20年経ったらここでね14で新しい11のアライアンスレードが発表されるとは、まあそれは年も取ったなと思うところでございます。So yeah, so anyway, I will be wandering around all around the venue for next 2 days. So let's have fun together. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Heather and I will be interpreting for some of the stages at the London Fan Fest. It is my first time on stage at a fan fest and I'm super excited. I hope you enjoy the show. Thank you. And I would just like to say a quick hello to everyone on the stream as well. 配信をご覧になっている皆さん、こんにちは。ヘダルと言います。今回のロンドンファンフェスで一部のステージの通訳をさせていただきます。どうぞよろしくお願いします。
Hello everyone, I'm Me here from the Los Angeles office of Square Enix. I'll also be helping translate some of the stage panels. I hope we all have fun the next 2 days. Thank you so much.
さあ、それでは2日間盛り上がってまいりましょう。
Alright, let's have a great 2 days.
Let's enjoy Fun Festival!
Thank you so much for the warm Fan Fest welcome. So, who here is excited for Dawn Trail? Oh, hello.
Oh, give me a sec. Okay, now it's working. Hello, Warriors of Light, online and in our audience. Sorry for the short delay, Tasha. I'm Julia from the EU community team. You might know me as Vistenya from the German community streams, and I'll be co-hosting with Tasha today.
Yes. Hello, Julia. Now that I think about it, it's actually already been almost 5 years since the last physical fan fest in Europe, right?
That's right. Paris Fan Fest was in 2019. So it really has been a long time, and we're so excited to be back here with you.
Yes, so now before we forget, let's just quickly go over what's going to be on stage today.
Sounds great.
First off, we're going to have a dev panel with 3 members of our dev team talking about all things environmental in Final Fantasy XIV. Then after that, we'll have our game show, Who Wants to Be a Gillionaire, with 8 super amazing content creators.
That's right. The 2 of us are actually hosting that one, so I'm really excited for it. But after that, it gets even better with Welcome to Naki's Room, with Yoshi P himself, of course, and our special guest, the founding father of Final Fantasy, Hironobu Sakaguchi. It's gonna be a great one. Make sure you don't miss it. And after that, we're going to end the evening on a relaxing note with a beautiful piano performance by Keiko.
That's right. I hope you look forward to it, and make sure you check your event guide for a full list of descriptions of the events today.
That's right. Oh, and one last thing. We would like to give a huge shout out to our wonderful sponsors for this event. First of all, thank you to PlayStation for providing the gaming area with PlayStation 5 consoles.
We'd also like to thank Alienware for not only powering our battle challenge, but also our stage events with their PCs and peripherals.
And last, but certainly not least, we would also like to thank Secret Labs for providing us with their Secret Labs Titan Evo gaming chairs, which you will be seeing both on stage and in the gaming areas. Thank you so much for your support. We truly appreciate it.
Yep, our teams all worked really hard on setting up all of the stage events and like all the special games on the back. So hard that we actually got locked in accidentally in the venue last night.
She's not joking. I saw a message in our group chat at 1 a.m. It was wild.
It was fine. I got out eventually. So anyway, so don't wander up too far though, by the way. Even though, like, okay, I forgot to say this, but now the events are officially open in the back.
That's right, you'll find our beautiful city states in the back here. You can make your way there slowly, no pushing, no panicking. You have 2 full days to explore. And please, mind your belongings. You do not want to lose that goodie bag. If you've already had a look inside, you'll find a couple of gold coins. You can use these to get crafting materials. In the crafting corner, it's great.
That's right. Now, we're going to go into a short break, but at 12:30, I believe, yes, we'll have our dev panel. Like I said, it's going to be with 3 dev members on all things environmental. You don't want to miss this. It will be a 2-hour show, so make sure you stay hydrated and grab some snacks and be back for the show.
That's right. However, if you're not fully caught up with the main scenario quest, there might be a spoiler or two. So if you're really aware of that, if you want to be careful, maybe make sure you put on some headphones or something to avoid that. But otherwise, enjoy the show.
Yep, we'll see you in about 40 minutes, and until then, have a fantastic fan festival!
The attraction towards new experiences is powerful. Alienware gear isn't made to resist that pull. It's made to accelerate it, to transport you to new places where you can embrace difference and leave familiar behind, bringing you ever closer to the ultimate experience. See you on the other side.
Time, no more once upon a time. Take flight, find your wings and spread them wide.
Ah, blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
Might you have a moment to speak further? Come to the land you call the New World. My home. Tural.
attraction towards new experiences is powerful. Alienware gear isn't made to resist that pull. It's made to accelerate it, to transport you to new places where you can embrace difference and leave familiar behind, bringing you ever closer to the ultimate experience. See you on the other side.
Time, no more once upon a time. Take flight, find your wings and spread them wide.
Ah, blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
Might you have a moment to speak further? Come to the land you call the New World. My home. Ural.
almost time for the dev panel, but before we begin, I have a question. Who in the crowd is a G-pose enthusiast? I want to see some hands. There's more in the back. Very good, very good. I can hear them very loud in the back as well. Very nice. So, in that case, you will be very, very aware of all the love and hard work our devs put into creating the world of Final Fantasy XIV. Now, the dev panel, as I said earlier, will have 3 dev team members talking about all things environmental in Final Fantasy XIV. Please welcome producer and director Naoki Yoshida, background artist Masato Shida, and lead technical artist Tatsuya Okahisa.
壊れそうだ。大丈夫
ですか？
ちょっと待って。Alright。よいしょ。はい、では大変お待たせしました。これよりファンフェス開発パネルやっていきたいと思います。
Okay, so without further ado, I'd like to start the dev panel.
まずはファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサー兼ディレクターの吉田です。どうぞよろしくお願いします。
So to start, I'm producer and director of Final Fantasy XIV, Naoki Yoshida.
じゃあ皆さんに一言ずつご挨拶、自己紹介がてらお願いします。
はい、ファイナルファンタジー14でテクニカルアーティストをやっております岡下達也と申します。よろしくお願いいたします。
Yes.
Okay, so could I ask for you to introduce yourself, please?
Yes, my name is Tatsuya Okahisa. I am a technical artist.
では志田さんもお願いします。
はい、バックグラウンドアーティストの志田正人と申します。よろしくお願いいたします。
Hello, my name is Masato Shida. I am a background artist. Thank you for having me.
2人ちょっとナーバスになってるのでぜひ皆さん温かい感じで、リラックスして聴いていただけると嬉しいです。
So the 2 members here are a little bit nervous, so I'd appreciate if you can please be patient and be nice with them.
今日この開発パネルでは、ファイナルファンタジー14がどういったグラフィックスアップデートを行っていったり、どういったテクノロジーでグラフィックスが出来上がっていくのか、7.0 の少し情報なんかも出つつお届けしていければと思ってます。
So in this panel, we'd like to give you a little bit of a glimpse into what type of work goes into the graphics in Final Fantasy XIV, and also introducing some of the specific roles as well.
前半はリードテクニカルアーティストの岡下君の方がメインで、主にキャラクターがどう作られていってるのか、グラフィックスアップデートでどんな効果が見られるのか、よりちょっと詳細に、明かしていければと思ってます。
So in the first half, Okahisa-kun will be in charge here of introducing a little bit about what a technical artist does, and also covering specific examples of his work as well.
そして後半は志田さんに代わって今度はバックグラウンド、いろんな映像も出てきますのでぜひご注目ください。
And Shida-san will be talking more about what goes into creating background work as well. So I hope you'll be interested and watch that as well.
さあでは早速岡下君始めてってもらいましょうか。はい。
Okay, so without further ado, let's get started.
はい、テクニカルアーティストの岡下です。初めての舞台がこのような大きな会場で今 とても緊張していて胃がなくなってしまいそうなんですけども、なくなったら助けてください。
So once again, my name is Tatsuya Okahisa. I'm a technical artist. This is my first stage ever, and it's such a large venue. My stomach is hurting quite a lot from the nervousness, but I would like to have fun. Thank you.
はい、では私の自己紹介からさせていただきます。ゲーム開発歴は今年で10年になります。参加タイトルはファイナルファンタジー14です。
Okay, so just a little bit about myself. My career in game development is now about 10 years now, and my title that I've been working on has always been Final Fantasy XIV.
申請する直前の2013年、新卒として14チームに加入し、14一筋でここまで開発を続けてまいりました。
So I joined the team right before we relaunched as A Realm Reborn. I was straight out of college and joined the Final Fantasy XIV team, and I've been on the team since then.
そのため14ないしはユーザーの皆様に育てていただいたと感じております。本日このような場でお話しさせていただける機会を持てて大変嬉しく思っております。
And so Final Fantasy XIV, as well as the players out there, were the ones that grew me in my career. And so I'm very happy to have this honor to speak with you on stage.
書いてる通り、岡久君は新卒で2013年入社して、なんとそこからもうひたすら10年間14を支え続けてくれてます。
Well, as explained, Okahisa-kun joined the team 10 years ago, just as the timing when the game was relaunching as A Realm Reborn. So his whole career has been devoted to Final Fantasy XIV.
そんな岡久君のちょっと人となりのエピソードを1個だけ紹介したいんですけど、
I want to introduce a funny little anecdote about you, Okahisa-kun.
岡久君ちょっと困った子でしてとにかく仕事が大好きというかゲーム作るのが大好きすぎてなかなか家に帰ってくれないんですよね。
You're a bit of a troublesome little member of the staff, Okahisa-kun. You love your job so much that you enjoy creating games so much that you just don't go home.
だから当時は土曜日曜もちょっと隠れて会社に来て会社の環境でもうとにかくいろいろやりたい当時のねプロジェクトマネージャーたちが岡久君が帰ってくれないどうしましょうみたいな。
I remember back in the day, you would even go to the office on Saturday and Sunday, and you would be hiding out in the office doing your work. And I remember the project managers were so worried. They came to me and they were like, Okahisa-kun, what should we do about him?
僕も似たような性格なんでね、あんまりこうやりたいっていう子はあんまり止めずに、でも体調だけは気をつけるようにねって言って生温かく見守ってきた10年でした。
Well, you know, I myself am quite similar in that respect, so I think it's not a bad thing, just as long as you don't go so far as to work so much that it's detrimental to your health. So I enjoy just watching from the distance and seeing you develop.
ちょっと遊び感覚でやっていて裏でそんなことになってとは思ってなかったんですけどもその経験が今に生きてるのかなというふうに思ってます。
Yeah, I was just having so much fun with my job, and so I didn't realize such a thing was happening in the backgrounds. But yeah, I feel that the experience really pays off.
じゃあ早速代表的な仕事ちょっとね紹介してってもらいましょ
う。Okay, so without further ado, let's see some specific examples of your work.
はい、今表示されているスクリーンショットがこれまで担当してきた仕事の一部になります。
So you will see some of the screenshots of the different projects that I've done.
グラフィックス関連でアーティストのこれやりたいを実現するために必要な仕組みの整理やレギュレーションの見直しなどを行っていました。
So what I do is I listen to the graphics artists, and if there are any specific new things or a desire for them to try out something in the graphics, I would help with them to come up with systems or a way to kind of organize and make that a reality.
例えば赤間同士の詠唱時にオーブと債券が合体するアイディアをゲームで再現するための仕組みを考えたり、
For example, when the red mage casts their spell, the artist wanted to have an effect where the orb and the rapier kind of comes together, and so I tried to help with coming up with a system that would allow that to be shown in game.
遅延なども考慮しつつモーションがきれいに再生されるような処理の流れを考えたり、
as well as come up with a way that the graphics would be processed properly so that despite any sort of lags or the delay that it may cause, the motion would be properly displayed.
新種族や泳ぎモーション、召喚獣などのメモリのレギュレーションを決めてたりしていました。
And lastly, I would also come up with the different regulations that surround the new races, any action and motion related to swimming, summons, and things like that.
最近だとパンデモニウムの時から本格的に実装されたエフェクト付き装備の実装に関わっております。
And then more recently, I helped with coming up with a system to allow for an effect to be displayed in some of the Pandemonium raid gear.
まずはアーティストからかっこいい設定画が送られてきます。
So let us take a look at the process that goes into this. First, the artist would send over a very cool-looking design document.
そしてエフェクトと防具が一体となった新しいデザインを実装させたいですというオーダーがありました。
And then the request here was to have the effect kind of together in the gear, and it's a new design that we want to make a reality.
さらにこの装備は後ろのリングのようなエフェクトも防具のデザインの一つなので、常にエフェクトは表示させてくださいというオーダーもありました。
And on top of that, there was a request, because this ring in the back was part of the design of the armor, we want that effect to be constantly displayed.
防具にこのような大きなエフェクトがつくことは初めてで、こういった初めてやるような試みの際に仕様をまとめてゲームに落とし込んでいくところを担当しています。
So it was a first that we had this kind of effect, a large effect show on a piece of armor. So we had to come up with a way to specify and to design it so that it properly displays in game.
例えばいつも通りキャラやエフェクトのアーティストに実際に実装してもらうとこんな感じです。ほぼ完成に見えますが、実はいろいろと問題がありました。
So of course, this is what we would be looking at in our process. If we just put it in as we would regularly do it, the character and the effect would display it on the screen. It looks pretty complete at this point, but there were some issues.
マウントを呼びます。
Okay, let's try to summon a mount.
マウントオメガに起乗しました。こちらは大丈夫そうですね。
Okay, and we are on board the Omega mount. It seems fine right now.
ただ飛行状態だとはみ出てしまっています。
That said, once it takes flight, you may see that there's a little bit of protrusion going on.
こちらも気持ちよさそうにマウントしていますが。
Next, we have another mount. Looks very comfy, huh?
やっぱりはみ出てしまっています。
That said, we see a little protrusion here as well.
でこちらはどうでしょうか。
Let's look at these.
はい、エフェクトだけミニマムがかからず大きなままになってしまいました。
So you can see when the enfeeblement minimum comes on, the ring stays the same size, so it still stays very large.
このように14ではできることが多い分、新しいことを実装するとなると既存の仕様とぶつかってしまうことがよくあります。
So because there's a lot of things that can be done in Final Fantasy XIV, whenever we try something new, it kind of collides and sometimes there's a conflict with existing systems.
そのためアーティストのイメージをゲーム内で実装するためにはどうしたらよいか、既存の仕様を拡張したり新しい仕様を追加するためのルールをまとめる作業を行っています。
So what I do is to help with the artists and get their image, what they're envisioning in game, and to make sure that it's displaying properly within. And so I would have to write different new rules or expand on some of the existing systems and things like that.
ただ難しいことはやっていなくて、例えばマウント時にエフェクトが干渉してしまう問題に対しては指定部位のエフェクトをオンオフする機能を新たに導入して回避しました。
That said, it's not all too complicated. For example, here we had an issue where the effects kind of interrupted with the mounts. So we would have a grid of which areas we would have turned on and off. And so we were able to mitigate the situation in that way.
例えばこんな感じのシートを用意して全パターンの組み合わせを調整できるような仕組みをプログラマーさんと協力して実装を行いました。
So I would prepare a spreadsheet and make sure that I am looking at the different patterns of or combinations of how we would have our effects and mounts, and then I would work with the programmer to make sure that it's implemented correctly.
結構力技ですよね。スケールの問題も単純にミニマムがかかっても問題がないように新しい計算方式に全部見直しました。
Yeah, it's pretty hands-on, I think. A lot of manual work that goes into it. Scaling as well was an issue, so we had to review some of the formulas that were utilized in the calculations. After we had reviewed it, we were able to solve the problem where the enfeeblement will also be reflected on the effects as well.
だから魔法のようなね仕組みを考えたりっていうところももちろんそうなんですけど、こういうシートを使ってね地道にフラグをこうチェック、こいつの場合は消す、こいつの場合は消すってね地道な努力っていうのも合わせてやってますと。はい。
Yeah, of course, there are these mechanisms involved in this, but this process of using this sheet, and you'd be going one by one, checking, flagging certain points, so delete this one here, delete this one there. It's it requires steady efforts.
はい、単純な実装ですが、10年以上データを作り続けた上でこの対応をやると思いのほか大変だったりします。すでに組み上がった過去のデータに影響が出ないようにいろいろ仕様を加味しつつ実装を行っております。
For sure, it seems simple, but over 10 years I've been creating these kinds of data and spreadsheet, and this adjustment is rather a large undertaking sometimes. So we do have to make sure that we're not interfering with some of the existing past data and information. And so we would always try to come up with creative ways to mitigate and implement.
また多人数が集まった時のメモリ使用量や負荷などの問題がないかも確認してレギュレーションの再整理を行っています。
And of course, because we have a lot of characters displayed on screen, I also have to be mindful of how much memory we're consuming and making sure that the load is not causing any issues. And I would have to look at some of the regulations that surround that as well.
こちらはエフェクトがついた状態で100体表示できるかを検証しています。この辺もプログラマーさんと密に連携を取りながら慎重に調整を行っています。
So what you're seeing here on the screen is where we're testing these effect being shown for, let's see, there's over 100 characters with the same effect. I would work together with the programmers to make sure that this is carefully being considered.
こんな感じで新規実装を行う際のレギュレーションや仕様の拡張を行い、安全に新しいルールを追加するサポートを主に行っておりました。
So yeah, that's what I've been doing. Whenever we do something new, I would work on how to sort of expand on existing regulations and design specifications so that we can provide a safe and new rule and to support some of these new items.
実際のところね、この今のそのエフェクト付き防具の仕事にね、1年1人で当たってるわけじゃなくて、ものすごい数の新仕様を並行しながら動いてるものを短い期間でこう実現していくっていうのが、岡久君のやってきてる仕事になってます。
Well, of course, with the example of this gear with this effect on, it's not just the case that you've taken 1 year and doing this all by yourself. You've been going over a process of covering many small things over a period of time, covering multiple factors as well, yeah.
では改めてね、テクニカルアーティストってそもそも何なのっていう説明をちょっとしてってもらいましょう。
はい。But I think at this point we should jump back to the issue. Just what exactly is technical artistry?
はい、テクニカルアーティストって何と思われる方がほとんどだと思いますが、ゲーム業界の中でもここ10年くらいにできた新しい業種になります。
So yeah, I'm sure there are people who are wondering what exactly is a technical artist. It is a rather new sort of specialty in the game industry. I think it's just recently, or it's been about 10 years since it has been recently established.
特徴としては名前の通りテクニカルなアーティストです。プ プログラムの知識も持ちつつアセット制作も詳しいプログラマーとアーティストの間のような存在になります。
So the biggest characteristic is, as the name states, it's a technical artist. So I would have knowledge of programming as well as knowledge in asset creation as well. So I'm kind of like in between a programmer and an artist.
14では主にアーティストの作業効率を上げるさまざまなサポートを行っております。
So in Final Fantasy XIV, I would help with different support systems that would allow for more efficient work for our artists.
昨今のゲーム開発ではアーティストとプログラマーにはそれぞれ高度な専門知識が求められます。
Yeah, recently with game development, artists and programmers each would be required to have a high level of very technical knowledge.
プログラマーにはクライアントとサーバーなどプログラムの知識が。
So for programmers, we would need knowledge on different clients and servers, various programming knowledge.
アーティストにはツールを駆使した 2D、3D の制作方法などアートの知識が双方高いレベルで要求されます。
And for artists, they would require to utilize tools and to create 2D, 3D artwork. And so both sides would require very high levels of each of these skills.
そのためアーティストとプログラマーの間に知識の差が出てきてしまいます。
Because of that, sometimes there is a disparity between what the artists and the programmers have knowledge of.
効率的な開発や挑戦的な開発を行うにはアーティストとプログラマーが密にコミュニケーションを取る必要があります。ただ年々ゲーム開発の専門性がありコミュニケーションが難しくなってきています。
So of course, to be efficient in our development and try to take on new challenges, the artists and the programmers would always have to constantly communicate and have a very tight sort of communication between them. That said, game development has become very specific. There's a lot of specialized needs that are required, and so sometimes communication can get a little difficult.
そこでこうした双方の分野の知識差を補うような形でテクニカルアーティストという職業が登場しました。
That's why a technical artist sort of was created to bridge that gap.
こうすることでそれぞれの専門分野に集中することができ、安全かつ効率的な開発ができるようになります。
So by having a technical artist in between, each section are able to concentrate on their respective professional departments, and then they are able to develop safely as well as very efficiently.
14では先ほどの例のようにグラフィックスのレギュレーションや実装に関わる部分でアーティストのイメージを実現するための整理を行い品質向上のサポートをしております。
So in Final Fantasy XIV, just as I explained earlier, a technical artist would help with the different regulations that surround some of the graphic elements that are inside so that we can help the artist kind of realize what they want to do in-game.
この他にも14のテクニカルアーティストはアーティストの開発効率や品質を上げるためのさまざまなサポートを行っています。
And in addition to that, the Final Fantasy XIV technical artists would help the artists become more efficient and to be able to improve on their quality of the work.
イメージしやすいように制作に例えると、このララフェルが他の開発者、アーティストになります。
So if I were to give an example in a crafting situation, let us look at our crafter here. Lalafell is going to be the artist, the other developer.
そして私たちテクニカルアーティストがこれです。
And then technical artists are these.
つまりアーティストがフルに活躍するためのバフのような存在になります。
In other words, we're sort of like a buff that we can apply to our crafter so that the artist can be able to unleash their abilities to their fullest.
皆さんもちろんバフの大切さを分かっていただけると思います。なくてもなんとかなるけど、あるとはるかに効率の良い、特にエンドコンテンツに挑戦するようなケースには必要不可欠な存在です。
So I'm sure everybody knows and appreciate how much these buffs are. Of course, you can still craft without these buffs, but having these will allow for a much more effective crafting situation. If you are trying to build crafted gear for end game content, I'm sure it's quite required to have some of these buffs.
実は僕がねゲーム業界に入った頃、当然まだこのテクニカルアーティストっていう職種は存在してませんでした。
Well, of course, back when I joined the gaming industry, there wasn't this role, technical artist.
大体本当10年前ぐらいから、もうちょっと前ぐらいから大量のアニメーション、例えばサッカーゲームのように、もう5000とか6000モーションをどうやってこうメモリに収めてその効率よくそれぞれのサッカー選手のその癖というか動きを再現するかみたいなところからアニメーションベースでだんだんこうテクニカルにこう寄ってったっていうのがスタートだったように思ってます。
So I think it started about 10 years ago, or maybe just a little more. But back at that time, it was used to simplify the process of having many, for example, games that typically have a lot of different animations. So if you were to take a soccer game, for example, it might have 5,000 to 6,000 motions, and those motions would be there to represent those peculiar characteristics that certain soccer players would have. So to cover that all on an animation basis would be a lot of work.
いやなので、さっきまさに言ってた通りプログラマーの知識とアーティスト、実際物も作ることがあるぐらい、両方の知識を持っていてかつ最新のテクノロジー大好きっていうのがテクニカルアーティストですね。
So, as you mentioned, it kind of combines the expertise of a programmer, so having the knowledge of a programmer, but also knowing what the artists want, and combining that to create something which realizes the vision.
OK かな、進めて。
はい。もう少し分かりやすい例をお見せしたいと思います。
Okay, so I wanted to delve into some more examples. This might be also hopefully easy to follow along.
この画像はキャラクターセクションで作成した防具のデータです。
Okay, so this is some of the images that the character section created for gear.
防具はこのようなルールで作りましょうと仕様が決まった後、そのルールに基づいてアセットを最大限効率的に作る必要があります。
So of course, once the design specification for a particular set of armor or gear has been established, then they would need to create assets based on that and be able to maximize their sort of effectiveness.
なるべく1パッチに高品質なものをたくさん提供したいんですけれども、ヒューラン、ララフェル、ルガディンなど体系が大きく違いすぎてどうしてもコストがかかってしまいます。
Of course, we want to deliver high quality work in a very efficient way, and many of those at that. So that said, we have different races in the game. We've got the Hure, the Lalafell, the Rogadins, and they all have very varying body sizes. So unfortunately, it does take up a little bit of bandwidth to accommodate for all of them.
だから皆さんから見てね、一つのデザインの装備だと、装備は1種類。もうとにかくたくさんの装備をパッチごとに実装してくれよってもちろんその気持ちは分かるんですけど、見て分かる通りもう、3倍とまでは言わないですけどやっぱりこれだけ体型違うと本当にこう一個一個こう作っていかないと本当にクオリティが出ないっていう状態になるので、やっぱそこら辺をどう効率化するかっていうのがすごい重要になってきます。
So maybe from the perspective of players, when you look at the gear, you think, okay, it's one design, so one piece of gear. But as you can see in the game, there's many different types of shapes of the races. So I wouldn't go so far as to say that it's completely different, but unless we address the shapes one by one, then we wouldn't be able to reach the quality. So we do appreciate that players are always asking us to implement many gear in the game for each patch. It is quite a lot of work, and we need some sort of process to make it more efficient.
そこでワークフローの中で時間のかかっている作業を探して整理していきます。
So yeah, I would come in here to organize some of the work that goes into production, and we would take note of some of the tasks that would take more time within the workflow.
はい、動画を持ってきたのでご覧ください。
Okay, so we brought a video to show you, so let us look at that.
はい、これが普段使っている 3D ツールを拡張してヒューランの装備をルガディンやララフェルなど多種族に変形するような機能を作りました。
So right here you are looking at, we are using our 3D tool. So as we expanded on some of the functionalities of this 3D tool so that your equipment can be morphed so that it would fit the Rogaden body type or Lalafell body type.
ちょっと普段見せるものではないので難しいですけれども
I don't typically show this outside, so I'm a little bit embarrassed.
今のツールをポチってするとヒューランで作ったやつがバーって計算されてルガディンとララフェルにこう変形するっていうね、そういうツールでしたね。
So simply put, this tool, with a simple press of a button, the data that was there for the Hure is transferred, well, calculations are made, and then the changes are addressed for Rogadin and Lalafell.
この後キャラハンの方でブラッシュアップしたものがこちらの今出ている画像になります。
And then you will see that after that calculation has been done, the character team will polish and brush up the figures, as you can see.
先ほどのツールだけではまだまだ製品クオリティではありませんので、キャラハンのブラッシュアップは必須です。
Of course, the tool is very convenient, but that doesn't give us the final product quality. So we do require the character team to help us polish this.
ただ、単純作業の部分をツールで簡略化することで、アーティストがクリエイティブな部分に時間を割けるように、効率面とクオリティ面の向上をサポートしております。
But that said, we try to automate some of the more simple tasks so that the artists can concentrate more of their time in the creative aspects of production so that we will have more efficiency and then allow for higher quality to be produced.
だから先ほどのツールである程度機械的にそのボディサイズに合わせたポリゴンの変形っていうのはやるんですけど、そこからはやっぱりそのままリリースするといろんなところがこう刺さったりねしている状態なので、そこからはアーティスト、今度はキャラクターアーティストたちが本当に細かいところを手で直し、伸びてるテクスチャーを縮めみたいなことをやってって皆さんにお届けするっていう流れになってます。
So as you could see in the previous example, the tool basically goes through a mechanical process to adapt to the body size of the race and changes the polygons accordingly. However, if we were just to release this in the game as is, we would experience various issues. So that's when it's the job of the character artist to jump in and, for example, maybe there are some textures which are elongated here and there, so they would go through the process of shortening them. So they'll be basically in charge of brushing it up so that it is fit for release.
このような作業をアーティストのワークフロー全般にわたって行っているのがテクニカルアーティストセクションになります。
Yes, so the technical artist section goes through these different tasks that the artists would go through in their workflow to make sure that we are providing support for all of that.
はい、先ほどの基調講演ではグラフィックスアップデートの進捗紹介がありました。あれらの作業は 6.x と並行した開発を行う必要があるため、テクニカルアーティストセクションの方ではこのような形で作業環境をゴリゴリ拡張して、アーティストが効率よく作業できるための開発環境を提供しております。
So you may have seen some of the graphical update progress that we've made, but that is being done at the same time as developing 6.x series as well. So the technical artist section would help with some of the production environment, making sure that we are properly expanding it and making sure that the artists can efficiently work.
はい、ということでここからは第一次グラフィックスアップデートのお話をしていきたいと思います。
Okay, so I would like to touch upon some of the things that are in the first graphical update.
はい、本日はグラフィックスアップデートに関わる方々を代表して皆さんにアップデートの内容を楽しくお伝えできたらと思います。
So I am here on behalf of all of the people that are working on this first graphical update so that I can show you some of the updates that we are applying.
はい、改めてコンセプトのおさらいです。第一次グラフィックスアップデートでは画面全体の美しさを重視し、総合的な美しさを向上させる方針で進めています。
So we are looking here at the key aims of the graphical update. Once again, we are making sure that we are putting emphasis on enhancing the screen-wide aesthetic appeal and making sure that, these are being all enhanced.
特に効果が顕著な改善点としてテクスチャや影の解像度を高解像度化するというものがあります。あと見た目への影響が大きいシェーダーの更新をメインに大小さまざまな要素をアップデートしていきます。
And then some of the more significantly visible aspects would be the different textures and shadows and making sure that we are enhancing the resolutions on those, and then the shaders that have a fairly large impact on how a character looks on screen. That is also going to be updated, but we'll be doing various updates, big and small.
しかし、重要なポイントはこれまで築いてきた14のイメージを壊さないことです。
That said, a very important point that we keep in mind is that we don't want to destroy any sort of image that the players have built of Final Fantasy XIV in their minds.
ただこのイメージを維持するっていうのが一番大変で、各担当者がプレッシャーですと常に言っています。
That said, this image is very subjective, so it is quite a challenge for us to making sure that these are being maintained and also being updated as well. So a lot of the people who are working on the teams have told me that, this is a lot of pressure.
これはね、僕も直接言われますね。イメージを皆さんのイメージを大事にしていきますって吉田さんが言うたびに心臓がギュッてなるって。
Yeah, I do this directly quite a lot. It's as mentioned, we'll make great importance on the image, and then everyone kind of feels their heart tense up.
はい、コンセプト自体は簡潔でシンプルなものなのですが、実は細かいものを含めると100以上の項目になっております。
Of course, we think of the concept being very simple and straightforward, but looking at the different elements that we had to update, there's over 100 different elements that we had to go in.
テクスチャや影の解像度を上げるとメモリの圧迫や計算の処理負荷が上がるため、普段であれば絶対にできない調整になります。
So whenever we try to tweak the resolution of the textures or shadows, it does affect the memory that is being consumed, or some of the calculations might take more of a load. And so it's something that we typically cannot touch.
今回はグラフィックスプログラマーが参戦する本格的なアップデートのため、やるなら今しかないという気持ちで各セクション改善案を持ち出したところ、このような大量の項目になってしまいました。
And so this time when we were given the opportunity to do such a large undertaking, the graphics programmer were going to be involved in this large update. So we were all in the mindset of this is the only time we can take advantage of this. And so each section brought their proposals forward, and this is what happened.
また現段階でも14はグラフィックスをよく見せるための仕組みがいっぱいありまして、ここからさらに1台のクオリティを上げるためには1個2個の大きな改修を行うだけではとても変わったなっていう感じにはならなかったので、細かいところも含めた総合的なアプローチを取る必要がありました。
And of course, even now, we have many systems that are in place that would enhance the graphics and how it looks on screen in Final Fantasy XIV. So for us to step that up even further is not going to be taken care of in just one or two significant changes. So I think it was a good opportunity to look at it from a holistic perspective, making sure that we are looking at some of the minute details as well.
すべての項目をご紹介することはできませんが、前回ファンフェスの基調講演でお見せした内容から、具体的にどこが良くなっているのかをご紹介していけたらなと思います。
Of course, we won't go into every single detail of our over 100 updates. That said, we would like to touch upon some of the elements that we have covered in previous Fan Festival announcements of our graphical update.
まず自分の方からはキャラクターのどこがアップデートされているかを紹介いたします。
So for me, I would like to show you some of the updates that were made to the character figures.
最初は肌などの質感についてご紹介したいと思います。前回の基調講演でもキャラクターの肌質が良くなったことはお分かりいただけたと思います。
So first of all, I would like to touch upon the texture of the skin of these characters. I'm sure you were able to see in the previous keynote that the textures on the characters' skin, the face and their skin has become a lot better.
こちらは現在のエレゼン男性です。
Okay, what you're looking at now, of course, is our male Elezen.
そしてこちらがグラフィックスアップデート後のエレゼンになります。
And then this is an after of the same Elezen.
どうでしょうか。肌質や血色が良くなっていると思います。
I hope you can tell that the texture of the skin, as well as that sort of, I don't know, the makes it look more lively, I guess. The blood flow on the face is a lot more apparent in this version.
比べるとこんな感じです。
Here's a comparison.
右側はテクスチャーの解像度とポリゴン数の上限を増やしつつシェーダーの更新を行いました。
So on the right side, you see that we have raised the resolution of the polygons, or the textures, pardon me, and then we have increased the number of polygons, plus we have updated the shaders.
特にノーマルマップと呼ばれる凹凸表現に使われるテクスチャーの解像度を上げたことで今までに出せなかったディティールを出せるようになりました。
So especially here, we've worked on the texture map, the normal map, where it would have that sort of protrusions and what is it like? It's the surface, making sure that we are raising the resolution of the textures that are utilized in the different bumps and in concave areas, and we were able to bring out a lot of details.
担当者に伺ったところ、肌の角質の表現を入れつつもリアルになりすぎないような調整にこだわったとのことでした。
So I asked the person working on this particular aspect, and so what they told me was that they tried to make sure they gave that sort of texture of the skin where you would see like skin flakes almost, but didn't want to make it too realistic.
ノーマルマップの微小な凹凸が入ることでハイライトがより細かく計算されパッと見の艶やかさが増していると思います。
So we tried to tweak the different protrusions and whatnot on the normal maps so that the highlights are more finely calculated so that the skin feels more dewy.
そう、今回ね、肌の角質、各種族きめ細やかにやりすぎないように角質がちょっとちゃんと入ってるんで、ぜひね近くで見てもらいたい。
Yeah, it was mentioned just right now, the skin flakes almost. We put a lot of hard work into that, so you can almost see the details in each race. So I would like you, but I said don't go too far, but I would like players to definitely check out each race and see the work that we've done on that.
開発パネルでたまに出てくるノーマルマップはこんなテクスチャーです。
So let me show you a normal map example here. You might see it in a development panel.
このノーマルマップを貼るとこんな感じになります。
So when we place the texture onto this normal map, it looks kind of like this.
このノーマルマップっていうのはこの凹凸のデータを貼っておいて、それにライトが当たった時に影の計算をするための内側に貼られているものだと思ってくれれば分かりやすいと思います。
So I think a simple way of thinking of normal maps is basically data, all the bumps on the texture surface is made into data, and it's basically calculating when light is cast upon that data, it calculates the shade, so which parts would develop a shade, as it were.
ただ単純に凹凸を足すだけだと先ほどのような血色を表現することはできません。
Of course, with just this sort of raising and decreasing the emboss and deboss of the surface will not allow for a realistic depiction of skin.
今回はテクスチャーの高解像度化に加えてサブサーフェススキャッタリングという手法をプログラマーに組み込んでもらい、より透明感のある肌を目指しました。
So in addition to raising the resolution of the textures, we had the programmer built in this subsurface scattering so that the skin feels very youthful.
ちょっと学術的になりますよ。
This is going to be a bit technical.
サブサーフェススキャタリングとは何かというのをざっくりご説明させていただくと、今までのシェーダーはポリゴンの表面に貼られているテクスチャーの色を返すだけのシンプルな計算方法でした。
So just a quick explanation on what subsurface scattering is that so the current shaders would only just bounce off the color that is pasted on the surface of a particular polygon.
今回導入したサブサーフェススキャタリングはポリゴンの表面のテクスチャーの色をそのまま返すのではなく、実際の肌と同じように一部の光が肌の中に侵食して拡散反射をする動きを疑似的に再現しています。
So with subsurface scattering, the polygon would have the surface, and then of course light would hit it, and then you will see the colors that are reflected simply off of the surface. But also it goes subsurface, so it goes underneath the skin and kind of scatters around the light so that it gives a more realistic impression.
はい、こちらがノーマルマップを高解像度化しただけの画像です。サブサーフェススキャタリングは適用していません。
Okay, so we're looking at here now an image where the normal map has a higher resolution. There's no subsurface scattering just yet.
凹凸が入りディティールは細かくなったものの、先ほどのような肌の透明感を感じませんよね。
So you can see the different bumps on the skin right now, but then we still don't see that sort of realistic skin kind of feeling.
はい、少し微妙な変化なのでよく見ていてください。
It might be subtle, but please take a look.
はい、先ほどの強い陰影が拡散して肌に柔らかさと血色が出たと思います。
So once the light kind of scatters inside, like beneath the surface of the skin, you see that it feels a lot more realistic. It's not just a bumpy surface, but then it does feel like real skin.
ちょっと説明しようか。
Shall I explain a bit?
鼻のあたりの影を見ててほしいんですけど。
I want you to look at the shadow cast around the nose.
単純に、シンプルに影が落ちてるところと落ちてないところの境界が結構くっきりなのが分かると思うんですね。
I think you'll be able to clearly tell the distinction between the areas where the shadow is clearly falling on the surface and not so much.
ところがサブサーフェイススキャタリング使ってちゃんと肌の中での光の拡散というのを重ねていくと、
So when subsurface scattering is applied and the light is dispersed beneath the skin,
すごくフラットというかナチュラルな陰影に変わったのが分かると思います。
I think you can appreciate that the shadow cast on the nose has become a lot more natural.
はい、またバックスキャッタリングという手法も導入し、耳の先っぽが赤く透けているような表現にもこだわりました。
We also implemented back scattering. So the tips of the ears, you will see that the light kind of passes through the tips and it kind of looks red.
人間の耳もね、実際皮膚の薄いところは光が透過してで血管が薄く見えたりすると思うんですけど、そういうところまで今回こだわってると。
So you can also take a real life example. If even in the human ear, there's a very thin part of the skin, and when the light passes through that, it's so thin that you can even see the veins.
はい、ちなみにララフェルだとこのような感じです。
And as a side note, Lalafell would look like this.
はい、担当者曰くララフェルはリアルさよりも人形っぽい可愛さが失われない点を意識したそうです。
So in terms of the Lalafell, the person who was handling this aspect of it didn't want to make it too realistic. They wanted to pursue a more doll-like look.
はい、あとは渋いキャラクターだとこのような感じになります。
And then some of the other more stern-looking characters.
はい、質感が入ることでよりかっこよくなりますね。
Having that texture more realistic, I think it gives off an even better or even more enhanced kind of look to it.
ちなみに今回キャラクターセクションでノーマルマップを含めた肌のテクスチャーをすべて作り直しています。
And by the way, this time the character section went into the different normal maps as well as the texture material for the skin, and they have revamped it. They remade it for this time.
今の段階で顔のノーマルマップだけで300枚くらい修正しています。
And just looking at the face parts of these different races, we have about 300 different maps that they had to update.
あとは肌と少し違いますが、ロスガルにはファーシェーダーという別のシェーダーを導入し、毛並みを良くしております。
And then slightly different from skin depiction, but also we have the Rothgar race where we are going to be implementing a fur shader.
ついにね、14チームキャラクターセクション待望のファーシェーダー、毛並みをレンダリングするための仕組みがついに14にも入ったので、みんな喜んでましたよ。
Finally, for the Final Fantasy XIV development team, it's been a long time coming. The dev team really wanted to implement a fur shader, and we finally have it.
以上が肌のアップデートについてでした。
Yep, so that covers the updates that were made to the character's skin.
はい、続いては瞳についてです。
Next are their eyes.
はい、こちらは現在の瞳です。
Okay, what you are looking at right now is a current character and his eyes.
はい、目元にご注目ください。
If you could take a closer look at his eyes.
こちらがグラフィックスアップデート後の瞳です。
You will see that his pupils will be updated after the graphics update.
比べるとこんな感じです。
Here's a comparison.
今回アップデートではハイライトの計算を見直しました。
So what we did in the graphical update here is to review the calculations that were made for the highlight in the eye.
以前は固定位置にテクスチャーで丸いハイライトを描いていましたが、この方式は狙った絵を作りやすいという利点もありましたが、今回アップデートではこの固定ハイライトをやめてもう少し自然になるような調整を行っています。
So previously we would have that highlight kind of drawn into the iris, and of course this allows for us to have an expected finished product, finished image. But with the graphical update that we will be applying, we wanted to kind of move on from the fixed highlight and then allow for a more natural looking highlight.
また違和感のないレベルで実際の眼球に近いような屈折処理も入れております。
And then we've also added a refraction method or formula so that the eyes would look even more realistic.
はい、静止画も良いのですが、時間変化での移り変わりもご覧ください。
So yeah, we're looking at a still image right now, but we also prepared a video that shows where the highlight would fall depending on what time of the day it is and where the sun is.
はい、
瞳のねハイライトの位置が変わっていきますね。
So you can see that the position of the highlight is changing now.
左は固定されているのが分かってしまいました。
And so now you can tell that right now it's kind of fixed in that left part.
だから実際には今の皆さんがプレイされてる14は瞳にこうハイライトが書いてあるんですけど。
So, in other words, right now, the character that you're playing with in 14 has that highlight drawn into the eye.
今回からは光の拡散、計算してハイライトがちゃんと、演算処理として描かれるようになっています。
But now, finally, we've introduced this method so that the refraction is calculated so that the position changes as time goes on.
はい、他にもアウラの目のリングをシェーダーに切り替えるなどの調整も入れています。今まではポリゴンで目のリングを作っていたので、よく見ると角があります。
And other updates would be in the aura, the rings on the outside part of that sort of pupil iris is going to be switched over to a shader. Up until this point, we had used polygons, so you can see that it's a little bit, it has like a little, it's more angled.
アウラの特徴的な目の交際リングなんですけど、今まではもうテクスチャーでなんとか少ない容量サイズのテクスチャーで描いてたのでちょっとカクカクしてるんですけど、もう今回は計算でその綺麗にその丸を後から描くっていう処理に変えたのでかなり綺麗に出るようになったので、交際のねちょっと調整なんかをしてもらえるとすごく皆さんの望んだ印象っていうのをまた作れるんじゃないかなと思います。
So yeah, one of the characteristics of the aura is this colored iris in the eye, and originally what we had was we used a low texture which was drawn in, and because of that the curves is actually not really a proper curve, but it's kind of jagged around the edges. But by changing this to a calculation, we've been able to produce a more smooth, round contour, and then we have a process of drawing in later. So with this new introduction of this technique, I think we'll be able to make advancements more to the kind of vision that everyone has for their characters.
はい、以上が瞳のアップデートについてでした。
So that was it for the eyes.
続けてキャラクターの髪の毛についてです。
Next is regarding the character's hair.
はい、こちらが現在の髪の毛です。
Okay, so right now we are looking at the current version.
そしてこちらがグラフィックスアップデート後になります。
And after the graphical update,
髪はテクスチャの解像度を上げることでより滑らかな髪になりました。
so for the hair, we have raised the resolution for the texture so that it looks a lot more smooth.
はい、比べるとこんな感じです。
A comparison here.
テクスチャの解像度を上げてハイライトを調整することで自然な髪の毛を目指しました。
So by adjusting the highlights, raising the resolution of the textures, we are able to make a more realistic looking smooth hair.
そして髪の毛にはもう一つこだわりの機能を入れています。
One more element that we have implemented in the hair.
はい、こちらの動画をご覧ください。
If we could look at the video.
はい、カメラ視点の角度によって色が変わる特殊な設定を行っています。
So you can see that there are different color sections within the hair that you can see depending on the position of the camera.
この設定で何を行っているかというと、髪の毛の流れる方向を指定しています。
So what we're doing with these different colored section is we're defining which direction the hair flows.
画像のような髪の流れが複雑な髪型でも流れに沿った自然なハイライトが入るようになります。
So by having these guidelines in the character model, even if they have a very complicated or complex hairstyle like this character does, it will allow for the lighting to hit properly so that we have natural looking highlights in the hair.
はい、こちらも動画をご覧ください。
Let us look at another video.
はい、いかがでしょう。ちゃんと髪の流れに沿ってハイライトが動くのを確認できます。
As you can see, you are able to follow the highlights moving depending on where the light source is.
設定をやらないと全体が単純にハイライトが降りてくる上がってくるっていうだけなんですけど、ヘアスタイルの髪の流れに沿ってハイライトが別々に動いてるかのようにね、かかってるかのように見えるっていうところが技術のねポイント、こだわりなんで。
Yeah, if that setting isn't applied, then basically the kind of you would only see like a fall or a rise in the direction, but by applying this setting, it actually accommodates for the hairstyle so that the shadow is cast down in the different directions, and that's a very kind of strong technique which we used in this case, and we are very particular about these points in our development.
以上が髪のアップデートについてでした。
Yep, so that was the hair.
はい、続いては装備についてのご紹介です。前回の基調講演でナイトの装備の質感が大きく変わって驚かれた方も多いと思いますが、装備はディティールの向上と質感のバリエーションを増やすことに注力しました。
Next are updates to the gear. You may have seen the Paladin gear in the previous keynote presentation, and you might have been surprised by how much improvements that were made. So for gear, we tried to focus on trying to improve upon the detail and how that's depicted, as well as allowing for more variation in the textures.
はい。シェーダーの素の状態のものを持ってきました。
Okay, so here we have the shaders that are in its sort of regular application.
左が今までのもので、右がグラフィックスアップデート後のシェーダーを適用したものになります。
So the graphics on the left shows what we currently have, and then the images on the right shows what will happen if we utilize the shaders after the graphical update.
メモリの上限を上げたことで、事前計算した映り込みの解像度を上げたり、色をつけることができるようになりました。
So we were able to lift the upper restrictions of how much memory we're consuming so that we can have pre-calculated sort of reflections and raise the resolution of the reflection, or sometimes we're able to apply color if needs be.
また今回のアップデートでは、物理ベースレンダリングといわれる手法を導入し、ハイライトの表現力を上げています。
And then in this update, we will be implementing a system that is physics-based rendering, and so we will allow for a better depiction of highlights here as well.
はい、夜だとこんな感じになります。こちらの方が違いが分かりやすいかもしれないですね。
Here's an example of nighttime lighting. This might help with seeing what the difference would look like.
空の黒さがしっかりと出ているようになったり、ハイライトの表現がより正確に出るようになっております。
You can see that the sky looks very dark and it's reflected off of the surface, and then the highlights are also very accurate.
ただ14が目指す表現はフォトリアルを追求するものではないので、物理ベースの手法はあくまで手段の一つとして捉えており、かっこよければ今までと変わらず物理的に正しくないこともやっていくと思います。
Of course, with Final Fantasy XIV, we are not trying to pursue a very photorealistic depiction of our graphics. So this physics-based rendering is just a tool that we use in our application. And if there are depictions that we feel is more cool looking, sometimes we might kind of go beyond the boundaries of like real-life physics.
実はこれも嘘ついてるところあるよね。
はい、これもすでに嘘をついてます。
Well, even right now, there is something which isn't quite realistic. We're kind of manipulating here and there, as it were to say, aren't we?
Exactly, yes.
単純な本当に物理ベースの計算、現実の光の反射とかっていうのを本当に正確にレンダリングするっていうことはまあ可能だし、まあスペックかければどんどん現実に近づけていけるんですけど、まあ、目指してるのって僕らそこじゃなくて、ファンタジーを感じられるそのニュアンスなので、あえて計算精度を落としたりとかちょっと違った計算を入れることで雰囲気をそれっぽくしたりっていうのをすごい工夫してくれてます。はい。
Yeah, so if we were to simply apply calculations for a realistic reflection of the light, that is perfectly possible, but that's not exactly what we're aiming for with 14. So we're aiming more for like we want to have that kind of fantasy feel, that fantasy vibe. There's a certain nuance that we're aiming for. So we don't use the calculations just as they are. Sometimes we might drop the precision of the calculations, or we might change the calculation so that we can achieve what we have in our vision.
こちらは今のナイト AF ですが、ここに先ほどの新しいシェーダーを適用してテクスチャーを調整すると、
Yes, so we're looking at the current Paladin artifact gear, and so when we apply the new shader here,
はい、こうなります。
This is what it will look like.
はい、映り込みに色がついたことで空の青さが少し乗ったり、地面の色が影響して今までよりも複雑な色合いを出せていると思います。
So you can see that some of the reflection is applied here, and you can see some of the color of the sky being reflected, or the ground is also impacting how the armor looks. And so I think we're able to see a much more complex, rich kind of color in here.
ハイライトの表現もより自然になっていると思います。
And I think the highlights are also quite natural looking here.
はい、他のエリアでも撮影をしてきたので画像をご覧ください。
So we have the same piece of gear shot in a different location.
はい、現在のゴールドソーサーとアマーレンの画像です。
This is the current gold saucer and amarang.
はい、そちらがこのようになります。
And then this is with the updated graphics.
周りの環境の映り込みを取り込んでいるのがお分かりいただけると思います。
As you can see, it reflects a lot of the environmental elements in the piece of gear.
今までだとね、単なる反射とかだったんですけど、周りの環境の色をちゃんと反映するようになったみたいなところがすごい大きな変化かなと思います。
Yeah, so far we just had a simple reflection of the light, but by implementing this improvement, we now get the color of the environment also having an impact on the reflection. And I think that's an amazing change that we've been able to produce.
はい、さらにより細かいディティールを出せるように、今回テクスチャーの構成も大きく変更しました。
And of course, so that we can show more detail, we have greatly updated how the textures are set up as well.
こちらは汚れや錆の侵食具合、微妙な濃淡の差などを出す、トップ14特有のテクスチャーになります。
So here you can see some of the dirt and grime, the weathering, rusting, and you see some of the subtle sort of darkness and lightness on the surface.
はい、元のテクスチャーがこちらです。もう全然ディティールが違います。
You can see a before and after of the different texture maps that we used here. I think it's pretty significant.
これまでメモリとデータ構成の関係で書き込める情報量を制限している状態でした。メモリの上限アップに伴いテクスチャーの構成を大きく変えて、キャラクターセクションが好きなだけ書き込めるようにした結果がこちらになります。
So up until this point, we did have to work around some of the memory and data structure limitations, and so we had to be mindful of how much information we're putting down in a texture map. But now that we have a little bit more capacity in the memory that we're utilizing, we are able to update significantly the data structure of these different texture maps. So the character team were able to put in as much detail as they want.
でも実際やっぱキャラハンって本当にすごいなと思うのが、ビフォーが今までなのであれしかない情報量で逆に今の装備の汚し具合とかいわゆる経年劣化した具合とかっていうのを本当に職人技でどこにどれだけ汚しを出すか、どこに出せばそれっぽく見えるのかっていうのを本当に一個ずつの装備にやってきたっていうのの積み重ねでもあるんで。そこがすごいよね。
そうですね。
But yeah, I think one part that I particularly want to praise the character team about is, as you can appreciate by looking at the before image, they had such limitations with the data that they could use, but they were able to really implement their knowledge almost as that you could think of them as artisans in their craft. They worked with those limitations, but they were able to implement things such as dirt or degradation of the gear over time, and they worked on those, each piece of gear one by one, just building over time that knowledge and expertise, and I think that's really commendable.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much.
キャラハンめっちゃ喜んでると思う。
I think the whole character team are probably so happy to hear that right now. Thank you so much.
はい、このテクスチャー改善により今まで以上に傷や汚れなど細かなディティールが出せるようになりました。
But yeah, with this update, we are able to explore and depict more weathering and the damage that is done to the pieces of armor.
はい、比べるとこのような感じになります。改めて映り込みの影響やハイライトのリアリティ、汚れや傷のディティールを確認してみてください。
Yeah, so here's a before and after once again. So yeah, if you want to take a look at how much reflection is implemented, how it impacts the way the armor looks, the realistic highlights, some of the details such as the weathering and the dirt can all be seen in here.
はい、さて次は質感のバリエーションを紹介していきます。これは先ほどの物理ベースのマテリアルにテクスチャーで質感をつけてパラメータを調整したものです。
Next, I'd like to talk about some of the variations that we would have in the textures that we're depicting. First, we are looking at the physics-based rendering materials, and then we have added the texture onto those so that we would see like the different varying surfaces and then adjusted the parameters.
テクスチャーやパラメータの調整でいろいろな質感を出せるようになっています。
So being able to adjust these different textures and parameters, we are able to depict various textures.
スペキュラーがより正確に表現できるようになったので、ザラザラした質感や鋭くハイライトが入るような素材をうまく表現できるようになりました。
Because the specular are more accurately depicted, we can see the different textures. If it's a rough surface or like a very sharp sort of highlights, a very shiny surface where a highlight would come in very sharply.
さらに金属だけでなく石材やプラスチックなど非金属もパラメータを変えることで表現できます。
And in addition to that, not just metallic objects, but we can apply the same kind of parameters to different stone materials or plastic materials that are not metal as well.
特に右下の木材の素材は、素材以外はテクスチャーは先ほどのものと同じものを使っていて、ハイライトと映り込みの強さだけが変わっております。
Especially looking at the different objects here, everything except for the wooden material that's on the bottom right corner, we've used the same textures as the previous slide, and then we just differentiated the highlight and how the environment is being reflected onto the surface.
布系の素材も設定できるようになっております。
And then we can also change the parameters on cloth-based materials as well.
2段目のものは特に輪郭部分にふわっと明るいハイライトが入り、布特有の柔らかさを表現できていると思います。また、毛布みたいなものにはファーの機能も組み合わせて作成をしております。
So you can see the second row here, it has a very sort of fluffy kind of texture because of the highlight that kind of goes in lightly on top of that where the surface is. And then also for those that look like blankets, you can see that we've added some fur-like texture as well.
こちらの質感を組み合わせて 7.0 の装備は作られていきます。
So these textures were combined to build the outfit that you see in 7.0.
布と革のね表現は本当にめっちゃ良くなってるので、こっちもリアルですけどすごいリアルさは上がっていくのでぜひ注目してください。
Yeah, the textures of the cloth and leather have seen a drastic improvement. Well, here I'm wearing the costume, and this is, of course, real material, but you can also appreciate a similar appearance in the game, so I hope you look forward to it.
こちらはさらに物理ベースとは少し違うのですが、ガラス表現も強化しています。
So slightly off topic, this is not quite physics-based rendering, but we've also enhanced how glass is depicted.
ここはね、本当半透明はめちゃめちゃ大変でめちゃめちゃきついんですけど、プログラマーがめちゃめちゃ頑張ってます今回。
Oh yeah, for sure. Semi-transparent materials are super, super difficult to work with, but the programmers have put in a lot of hard work on this.
こちらは学者の AF です。布系の表現が向上していると思います。
And then you can see here the scholars' job-specific gear. You can see that the texture depiction of the cloth has really improved.
またメガネや小瓶などの表現もいい感じになっています。
Of course, I'm really happy to see how the monocle as well as the little file in the back looks really nice.
キャラクターの紹介の最後はモンスターです。まだお見せできるものは少ないのですが画像を持ってきました。
So next, we want to show off some monsters, creatures. We don't have very much to show at this point, but I did bring some images.
こちらはマムージャです。そして 7.0 ではこのようになります。
Here's a Mamuja. In 7.0, this is how it's going to look like.
透明からでも解像度と質感が上がったのがわかると思います。もう少し近くで見てみましょう。
So yeah, even looking at it from a distance, you can see that the resolution and the texture has been enhanced. But we would also like to take a closer look.
初期に作られているため解像度が少し低めですが、こちらがこう変わります。
So of course, this is still in early stages, and so the resolution is a bit low, but it will change to this.
注目していただきたい点はやっぱりテクスチャーの高解像度化とシェーダー対応による質感の向上です。ちょっと本当にレギュレーションに収まっているのか疑わしいくらい解像度が上がっています。
Of course, we would like to flag that the texture has, of course, been higher resolution, and then the shaders are put in so that the surface looks much better. And I'm almost suspicious if we really fit into the proper regulations that because the resolution on this is very high.
こちらはポリゴン数のアップはまだ行っておらず、テクスチャーとシェーダー対応のみになっていますので、 7.0 以降のモンスターはもう少しクオリティが高くなると思います。
So for this one, we haven't modified the number of polygons that are being utilized. We just updated the texture as well as the different shaders. But monsters or creatures that are introduced from the new expansion and beyond will have a higher number of polygons. So I believe the quality will be even higher for those.
まあちょっと懐かしいですね、ここね。僕がARR のプロデュースアレタライブかなんかでね、ここで戦ってね、バディチョコボをね犠牲にして逃げたっていう場所ですね、ここね。
This is really nostalgic. It brings back memories. Back at the time of A Realm Reborn, I think it was a PLL, a live letter, and I had my companion Chocobo out, and I just let him out to die. I just ran away.
はい。
懐かしいですね。
はい。
Nostalgic.
はい、以上でキャラのご紹介は終わりになりますが、最後に面白い動画があったのでご覧ください。
So yeah, that covers all of the updates to the character aspect, but there was one interesting video that I had on me, so I would like to show that to you as well.
こちらは見た目というより作業効率改善の一環として作られているもので、顔のポリゴンを全部統一化しました。
So as you can see here, this is more about work efficiency rather than updating the look of a character. But we would take the polygons of the different races and we've kind of standardized the numbers.
これはですね、今まで全てのキャラクター種族バラバラなデータを持ってたんですけど、ついに変形で各種族がポリゴンの形を統一することで表現できるようになったというね、開発チーム的には凄まじい大歓喜な状態でございました。
Yeah, up until now we had separate data for each of the races, but by using this new technique, we can basically just standardize the polygons, as it were, and this technique is just pretty much amazing for the dev team.
こうすることでデータ流用の幅が広がり、アセット制作の効率アップにつながります。
So yeah, by having this tool in place, we're able to repurpose some of the data that we have so that it allows for us to be more efficient when we're creating assets.
こちらは皆さんが直接ゲームで触れる部分ではありませんが、グラフィックスアップデートでは見た目の改善に加えて開発効率の向上も合わせて行っております。
So this is an element that players may not necessarily see within the game, but in the graphical update, it really helps our designers. In addition to how the characters are depicted, it allows for the developers to work more efficiently.
はい、以上でキャラの紹介は本当に終わりになります。
Okay, I think that covers the portions for the characters.
ありがとう。
何これ？
これはアルパカのような何かで。
Hey, just what is this?
Yes, it is. It is kind of like an alpaca-ish animal.
なんかちょっと乗れそうな蔵がついてますね。
Oh, it looks like you might be able to mount it.
はい。
ファーシェーダー綺麗ね。
はい。
Oh, that first shader is pretty, isn't it?
はい、というわけでキャラクター紹介は本当に終わりになります。ありがとうございました。
Okay, so that covers the character portion. Thank you again.
いや大変わかりやすくてありがとうございました。そして志田さん、大変お待たせしました。
Thanks so much for your explanation. It was so easy to follow. And now, thank you for waiting, Shida-san. It's your turn.
さあじゃあいよいよ続いてはバックグラウンド行ってみましょうか。
Okay, so without further ado, let's move on to the backgrounds.
はい、では改めて自己紹介をさせてください。バックグラウンドアーティストの志田正人と申します。
So once again, allow me to introduce myself. I am background artist Masato Shida.
私はですね、ありがとうございます。
Wake up!
私はですね、今まで環境制作やテクスチャのブラッシュアップを担当してきました。そして現在は背景全体の絵作りに関するクオリティコントロールを主に行っております。
So up until this point, my duties included reviewing background, visuals to ensure quality, environmental design, and brushing up the game's texture. But nowadays, I'm handling more of like quality control of the different background elements that goes into the overall game.
志田さんも業界に入ってから、11、12、14ともうファイナルファンタジー一色って感じですよね。
So after you entered the industry, Shida-san, you've been involved in FF11, 12, 14, so Final Fantasy is pretty much a core part of your career, isn't it?
それを23年やり続けてきましたね。
Yes, for sure. It's been about 23 years now.
現状何か環境で困ったことがあると僕が一番頼りにしてこんな感じに志田さんなんとかしてって最後言ってるので、もう志田さんなくしてはちょっと生きていけない体に僕はなっております。
So whenever there is some issue we have with the environment, I think of Shida-san and I'm like, hey, Shida-san, just make it work somehow. I mean, I rely on you so much that I would definitely say that if you weren't there, I wouldn't be able to survive.
非常に光栄です。
Oh, thank you. I'm very honored.
はい、それではですね、私が今まで制作に関わってきた仕事の一部をここでご紹介したいと思います。
Okay, so I'd like to show you some of the work that I have done in the past.
はい、グリダニア。
Here's Gridania.
リムサロミンサ。
Limsa Lominsa.
ウルダハ。
Ulda.
コーチドラバニア。
Duravania.
ギラバニア辺境地帯。
Then Girabania.
ラクシュミ戦。
The Lakshmi battle.
ツクヨミ戦。
The Tsukuyomi battle.
レイクランド。
And Lakeland.
そしてアムアレーン。
Arang.
はい、こうしたエリアの環境とテクスチャを制作してきました。
So I worked on the different environment and the textures for these areas.
難しいとこばっかりね。
You work on all the difficult places.
はい、ちなみにですね、このリムサロミンサなんですけれども、こちらはイギリスの、ドーバーやイーストボーンの海岸で見ることができます白い岩壁をモデルにして作っていたんですね。
So especially for Limsa Lominsa, I took inspiration from Dover in the UK, as well as Eastbourne, and some of the white walls that you can see in some of the coastal areas.
行けそう？時間ありそう？わかんない。
Do you have any time to go?
行けそう。ですね。
I think I might have time to go sightseeing in Dover.
今回せっかくイギリスに滞在しているので、ドーバーの白い崖、ホワイトクリフスを実際に見に行って写真を撮ろうと思ってるんですよね。
Yeah, because I'm here in London, I would like to travel a little bit to see the white cliffs in Dover and take pictures.
すごいよね。いやもう実際リムサでちょっと志田さんとは実は思い出があったりします。
Amazing. But come to think of it, I have a little bit of a memory with you, Shida-san, when it comes to Limsa.
914を担当することになって、改めて会社の方でその RL リボン全部作り直していいぞっていうゴーサインが出たので、よしじゃあとにかく、できるだけ軽い環境でより高品質に動きつつ、どうやって皆さんに快適に遊ぶかっていうのをこういろいろなプランニングし始めた時に、確かサンプルモデルケースとしてこうグリダニアを改造するっていうのに取り掛かったんですね。
So it was back at the time when it was decided to remake the original 14, and I got the approval to basically reproduce the game as a Realm Reborn. And back at that time, I had in my mind to kind of reapproach the environment so that they would be more lighter, as it were, so that it would allow for more efficient movement, and therefore it would be easier for the players to navigate. And as a model case, we looked at Gridania, and we went about remodeling Gridania.
あ、グリダニアじゃない、ごめん、リムサロミンさん。ごめんごめん。
My bad. Not Gridania, Limsa Lominsa, of course.
で、その時に当然その読み込みを挟まないと街全体が表現できないから、どこでローディングしてその移動させるか、上層と下層を移動させるかみたいなことを自分でこうチェックしてたんですけど。
So back at that time, we had to split up the town in separate areas in order to have a kind of loading process in between. You could think of it, for example, maybe Ishgard. So in Ishgard you have the pillars and you have foundation.
イシュガルドじゃないよ。このリムサの上層と下層の話。
Upper decks and lower decks.
Yeah, the upper decks and lower decks. So between those two, you would have an area in between where you would be loading.
で、あまりにもテクスチャーのクオリティと環境が高すぎて、逆にどこをどう歩いてるのか分かんなくなったので、とにかくもうじゃあデザイナー全員集まってもらって、ここにこういうギルドの看板立てる、ここからは移動した先に何があるのかが分かるようにしていくよって言って、もう大改造をみんなでこう寄ってたかって始めたのがリムサだったので、すごいね印象残ってるんですよね、そこ。
But yeah, back at that time, it would be too much stress to navigate, and we were like going through a process of deciding where we would put certain guilds and such. And I think when we went through that process, Limsa Lominsa had really kind of a special part in my memory because of that.
その時から大変お世話になっております。
Back at that time, you did a great job, and you really helped me through that process.
はい、私はですね、はい、こちらですね、はい、今までにも、いろんな場所で写真撮影を行ってきました。
But yeah, just moving on, I have taken various photos in the locations that I visit.
今回は良い機会ですので、私が撮影してきました写真の一部をここでお見せしたいと思います。
ごめんなさい。
はい、まずフィンランドを旅行した時に撮影した1枚です。
So this is a great opportunity for me to show off some of the photos that I took. I would like to show you an image photo that I took when I was visiting Finland.
はい。いかがでしょうか。
So what do you think?
はい。皆様はご覧の通り、もういかにもフィンランドらしい写真ですよね。
So doesn't it just exude this sort of Finland feeling?
フィンランドの人。
By any chance, anyone from Finland here?
あ、いらっしゃるいらっしゃる。ごめんごめん、これ見て、いやこれだよフィンランドって思うのかな。
When you see this photo, do you think, oh yeah, this is Finland?
あ、わかるって言ってる。あ、って言ってる。
Yeah, so I see there's some people who say yes.
そしてですね、この砂利と草の混ざり具合のバランスがね、また非常に良いんですよね。
But I really like how the pebbles on the ground kind of mix together with the grass.
とはいえ、旅の思い出としてこういった写真を撮る人っていうのは、世の中にあんまり多くないと思うんですね。そこでなんで私はこんな写真を撮ったのか、その目的をこれから明らかにしていきたいと思います。
Okay, that said, I'm sure a lot of people, when you visit a new place and you want to document your journey, this might not be necessarily what you would remember your trip by, but allow me to explain the purpose of having a photo like this.
はい、ではですね、まず Photoshop でこの写真を開きまして、私の足をね、消すことから始めていきましょう。
So I take this photo and then I import it into Photoshop, and I will begin by removing my feet out of the photo.
はい、足消えました。
There you go. It's gone.
俺いつも思うんだけどさ、なんでこんなに綺麗に足だけ消えるの？
I think this all the time, but just how can you so cleanly take away the feet?
Photoshop って便利ですよね。
Well, Photoshop is very good at that. It's very convenient.
はい、でですね、この画像を正方形に変更します。
And then we take this photo, make it into a proper square.
はい、そしてこの正方形の画像をコピーして隣に配置してみましょう。
And then I shall copy this and place it next to the first image.
はい、今はですね、この2つの画像の端が分かりやすく見えてますよね。この境界が分からなくなるようにきれいにつなげていきます。
So right now, because it's just placed next to each other, you can see a clear border between the left and right image. So I would like to blend it so that you can't tell where the graphics are placed together.
はい、つながりました。
And there you go.
いつも俺思うんだけど、なんでこんなになんていうの自然につながるのかね。
Every single time I think this, but just how on earth do you make, like, does it kind of blend so naturally?
アーティスト的にはもう当たり前のようにやってるので説明がちょっと難しいんですけれども、Photoshop って本当便利ですよね。
I mean, as an artist, it's quite like second nature at this point. So it's kind of hard to put it into words. But again, I just love Photoshop and its capabilities.
わかりました。
Okay.
はい、このように加工して端がきれいにつながる1枚の画像を作成します。
Okay, and so I continue to modify this image so that the edges will blend together cleanly and prepare this as our central image.
ごめん、さらっと言ってるけど、さっきこうつなぎ合わせた右の面とこの左の面がループするようにつけたのを全方向これもうやって4枚つなぎ目がない状態にしてるってことだよね。
So you mentioned kind of very, like, how you do it very easily, but there's kind of like the right side and the left side where the edges are touching and you are blending that, and this process is kind of a loop process, but you're applying that on all directions, right?
そうですね、上下左右がきれいにつながります。
Yep, so we can connect it so that you can add more images to the top, the bottom, left and right.
はい、さらに9枚並べてみましょう。
Okay, so we will take that same image and we will tile 9 of them now.
きれいにつながってますね。
Came together pretty nicely.
はい、これをテクスチャデータとして、ゲーム内の地面に貼り付けてみます。
And so we will take this image and convert it as a texture data, and then we're going to paste it onto a ground surface in game.
ちょっとね、1個言っておきたいんですけど、今これ9枚並べてあるじゃないですか。でも実際に使ってるテクスチャーと呼ばれるデータは1個なので、コピーしておいているだけなので、そのいわゆるメモリって呼ばれるものに対しては1枚のテクスチャーでこれだけ広範囲なエリアをきれいにかつ広く見せていけるっていうことなので、さらっとやってますけどかなり大事なところです、ゲーム開発において。
I want to mention one thing here, but in this example, you can see that there were 9 panels, but when we apply that in the game, the actual data is just one piece. So basically, it's copied, and then in terms of what we refer to as memory, the texture is applied over a large area. So although it is quite an easy process, at the same time, it's quite important for game development.
さあ、じゃあゲーム内に貼ったこれね。
And so here we have what is applied in the game.
キャラクターとよく馴染んでいるように見えませんか？
But yeah, doesn't it look good with the character in there? Does it look very well blended?
これでフィンランドの地面がゲームのデータになりました。
So the ground from Finland is now in game.
はい、さて、このテクスチャをもう少し大きい地形のモデルデータに貼り付けてみます。
And then now we will place this texture data on a larger surface area.
そして出来上がったのがこちらになります。
And this is the final product.
はい、フィールドのラビリンソスの地面ですね。
As you can see, this is Labyrinthos.
このエリアはですね、奥に白樺の木が生えていて、ちょっと北欧の雰囲気があります。なのでフィンランドの地面がね、よく馴染んで見えているのではないでしょうか。
Yeah, so in this area there's a lot of birch trees in the back, and so it does have that sort of Northern European feel to it. So I thought that the ground image that I took in Finland blends in very well.
いやこれね、実際コメントとかでもさっき上から見てた9枚並べたやつ、さすがにループ見えるよね、このままでは使わないでしょってコメント出てたんですけど。
Yeah, so I was looking at the comments and they were remarking about the 9 panels which we had at first, and they were saying, okay, that's looped, but definitely we wouldn't be able to just use that as is, right?
でも実際には地形データに沿わせたり、オブジェクトと呼ばれる岩を置いたり、木を植えたり、草をさらにその上にでまぶしていくことで、実はループをね、どうやって感じさせなくするかというのはできたりするわけですよね。さらにね、テクスチャ同士道を重ねてそのループをうまく目立たなくしたりとかね、やるんですよね。
But yeah, what we do is go through a process of applying that terrain in the environment. So we would put rocks here and there, we would have grass, we would have trees, and basically we would add kind of combined textures, add like maybe a path in the environment. So going through this process, we can basically kind of cover or make the loop not stand out, as it were.
地面を歩いてる分にはリピートもね、そこまでは気にならないですよね。
Yeah, for sure. If you're just walking along the path, it might not seem too obvious that these are being looped.
このようにですね、私はその撮影した写真をテクスチャに加工することで、14のさまざまなエリアの地形や建物を作ってきました。
So as you can see, I would take some of the photos that I take and modify it so that it'll become a texture data and piece it into some of the areas in terms of the terrain as well as buildings.
さて、もう一つ写真をご紹介しましょう。こちらはですね、東京のとある公園を散歩中に撮影した一枚です。
Let me show you another photo. This was taken in Tokyo when I was strolling through a park.
この時間の経過を感じさせる石畳の割れ具合がね、かっこいいですよね。
I really love how some of the stones are kind of deteriorating, and you can see that sort of passage of time and the history behind it.
あとこの石畳の目地のラインがまっすぐではなくて、ちょっと歪んでるっていうところも最高ですよね。
And I think it's just so great that these are not in like a perfect grid. There's some sort of warping in certain areas, and some of it is not exactly perpendicular.
皆さん私の話にちゃんとついてこれてますか
？Everybody doing okay out there? Are you following along?
Maybe.
はい、これもですね、すぐにテクスチャ化しました。
Of course, this image also was turned into a texture as so.
はい。でですね、今度はこの石畳の目地にちょっと雪をまぶしてみました。
In addition to the texture that we have naturally in the stones, I added a little bit of snow.
はい、こうしてできたのがイシュガルドの石畳ですね。
And that's how the cobblestone areas in Ishgard was created.
ありがとうございます。
これ東京の公園。
東京の
とある公園。
So that's from a park in Tokyo.
Yes, a specific park, a certain park in Tokyo.
はい。またこの石畳の写真はですね、ひび割れを消して、ラビリンソスにも実は使用していたんですね。
And the photo that I used for this area was repurposed. I removed some of the cracks that are in the ground and utilized it in Labyrinthos as well.
はい、それがこちら。
You can see that here.
はい、同じ素材写真を使い回して、こんな風に別のテクスチャを作ることもあります。
Sometimes we do repurpose the same photo asset to create a different texture.
このように、ロンドンでもあちこちを撮影して、今後の背景制作に活用したいと考えています。
So I would love to take a lot of photos while I'm here in London so that I can utilize it for production of the environments.
はい、ではですね、背景に関するグラフィックアップデートのお話に入る前にですね、まずは背景の制作とはどのようなお仕事なのか、簡単にご説明したいと思います。
Of course, we will be talking about the different graphical updates to the backgrounds, but before we do that, I would like to quickly go over what I do in terms of background design.
バックグラウンドアーティストは街やフィールド、宇宙、そして、謎の魔法空間まで、プレイヤーが行動するすべての空間を作ります。
So a background artist, as written here, create all of the environments player interact with, from towns and landscapes to the boundless sea of stars and worlds beyond the physical realm.
はい、各エリアは、企画書を元に作成していきます。ただその企画書には、大まかな世界設定の説明はあるんですけれども、その地面にはどんな草が生えているのか、また建物の壁のレンガは、どんな風に積まれているのかといったようなそのディティールまで説明されているっていうことはまずないんですね。
So whenever we create a new area, we are given specification documents and we kind of come up with a design based on that explanation. That said, of course, they provide some context on what the lore in that particular area is, but they don't go into very minute details like what kind of grass grows in that particular environment or what kind of bricks or what kind of building materials are used, how the bricks are stacked in some of the buildings. So yeah, that kind of information is rarely ever explained to us.
ディティールの表現はアーティストの裁量に任されています。そこで私たちは想像力を駆使して、情報を肉付けした上でさまざまなエリアを作成していきます。
As such, the details are left to the artist and how they determine is appropriate. And so we would utilize the information that we have. We try to imagine and sort of supplement what we believe is an appropriate depiction of what exists in these different areas.
目指しているのは、ファンタジーとして説得力があり、かつプレイヤーの皆様が感動できる世界の表現です。
And what we strive for is something that passes or that is recognized as a fantasy realm, plus the players would appreciate and be moved in these different worlds.
次にですね、私が主に担当してきました環境制作、ライティングについてご説明したいと思います。
Next, I would like to explain what I specifically worked on in environmental design, primarily on lighting.
環境制作は光や大気を調整することでゲームの雰囲気を作る、とても重要な仕事です。
So as written here, environmental design is vital in creating the atmosphere as the artists control each area's daily lighting cycle and the appearance of its sky.
こちらサベネアの空ですね。こんな風にエリアのイメージに合った、ユニークな空を作成していきます。
What you see here, of course, is the sky in Thavnair. So we try to create the sky that is very appropriate and unique to the area.
サベネアも結構ね、空の色をちょっと緑っぽいというか青というかすごい微妙な感じにしたいんで粘りたいって言ったのをね全受けしてくれたのが志田さんですね。
Yeah, the Thavnair sky, I was really particular about the color of the sky, so I said I want some sort of green in there, some blue in there, and Shida-san was very receptive about that.
今まで14の中で作ってきたいろんな空とか空気感あると思うんですけど、昼は僕ここが一番好きです本当に。
Yeah, out of all the skies that we've produced in 14, there's various types of sky or various vibe, but I think the midday sky here is probably my favorite.
ありがとうございます。私もここは非常に気に入ってますね。
Oh, thank you for that. I really love the sky here as well.
はい。また、雨や雷、霧などのね 自然現象を加えてさまざまな天候を作ります。
And also, we create different climates as well and weather. So we add different rain, lightning, fog, other natural occurrences.
ちなみにですね、ゲーム内の雲も撮影した写真を加工してテクスチャを作成しています。
And by the way, the clouds that are depicted in the game as well utilize these different photos that I've taken that I've modified as texture data.
またダンジョンなど屋内に関しても、ライト配置の調整を行うことで14らしい印象的な空間を作ることに注力しています。
And of course, with dungeons as well and indoor situations, what I would do is adjust some of the placement of the lights so that it would stay relevant within the Final Fantasy XIV realms and give that impression of these different areas.
ライティングっていうのはとても面白い仕事なんですけれども、反面、とても難しい仕事でもあるんですね。で、何が難しいのかっていうと、そのチーム内で完成のイメージを事前に共有するっていうことが非常に難しいんですね。
So of course, lighting is a lot of fun and it's a very interesting work that I do. But at the same time, it is quite challenging at the same time. What's most challenging for me is being able to, or the challenge is to share the image that we envision in our minds amongst our teammates.
その制作を始めるときにゲームプランナーはライティングのイメージをアーティストに伝える必要があります。ただその光っていう形が見えないものに対するこだわりを分かりやすく言語化するっていうのはかなり難易度が高い行為なんですね。
Whenever we begin production, the game planners or the game designers would convey what kind of lighting they would like in a particular area to the artist. But that issue is lighting is such a difficult concept to convey in words. And so trying to find the right way to explain it to the artist is definitely a challenge.
そのためゲームプランナーからのライティングのオーダーは大体こんな感じになります。
So whenever there is a request for lighting by one of the game designers, it kind of goes something like this.
気持ちいい感じで
Give it good vibes.
いい感じのバイブスでね、よろしくねっていう
just give it good vibes.
あとこれも多いですね。気持ち悪い感じでってね。
This also comes up often. Give it bad vibes.
あと最後にこれ。
Oh, and finally.
お任せで。
お任せで。めちゃくちゃ分かりやすいっていうね。
I mean, I guess it's easy to understand.
大体4つの単語で仕事の説明が終了するって簡潔ですよね。
I mean, isn't it nice that you only need 4 words to convey what you want to tell them what you want them to do?
Simple is best. いやでもちょっと笑い話じゃないんですけど、今僕らから見てこのお客様プレイヤーの皆さんが座ってるところの中間層って赤いライトが灯ってます。
Yeah, but in reality, it's not really a laughing matter. So we can see here we have our players in the audience, and what we can see in the center is a red light, which is dropping on you.
この環境って、我々今ここに開発者3人いて、3人ともおそらく同じようなライティングが見えてると思うんですけど。
So we have 3 members of the development team here, and I think from each of our perspectives, it all looks the same to us.
そう、この皆さんが映っているこの赤い今のライトの状態が僕にとってはクールだな、かっこいいなって感じる人もいれば、
But when we see that light, we can see this red light in front of us, but I think some people might perceive it as cool.
でちょっと落ち着いていい具合の色だなって感じる人もいる。
And some people might perceive it as maybe a calm and kind of relaxed color.
なのでゲームデザイナーの発注も一つの気持ちの悪い感じでって言っても多分頭の中に想像している気持ち悪さは本当に人によって違ってるので、もう一旦気持ち悪いと思う志田さんのセンスでやっちゃってくださいみたいなのが多分発注で多いんだと思います。
So when we take a scenario where we're giving an order for game design, maybe someone, what they have in their head, they want something to have something that feels like uneasy. And when they give that request to Shida-san, for example, it would be basically what Shida-san would perceive to be uneasy.
結果ね、お任せで。
And so the end result is do whatever you want.
つまりですね、アーティストに求められているのは、それ細かいやり取りをしなくても、もう糸を組んでではその場所に合った良い雰囲気を作ることなんですね。
But I think, yeah, in other words, that means the artists are required to be able to interpret, and without having to have detailed discussion, we are able to create that nice environment, that nice feeling, atmosphere with what dialogue we have.
なので、私は今回求められているのはこんな感じかなと、想像しながら日々制作を行っています。以上、背景と環境制作について簡単にご説明させていただきました。
So each time a request is made, I would think about, okay, so I think this person wants me to depict an environment in this way, and kind of let my imagination kind of flow when I create these different aspects. So yeah, that kind of sums up what I do in terms of background design as well as elemental designs, environmental designs.
スタートがどうしてもニュアンスから始まるからこそ、作ってもらった環境に対してのフィードバックは僕はもうとにかくできるだけ具体的にするようにって自分ですごい意識してさせてもらってはいますね。
So I think it's precisely because at that starting point, the nuance is there, that when we look at the environment which is created, when I give my feedback, I try to be as specific as possible. So I always try to keep that in mind.
例えばハイデリンのね、マップとかだともっとブルーのクリスタルの反射が強く欲しいから、白と青をうまくコントラストつけて、暗さは飛ばしつつこう青を強くしたいとか、できるだけその志田さんがこっから先はイメージがちゃんとあるならそれに合わせてやるぜっていうのに対してとにかく一生懸命こう喋るようにするっていうのが結構僕の仕事ではあったりします。
So maybe, for example, we could look at the Heidelin, and the Heidelin's blue crystal. Maybe I would want more kind of blue contrast, more blue in there, and I would give a contrast, ask for a contrast between the white and the blue to kind of get closer to what the image that Shida-san has in mind. I think it's also part of my job to be able to go through that process to align with the vision that is there.
さあではここからはさらに志田さんに、第一次グラフィックスアップデートの、エンバイロメントのあたりも説明していってもらいましょう。
Okay, so with that in mind, let's take a look at what will happen to the environments with the first graphical update.
はい、さてここはですね、背景に関するグラフィックアップデート、今後の変更点についてお話ししたいと思います。
Yes, so I would like to explain what the graphical update will mean for background elements, especially some of the changes that will be made.
以前から、吉田さんの方からお話ある通り、まず草がきれいになりますね。
So first of all, I know Yoshida-san has mentioned this already, but grass is going to become much neater.
はい、こんな風に変わります。
イエーイ。
This is how it will change.
イエーイ。
すべてのエリアがこんな風に変わりますので楽しみにしていただければと思います。
So yeah, all of the areas will implement this change. So I hope you look forward to the results.
これはねエンジンみたいなもんなんで一気に全エリア変わりますからね。
Yeah, so this is something akin to an engine. So it's just like an immediate application to all the areas.
はい。また金属表現が改善されることも以前からお伝えしておりました。エーテライトもねより綺麗な見た目に変わるんですけれども、こちらはぜひ回転しているところを見ていただきたいと思います。
So of course, we've also mentioned that metallic surfaces will have an enhanced look as well, and that applies to aetherites as well. Of course, these are going to become much more enhanced. I would love to show you how it looks like as the aetherite turns in this video.
Go. Whoa.
There you go.
Whoa.
なかなか気がついてますよね。
So shiny.
まあでもね、まあ明確に反射とかがあるからグラフィッククオリティ高いなってまあ一般の人にも伝わりやすくなるね、こっちの方が。
But yeah, because the reflections are so clear, I think even for just a regular person, it's easy to see that there is quite an improvement with the graphics update.
スクリーンショットで並べて比べてもこんなに違うもんね。
So you can see such a night and day difference when you compare the screenshots.
金属とクリスタルの質感が向上しているのが分かるかと思いますね。
For sure, yeah, you can see that the metallic surfaces as well as the crystal portion has been enhanced.
他にもですね、背景に関する変更点はたくさんあるんですけれども、吉田さんが基調講演の中でこんなに変わりましたどやー、ね、こうで紹介するにはちょっと地味な項目が多いんですね。そこで、今回は私の方から、細かな変更点をいくつかご紹介したいと思います。
So there are other elements in terms of background that has been changed, that are going to be changed in this graphical update, but I don't think it's appropriate for Yoshida-san to cover these in, say, a keynote presentation like, this is the changes that we're going to have, huzzah! So it's rather subtle, so I would like to explain these from me.
はい、まず私が注目してほしいのは、フォグ、大気の表現が豊かになることです。例えば、こちらは霧のオールドシャーディアンですね。
So first, I would like to have you look at the fog depiction here. The atmosphere and the air about these certain towns will become a lot more varied and rich in their depiction. For example, this is Old Charlian in the fog.
次に紹介する映画僕一番めっちゃ気に入ってるんでちょっと皆さんよく注目してご覧ください。
The next image we're going to show you is actually my favorite one out of all of them, so please pay attention.
はい、こんな風に変わります。フォグのより細かい制御が可能になっていますね。特に太陽周辺は光が拡散することで、より綺麗にね見えるようになります。
Yeah, as you can see, the fog is a lot more sort of nuanced and has that sort of detailed depiction in there. And if you could see up where the sun is, the light kind of scatters around there, making it much more beautiful, much more realistic.
なんかよりこう奥行きと高さが出たんで、デプス要はものすごく3次元的な絵作りがねこれすごいしやすくなってるというか、相当調整してくれたからこうなってると思うんだけど、めちゃくちゃ気に入ってるんで、まさにリアルな冒険というかいろんな地域旅してるなっていう感覚になってもらえるんじゃないかなと。実際作ってはいかなきゃいけないんですけどね。
Yeah, I think because of this, there's really a sense of depth and height. So we're really able to incorporate a three-directional approach to the image, the overall image that we want to make. And I think that's all down to the various adjustments which you kindly handle. So I think because of that, we can really get a sense of real adventure. But of course, having said that, it's now going to be the tough job of going forward and creating those environments.
はい、そしてこちらはエルピスですね。より光がねこう柔らかい印象になってるかなと思います。
Also, here's Elpis. As you can see, it feels a lot more soft in terms of how the light kind of shines down here.
そしてイルメグですね。時間帯によってはこんな風にですね、湖に霧が発生することもあるかもしれません。こんな感じで今はですね既存のエリアの霧表現を順次調整している最中です。
And then here you see Ilmeg. So depending on the time, the lake area has like a fog, a cast over it. And so you will see the depiction here. So right now we are working through the different areas to enhance how the fog is being displayed.
はい、次に、影の表現も変更点があります。この画像ではですね、手前の建物には影が入っているんですけども、中央の奥に見える建物には影が入ってませんね。影の描画っていうのはその処理負荷が高いので、今まではごく近い範囲しか影を表示させることができませんでした。
So next, we're going to be making updates to how shadows are being depicted. So right now you can see that there's a lot of drop shadows or cast shadows in the foreground of the image. But then if you go further into the background, you do not see as much details in terms of shadows being cast. The reason being is rendering shadows take a lot more processing power and load. So we were only able to depict shadows in more detail when it's closer to the foreground.
今後はこのように変わります。奥の建物の屋根付近に注目してみてください。
And so moving forward, we're going to be updating it to this after picture. If you would pay attention to like the top area of the building in the background towards the roof.
はい。ありがとうございます。
描画負荷対策のためにどこまでで影を諦めてたかっていうのが結構一目瞭然ですよね。
But yeah, I think it's pretty obvious to see where we gave up on in order to lessen the load for the rendering. So now you can see how different the shadows make.
見比べるとよくわかりますよね。で、影の描画範囲は約2倍に広がる予定です。より自然な景観になるので、アーティストとしては非常に嬉しい変更になりますね。
For sure, yeah. If you look at it and compare it, I think it is pretty clear the difference it makes. And I believe with this update, we're able to double the area that we can start rendering these shadows. And it will allow for a much more natural depiction of the environment. So from an artist's perspective, it's we're really happy with that update.
はい、こうしたビフォーアフターの画像をね、よりじっくり見たい方は、この開発パネルが、アーカイブになったらね、アーカイブをぜひご覧になってみてください。
I'm hoping that this video will be up in the archives if you wanted to compare these before and after images in more detail. So yeah, once it does go up, we would love for you to check it out.
はい、またアンビエントオクルージョンも改善されます。これはですね、部屋の隅ですとか、家具の設置面などに入る陰影表現のことです。
Also, we will be improving upon the ambient occlusion. This is where you see the edges of the rooms and then some of the areas where objects are placed on top of a surface. Some of the shadow that drops there and some of the darkening that's happening towards the edges of the room.
今ご覧いただいていますのが、従来の状態ですね。
Of course, right now you're looking at a before image, so this is what we currently see in game.
14はね、いわゆるグラフィックスのクオリティを高く見せる上でアンビエントオクリュージョンって非常に大事なパラメーターなんですけど、14結構ね効きが弱いんですよね。あえてその処理負荷かけないように、下げてたって部分もあるからなんですけど。
Yeah, so talking about 14, we want to have a high graphics quality, but in terms of ambient occlusion, we haven't really enforced it that much because, of course, we want to lower the stress on the system.
それがこうなります。
But now you can see the after image.
見比べてみるとね、かなり物の設置感が良くなっているかなと思いますね。
Yeah, I think if you compare the before and after, you can see that the objects are really realistically placed in a certain area or a certain room.
また、ディティールマップという仕様も今回実装されます。カメラをオブジェクトに近づけたときに質感が以前よりもよく見えるようになります。
And then with the graphical update, we'll also be implementing what's called a detailed map. This is when if a camera goes near an object, you can see the surface and the texture better than you were able to before.
例えば今見えている正面の壁に、カメラを近づけてみます。
So for example, we are going to bring the camera closer to the wall that we see here.
現状はこのような見え方ですね。
So this is how it is currently.
手前がちょっとボケてますね。
As you can see, the foreground is kind of blurry.
今後はこのように変わります。
And then moving forward, it will change to.
ありがとうございます。壁の質感がね、ちょっと鮮明になったのが分かりますよね。微妙な変化ではあるんですけれども、このような実装も追加予定になっています。
So yeah, as you can see, you can clearly see the surface in the wall with the after image. It is very subtle. It's a minute sort of change, but we are planning to implement these kinds of enhancements.
今回ご紹介しました項目以外にも、変更がまだまだ入る予定です。
So yeah, we will continue to add more changes that we have not explained during this panel.
そして今はですね、この新しい仕様に合わせて、過去10年間で作成したデータを順次調整している最中です。修正するエリアの数がね、もう数えたら700ぐらいあるんですよね。で、これ本当作業が終わるのかなってちょっと今ねドキドキしている最中です。
So right now we are trying to look at the different data and the assets that we have created over the last 10 years and making the adjustments as we go along. But we need to update about 700 or more than 700 different areas. And so I'm a little apprehensive about will we really be able to finish all of the tasks that are required?
大変ではあるんですけれども、でもやっぱこのタイミングで過去のエリアを調整できるっていうのは、開発者としてはとても嬉しく思ってるんですね。
Of course, it is a very large undertaking, but it's really great that we can revisit some of the previous areas at this time and make adjustments to them. Because as a developer, it's really nice to go back and fix some of the things.
というのも10年も開発を続けていると10年前の未熟な自分が作ったエリアを見るのがちょっと辛くなってくる時があるんですね。なので、今だったらこう作るんだけどなっていう後悔してるエリアが、ちょっとあるのでこの機会にこっそり直そうと思ってます。
That's because if you've been on a project for 10 years, you will see some of the old work that you've done and kind of be a little embarrassed by just how immature I was when I created the area at the time. And it's a little heart-wrenching sometimes to see my past work, and it's like, oh, I would not do it this way if I were to work on it now. So there are quite a few areas that I want to go back in and kind of sneak in some updates and changes.
はい、ただ既存のねエリアの変化も楽しみにしていただきたいんですけれども、今後やはり注目していただきたいのは黄金のレガシーのね新しいエリアになります。
Of course, we will be revisiting the existing areas, and I'm hoping that players will be looking forward to how it's going to change. But of course, we would love to also mention that we are looking forward to the different updates that we're making for the Dawn Trail areas.
新しいエリアは、オブジェクトの数が増えて、画面内の情報量がねだいぶ増える予定です。今回はどのエリアも、遠い異国を旅するような気分が味わえると思いますので、その景観をぜひ楽しみにしていただければと思います。
In the new areas in the new expansion, we will be able to place more objects on the screen, so you will be able to see a more dense depiction of the areas. And I want to emphasize that with this expansion, you'll be traveling to different lands that you've never been to. And so I hope that everybody will enjoy some of the scenery that you will see in these new places.
はい、以上で私の開発パネルを終了させていただきます。ありがとうございました。
Okay, that wraps up my section for the development panel. Thank you so much.
はい、2人とも本当に長時間、そしてね皆さんも長時間、いろんなデータご覧いただいて本当にありがとうございました。
So first of all, I'd like to say thank you for the two members of our development team for going over such a long time and showing us examples of data. And of course, thank you to our audience as well for tuning in and staying with us.
じゃあ最後に一人ずつ、皆さんにご挨拶をして終わろうかと思います。じゃあ岡久君からお願いします。
So to bring the panel to a close, I'd like you to have some closing comments. So we'll start with Okahisa-kun.
はい、本日はありがとうございました。非常に楽しくお話できましたが、皆さんいかがだったでしょうか。
So yeah, thank you so much again for this opportunity. I had a lot of fun talking about the stuff that I do. What did everybody think?
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
はい、7.0 に向けてグラフィックスアップデートはより細かな調整や可能な限りギリギリまで、各アセットのコンバートを行って、クオリティを上げていきたいと思っております。
Yeah, but for 7.0 and the graphical updates that we'll be applying, we will continue to refine the finer details, and we will continue to work to, as long as we can, up to the last minute, to convert many of these assets. And so I hope that everybody will enjoy what's to come.
はい、本日はありがとうございました。
Thank you.
はい、では塩田さんお願いします。
Okay, Shida-san, your turn.
はい、今日はお話を聞いてくださいましてどうもありがとうございました。
Thank you again for listening to what I had to say.
今回のファンフェスで新しいエリアのスクリーンショットもいくつかご覧いただいたと思います。
So with this development panel, we did see some screenshots of the new areas in the expansion.
それを見てですね、おやおやもうだいぶできているのではとね思われた方もいるかもしれません。
You may have seen those images and think, oh, they're pretty far along in the development.
しかし、先ほども申し上げた通り、やらなくてはいけないことは山積みなんですね。
But there still is a lot to do.
ただ皆様にできるだけね楽しんでいただけるように、これからも完成を目指して作り続けたいと思っています。
But of course, we would love for the players to enjoy the content that we bring forward. So we will continue to work very hard.
はい、ですので、ファイナルファンタジー14黄金のレガシーどうぞご期待ください。
And so I ask that you support us in the leading up to Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail's release.
今日は本当にありがとうございました。
Thank you very much for today.
はい、それでは、またいろんな形でね、開発チームのデブパネルいろんな機会にまたお伝えしていければと思います。改めて2人頑張ってくれたので大きな拍手をお願いします。
So once again, moving forward, we will have various formats of dev panels to share further updates. But I'd like to say once again, thank you so much for our members for today's panel.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you so much.
We have our super exciting game show, Who Wants to Be a Gillionaire, with 8 of our very talented content creators. We will start in just a couple minutes after 3 o'clock, so go stretch your legs and be back for the show. We'll see you then.
attraction towards new experiences is powerful. Alienware gear isn't made to resist that pull. It's made to accelerate it, to transport you to new places where you can embrace difference and leave familiar behind, bringing you ever closer to the ultimate experience. See you on the other side.
Time, no more once upon a time. Take flight, find your wings and spread them wide.
Ah, blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
Come now. There's no cause for panic. This one might make for a worthy opponent. Might you have a moment to speak further? Come to the land you call the New World. My home. Tural.
be a gillionaire.
That's right. For those of you who don't know, we hosted the show for the very first time for the Digital Fan Fest in 2021. So it's good to be back, this time live and in person.
Yep, last time we had 6 content creators joining us on our games, but this time, on our very first live show, we have 8 super talented content creators joining us.
That's right. Are you excited to meet them? So shall we maybe begin calling them in? All right, we'll get started with Team Heidelin. And the first one I'd like to ask you to all welcome is Rookery. Hello, welcome. So nice to have you. Oh, impressive. Wonderful. Rook, for those of you who may not know you, could you briefly introduce yourself?
Yes, lolly ho everybody, I'm Rook or Rookery. I'm a Final Fantasy 14 Twitch streamer, YouTuber, podcaster, shoutcaster, host. Basically, if I can yell about my feelings about this game on any platform, I will. And I am a lover of story lore and all content, casual to hardcore.
Wonderful. So would you maybe like to meet the rest of your team?
Absolutely.
Okay, in that case, can I ask all of you please to welcome Alex Mukala for Team Heidelin. Hello, Alex.
Hello, beautiful people.
I think people might be a little excited to see you here with us today.
Yeah, that's kind of scary, but you're all lovely. I met some of you this morning, and I'm just so honored to be here with you all today.
Yes, for the maybe 2 or 3 people in the audience who might not know you, could you briefly introduce yourself?
My name is Alex Mukala, and just like any of you, I spent too much time playing Final Fantasy, and I became a video game composer, and I am also a content creator, and that's me. Nice to see you all.
Amazing. It's so nice to have you here.
Thank you.
But that's only half of Team Heidelin. We still have 2 wonderful content creators to go. So next up, if I can ask you all to welcome Inachi to the stage. I love the posing we're seeing. Wonderful work.
That's an amazing cosplay as well, I think.
Yes. Would you like to join your teammates?
Hello.
Hello. So for those of you who might not know you, can you say a few words about what you do, who you are?
Of course. Hello. So I'm Inachi or Inachi Fantasy, and I'm a Final Fantasy focused Twitch streamer from Poland, and I'm so happy to be here with you guys. Hi.
Hello. I've heard some very loud cheering in this section of the audience, so I think your community showed up. All right, but we're not complete yet. Can I ask you all one more time to loudly cheer as we welcome the last, but certainly not the least member of Team Heidelin. Welcome to the stage, Shenpai! It's nice to have you. How are you feeling?
I am feeling very nervous.
I can imagine.
Hello, everybody. My name is Shenpai. I am an artist and a content creator and a very avid warrior main. Or you've probably heard me talk about my Warrior of Light a little bit too much.
I think everybody here knows and loves Voxer, so don't worry about it.
Thank you so much.
But I believe that's not all we're seeing on stage today, right?
That's right. What fun would it be if we didn't have a little bit of competition, right? Please welcome the first member of Team Zodiac, Lizzie! Hello, Lizzie. How are you doing today?
Hi, I'm doing pretty good. A little bit nervous, but very happy to be here.
Would you like to introduce yourself very quickly to the audience?
Sure. Hi, I'm Lithi. I'm an esports shoutcaster. You'll probably have seen me around various community tournaments for Final Fantasy XIV, including, well, the CCCC and CCRC recently, and I'm very excited to be here with Rook this weekend, especially tomorrow for the CCRC championships.
But you are rivals today, yes?
Absolutely.
No conspiring, please. We can't have that. It's a legit contest.
Yes, that's correct. Okay, next member of Team Zodiac, please welcome everyone's favorite musician from France, Husky. Good afternoon, Husky. Would you
Good afternoon. Have you having a great time today? Tell me. Yeah? Well, my name is Husky by the Geek, and I'm a composer. And many of you may know me through my FF14 covers on YouTube.
I hear there's another one in the works, yes? There's another one.
Oh, yeah.
Right, let's give it another round of applause for Husky.
Thank you very much.
And now...
You guys are the best.
Next, please welcome to the stage, Ponto.
What's happening, lads?
Seem a little nervous today. Just little?
Just a little bit.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi there, my name's Ponto. I'm a Final Fantasy content creator on Twitch. I'm crapping myself right now. It's nice to see you.
Well, that was a little bit too much information, but I'm sure we're okay, right? So, last but not least, please welcome our friend all the way from Australia, Sarah Jane.
Hello everyone. Oh my god, this is crazy. It's just mind-blowing to see so many faces in one room. But it's an honor to be here. For those that don't know me, I'm Sarah Jane, flown all the way here from Australia, and I'm just so honored. So thanks everyone.
And that, everyone, is Team Zodiac today, fighting against Team Heidelin.
Yeah, I hope you're all up for an exciting showdown between these two.
Right, that was quite the entrance. I hope you're ready to win some gil, but I think you're all here to play for a charity, right?
Yeah, that's right. We don't have selfish gillionaires here, of course. You'll be raising gil for a very good cause. I believe for Team Heidelin, that will be the Inventory Hoarder Helpers. Can you maybe tell us a little bit about that good cause?
So, if you don't know, sometimes we collect too many things and we don't know what to do with them. We are here to help those in need who don't know what to throw away and don't know what to sell. We really care deeply about you and your condition, and we want to help.
If we win, we buy you more retainers.
I mean, they said it all for me, but personally, I have too many clothes, so I also need help from the Inventory Hoarders Helpers. So if we win, that's going to be awesome for me too. Thank you.
My inventory is a nightmare. Please, somebody help.
Okay. I was just saying it wasn't for a selfish cause, but I think there's a little bit of self-interest going here as well. But that's okay.
Well, I believe Team Zodiac will also be playing for their own chosen charity. Would you like to tell us what it is and a little bit about it?
Gladly. As a fellow uptime-pushing Reaper enjoyer, we are, I think all of us, very, very excited to be able to support the Floor Tank Foundation in assisting everyone that is looking to get just a little bit more damage out of their gameplay with well, less deadly consequences, really. While they are offering retainers, I think we can offer Swiftcast reses.
Can we please have a thought for all dragoons who fell on the floor way too early?
And red mages. So many red mages. And dancers.
I mean, how many dragoons do we have in the crowd? We're here to help.
Sorry. Amazing. There you have it for the Floor Tank Foundation, everybody. Now, since this is a live show, we will be running things a little bit differently from the digital version. Julia, would you like to start us off with the explanations?
Of course, I'll briefly introduce you to the concept. As you might have already guessed, there's two teams. We have Team Zodiac and Team Heidelin with 4 wonderful contestants on each. We have prepared 5 questions. They're a bit tricky, but I think they'll be able to handle it. And we will always be asking one member of each team to step up to our buzzers, listen to us read the question, and if they know the answer, if they think they know the answer, they'll slam that button and get a chance to answer.
But if for some reason they get stumped on a question, don't worry, you will have 3 power-ups that you can use once per team. First of all, we have the link shell. So, if you choose to use your link shell, you will be able to go back to your team and discuss the answer. Second, we will have the audience cheer. I believe that's the name, correct me if I'm wrong. So,
that's right.
If they choose to use this power-up, you will need to help them by cheering at the correct answer. Third, last but not least, we have the gentlemanly investigation. Well, I'm sure you all know where the reference comes from. Our very own investigator. Sometimes investigations can go a little bit wrong, but in this case, he will be able to remove 2 answers from 4. So it's a 50-50.
Yeah, because he gets there about half of the time, so.
I mean, he gets there eventually, so I think it's fine, right?
I think so too. Yeah, just as a reminder again, each team can use each ability only once, and then it's gone. So they really have to plan out where to use them across 5 questions, because there's only 3 jokers.
So with that, are you both teams ready to win some gil?
They look ready to me.
Everyone, are you ready?
All right. Then let's play. Who wants to be a gillionaire? Can we ask Rookery and Liffy to step up to the podium, please? Oh, there's a rivalry going on there.
Which one are your best battle pose?
Yeah, can you tell us something about what's the vibe here?
Well, the vibe today is that we are arch nemesis, but tomorrow we'll be co-commentators. But for right now, arch nemesis.
We gotta balance out all the friendship with a little bit of fiery fighting every now and then.
Yeah, as we all know, rivalry is the truest form of friendship, right?
You mean, no, there was a frontline joke in there somewhere.
Well, I definitely agree with that rivalry thing. Look at us, we're wearing different colors. We're on the same team at work, but right now,
we're just a little bit partial, but because there's 2 of us, it kind of balances out.
That's right.
So, if we can quickly ask you for the mics back, just to make sure we don't hit the buttons with those.
Please do not smack the microphone on the buzzer. We'll have to pay for this.
Yeah.
Please don't do that.
It's coming out of our salary, so. All right. And with that, Tasha, do you think we should be heading for the first question?
Do we want to just give those buzzers a test to make sure they're working properly?
Ooh. Oh, I think. Oh. Thank you very much. I think that was done for us. Wonderful work. Yeah, I think we can just give them a spin. If they're not working, I think we'll just make the 2 fight it out or something. We'll probably find a way.
Does insurance cover this?
Probably.
Okay.
All right. You're gonna get us started with question number 1.
Yes, so please, on the screen, question number 1. What is the correct spelling for the full name of the Grand Admiral of Limsa Lominsa? A, is it Merlib Bloden? B, Merlib Bluefiswind? C, Melvib Bluefiswind? Or D, Wormid Bloden?
Oh, I guess we will have to watch you two fight it out after all.
I'm pretty sure that was Lithy.
I might have to agree with you. Ah, wonderful.
Technical issues, but hey, here we are.
It's fine. We got there in the end.
So, Lithy, please tell us your answer.
I'd like to use my link shell.
Right off the bat, Lithy would like to use his link shell.
All right.
This is Thancred.
You'll have about 30 seconds.
Saying B?
Yeah, it's like
B?
There is an F.
B or C.
Wait, actually should look at the answers.
On your right.
It's another.
Never mind. Yeah, I think it's
So we're definitely thinking B here. Sarah?
TikTok.
B?
I think so, yeah.
Do we have a time limit?
Yes, we do.
Oh no.
Yep, you're reaching it. You're about to hit it.
Are you sure, Husky? Are you sure?
It's
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's the link
It's
shell done.
C.
You would like to lock in answer C.
Is that your final answer?
We all believe in Husky, so yes.
And that is correct. Well done, Team Zodiac. I will have to admit that you are scoring a whole 500,000 gil for that right answer. That's right. Pretty good start. Off to an early lead over there, Team Zodiac. I'm keeping my eyes on you.
I'm keeping my mind, so you don't bully my team.
Okay, sure.
Thank you very much, Rook and Lithy.
Yes, thank you so much, you two.
Well, I actually didn't really quite know that answer either. I'm very sorry, everybody. I need to brush up on my lore for sure. Well, with that, are we ready for our second question?
All right, in that case, can we please ask Alex and Husky to step up to our podium? Nice. When did you rehearse this? Amazing, flawless. I'm so sorry, I forgot to hand you the mic before asking you a
We're
question.
just built like this.
You're just built different.
Just
That's
us.
right. Wonderful. So do you two also have a little rivalry thing going on for this one?
I mean, every single time me and Husky work together, I try to write a part that is impossible to play, to see him crumble, and then he delivers.
Yeah, Alex is always a challenge for me, and
Yeah. But
every time we collab, it ends up wonderfully.
But today we're enemies.
Yeah,
I think
we
I'm
are close friends,
representing.
but today we are both here to win, so.
I'm representing casual players. Where are my casual players at?
Not bad.
And you're the hardcore player.
No, I'm not in a hardcore. I'm, let's say, semi-hardcore. I play side cotton, but I don't know a lot of Savage, so yeah.
All right. Wonderful. I'm going to be taking the mic back now because I'm a little bit afraid. Just in the heat of the moment. You two, I know you two are professionals with mics and everything.
We've seen it happen before.
Yeah, that's right. All right, let's not talk about that on stage.
Right, I'm sorry. All right, please, can we have our second question? In crystalline conflict, what is the name of the object that must be led to the other team's goal? Is it A, the tactical heart, B, the tactical tombstone, C, the tactical cluster, or D, the tactical crystal? I feel like this question.
Oh, we have an early lock-in from Team Heidelin. Alex.
I would also like to use the link shell.
Well,
but that's simply because one of my team members is a PvP expert.
That's right. All right, in
So-
that case, if I can ask you to head over there, you have 30 seconds to discuss with your team.
You know, right? You're the one who knows. Christening what? The what? Say the letter. Which letter is it?
You have 10 seconds remaining.
I made a mistake.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Okay. Can I answer?
You can. What do you think it is? We're gonna lock that in for you in a bit.
I forgot. I'm so sorry. But I think they said the tactical crystal.
All right, let's select that for Alex.
Is that your final answer?
It is.
It is. And that is correct. Well done, well done. Good work. You can keep the mic for a little bit. That's 1 million gil for your team. So you're overtaking Team Zodiac a little bit now. Very nice handshake.
I used to be Team Zodiac in the previous edition.
That's right, but you changed sides.
I switched to the bright side of life now.
Welcome. And I'm not continuing after that because we might get,
But thank you so much, Alex and Husky.
Yes, thank you very much. Good work. Looks like Team Heidelman's in the lead now, Tasha.
Only just by a little bit. We still don't know what's going to happen.
That's right, but we still have about double what you have. So I think, it's more than a little bit.
Right? I actually knew that answer though.
Yeah, you did? Wonderful.
I do play some crystalline conflict myself. Not very good, but I also enjoy doing my portraits.
Yes.
But yeah.
One of the best.
I'll get to show them off someday. Not today.
You will.
Okay, are we ready for our next question?
I believe so. Is the audience ready for the next question? They sound pretty ready to me. In that case, would you like to call our next two contestants?
Yes, next we have Inochi versus Ponto.
Very nicely done, you two.
Ponto has a lot of fans.
Ponto has a lot of fans? Really? Where are the Ponto fans sitting?
They're screaming.
Whoa! Not bad. And the Inochi fan? No, I think I heard some crowd over there earlier.
My Choco Bros!
Wonderful. So what's your whole angle on this rivalry, friendship, bromance situation? Oh, sorry. No, I think it's just because I came through the mic twice. Please hold the mic up to your,
All right, so I wanted to have this anime kind of rivalry.
Naruto Sasuke sort of thing.
Right, but Ponto was like, no, you're my enemy. I'm like, wait, no, Sasuke, you're my friend. Please, I want to fix you.
I can't be fixed.
What to do?
I know.
So now I just have to bring you down.
Oh, that's fighting words, Ponto.
It's okay.
It does feel like I just feel like we're currently in an anime opening. I love it.
Yes, that's very good. All right, let us steal the microphones again.
And please bring up our next question.
That makes question number 3.
Which of these are not from timed nodes?
That was an audible groan.
A, lemonette. B, broad beans. C, pixie apple. And D, peppermint.
Okay, that was a lock-in for Team Heidelin again. Let me get you your mic, I keep forgetting that, I'm so sorry.
Yes, hi, I love playing botanist, but I don't really pay attention to the time notes, so I would like to ask the beautiful audience for some help.
I believe that means we have now reached the stage for audience check. So we'll be doing the following. Natasha will be reading the answer options out loud, and we want you to cheer loudly when we reach the answer that you think is correct. All right, and then Inochi, hopefully, will be able to tell which the audience thinks is the correct answer.
All right, you can all see the question on the board, right? So, who would be cheering for A, lemonette?
Okay, lemonette fans in the crowd, let's go!
All right, what about B, broad beans? C, Pixie Apple? How about D, Peppermint? I feel like some of you are doing this on purpose.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if you're a fan of the opposing team, I'm now realizing it does make sense to mess with the audience check a little bit, so that's maybe a flaw in the game design, but it's okay. We'll check that out. We'll go back to the drawing board. However, Inuchi, how do you feel? Was that helpful?
Not sure. I think I've seen broad beans in the normal notes back in the past, but so I'm not sure. But the Pixie Apple got so much cheers, and that really got me confused now.
Right. So you're deliberating between option B and C. Is that right?
Well, I need to believe the beautiful audience, so I'll lock C. Pixie
Okay, that is your final answer?
For the retailers, do it.
Yeah, and let's see if the audience was correct. And they were indeed. Pixie Apple is the correct answer.
Thank you.
Well done, everyone. Wonderful, and I believe that is an additional 3.5 million gil for Team Heidelin. Well done.
This game is rigged.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, thank you very much, Inochi and Ponto.
Nice. That was not very anime, that handshake, but we'll work on it. Well done, well done. Well, I think if you have a look at the scoreboard up there, Tasha, it's looking pretty good for Team Heidelin.
But it's not over yet. We still have a few questions, and I believe we can do this. We can make a comeback, right? Please, round of applause for Team Zodiac.
Okay, we'll give this one to them, right? Yeah, for sure, for sure. Would you like to head to the next question, Tasha?
All right.
Or are you afraid?
I feel insulted. Okay, are we ready for the next question? If they are, I am.
Okay.
I was born ready. All right, please give us our next question.
That's right. We need the contestants up on stage
forgot.
first. Yeah.
I was too excited. I got ahead of myself.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry.
Yeah, the trash talk was getting a little too intense. We got a little carried away here. All right, so can we please call on Shenpai and Sarah Jane for a fourth question? Thank you so much. And thank you so much to the team for reminding us how this game works.
Thank you.
All right, so just checking in.
Yeah?
I'm feeling the pressure now.
Yeah.
You know, gonna try and bring this back. We'll see how it goes.
I mean, I'm pretty confident, a little bit. I'm gonna eat those words.
That is how it usually goes, but I have full trust. Team Heidelin, all the way.
If I don't get this one, it's because I wanted to give it to them, just for the chance.
Wow.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Those are big words, Shenpai. I look forward to what happens next.
Thank you. I do like the suspense.
All right.
Let me be the microphone thief once more.
Now we are actually ready for the question. I am very sorry.
Let's bring up question number 4. For 8 million gil, I believe.
Which Knight of the Heavens Ward is located to the east of the Dragon Songs Reprise Ultimate First Phase Arena before the battle is started? Is it A, Sir Grino, B, Sir Zephyrin, C, Sir Shariber, and D, Sir Adelpho? Sorry, that was too funny for me because this struck me really hard. I'm sorry.
Yep, no, I get you. So about that whole eating your words thing, huh? Yeah. Well done you. Yes, I believe that means Team Zodiac will
There was a bit of a delay, but we got there.
I'm gonna ask the audience.
Oh! Let's see if we have any raiders in the audience. Yes? Raiders? No?
Any ultimate raiders?
Okay. All right, Same procedure as last time. Tasha will be reading out the answers loudly.
First of all, I'm sorry for laughing. Second of all, I'm very sorry if I butchered these names. I'm trying my best. How can I hear it for A, Sir Grino? Has that won already? Okay, I'm kidding. Is it B, Sir Zephyrin?
Some Zephyrin fans in the crowd.
Not as loud. How do I actually pronounce the third name?
You're asking the German speaking English on stage right now.
How do I pronounce the third one?
Yes. Yes, okay.
Other Germans standing on stage.
Let's just say anyone cheering for Sir Sherrybird. Sherrybird? Sherrybear?
Sherrybear. Sherrybear. He said Sherrybear.
Okay.
Okay, no cheers. Is it D, Sir Adolfo? Does it help?
It kind of does. Like, Sir Adolfo rings a bell to me. The A, the cheer was very loud. I know my chat's gonna hate me for this if I get it wrong.
I don't think they will.
Okay. I'm gonna lock in A.
We have locked in answer A.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
All right, answer A is correct. Well done, and well done to our audience.
Thank you so much.
That's the huge score for Team Zodiac, I believe. That will net you 8 million, girl.
Well done, Team Zodiac.
Well done,
We're coming back.
Okay. I'm... Shen?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not upset.
Listen, I've cleared it once. I've only cleared it once and I forgot most of it.
Like I said, I'm not upset. I'm just a little disappointed.
It's fair. I deserve it. I did say I was going to eat my words, so
yeah.
It's what I deserve.
All right, I will have to send you back to your seat now.
Yeah.
All right, Team Idleton, we got this. I believe for our fifth question, as you might have noticed, we have 4 contestants each. So for our fifth question, you will actually pick who will go up to the podium.
Okay. You want me to take the L? I'll take the L. I can do it.
You don't know if it's going to be the L yet. I have full trust in you, I believe.
Does Team Zodiac have a representative?
But only
Why don't we ask the audience who should be the wild card here?
That's a dangerous question.
I heard Husky.
Husky?
Husky.
You want to do an audience? Oh, okay.
Oh.
I believe we have our 2 contestants. Oh.
Okay, I'll go.
All right. Welcome back, Alex and Husky.
Revenge time.
Oh.
All right.
Fighting words. I believe the last question number 5, will actually get the winner 14 million gil. Quite appropriate.
I just want to say I'm proud of everybody in this panel. So whoever wins,
yeah.
I'm happy.
Oh. Husky is proud of all of you.
Yeah, no, not you. I'm proud of everyone, not you.
Even if we're enemies?
I'm very proud of our audience. You guys, you nailed it. You are the best.
Yeah. All the audience checks have been really accurate. They've really come through.
Yeah.
All right, are you 2 ready to head into our 5th question?
I am.
Okay.
I am.
Julia, the microphone thief, coming back once more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, for the final wildcard question, let's see it. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Who came up with this? In the track Papaya, how many times is the syllable pa sung in a single loop? Is it A, 22 times, B, 48 times, C, 66 times, or D, 83 times?
Oh,
that was instant.
That was instant for Team Zodiac. I got it.
No hesitation.
I would like to use this 50-50, please.
The gentlemanly investigation, please.
Are there any papaya enjoyers in the audience? Papaya. Papaya, papaya, papaya. Papaya. Yeah.
Very nice, very nice. Not sure how well the microphones picked that up, but you did super well.
That's exactly why I don't sing in my videos, by the way.
All right, looks like 2 answers have been taken out, so the only answers that are left is either C, 66 times, or D, 83 times. What is your answer?
I would say answer C.
Answer C?
Yeah.
Is that your final answer?
It is.
Are you absolutely sure?
Absolutely sure.
Because if you get this wrong, it's an automatic win for the other team.
I am.
It is correct.
Yes!
Well done, Husky. I have to admit. I'll give the mic back to Alex.
Well done, Husky. I'm proud of you. As always.
Oh.
I'm really proud of everyone.
I mean, you made Team Zodiac win. That was my team last time. I'm so sorry.
So there was some collusion going on after all.
This was fun. I want to really thank you guys for putting this together. That was really amazing. And thank you guys in the audience. It was so much fun. Thank you.
I had a great time. I have another question, by the way. Speaking of Team Heidelin and Team Zodiac, which side in the game are you on? Are you Team Heidelin? Or did you prefer Zodiac? Once again, it seems that it's a 50-50.
It wasn't. We definitely won. We definitely won.
Okay, Tasha got cocky.
Emmett did nothing wrong.
Thank you.
We'll cut that in post.
Thank you.
All right, I guess that means Team Zodiac is actually the winner of this year's edition of Who Wants to Be a Gillionaire?
Congratulations, Team Zodiac!
That's quite the comeback. I believe in 2021 it was actually Team Heidelin that took it all.
It was, so I'm very, very happy.
Yeah, we've evened the score, so to say. So, would you like to ask Team Zodiac to the front, please?
Please, come to the front, Team Zodiac. Oh, that way, or this way.
Congratulations to our winners. Would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, thank you so much to everyone in the audience, or we wouldn't be standing here, so thank you.
Never in doubt.
As a member of the Float Tank Foundation, I would like to do the float tank.
Well, we obviously couldn't have done it without Husky, so thank you, Husky. And other than that, thanks for having us. This has been a lot of fun. Queue up for Crystalline Conflict Ranked, will you? That's going to be a lot of fun, I promise.
Great, thank you very much.
I'm going to take that back from you. Thank you very much. All right, and I believe we have, I'm so sorry, team, let me quickly check in with my Team Heidelin, okay? How are you guys doing? Everything okay?
You know, I feel like we let down Crystal Mom, but it's gonna be okay. It's all right, we can rally. We'll support Amanda when she sings amazingly later, and we'll make up for it.
You know, there's got to be balance in life, you know? Zodiac won. No, I didn't won last time. Now it's Zodiac, so it's fine. And thank you guys again. This was so much fun.
Well, I think in the end we're all winners because we know each other and we're a part of this beautiful community. So thank you, Team Zodiac, thank you, Team Heidelin, and thank you, viewers.
I want to say I'm so sorry to the rating community. But other than that, this was awesome, and I'm pretty sure all of us had a lot of fun, and this is a great opportunity, and we got to see all of you, and it's just amazing. So we all win in the end. It's awesome.
Wonderful, wonderful. Natasha, I'm just hearing through a link shell that there's something waiting on the other side of the stage. While I go check, would you maybe check in with Team Zodiac, how they're gonna use their 22.5 million gil?
That's correct, team. Let us know, tell us what you're going to do with that money.
I think we all are people of our word, so obviously we will use a majority of the funds to bribe every available white mage for swift res casts on all the floor tanks. I think that's a good start. Husky, any further ideas what we can do?
We should have a roster of red mages as DPSs for the raises, of course.
Look who I found over here.
We believe we have Tweeting Way visiting the stage today with our prize money.
Yeah, that's the check for Team Heidelin. Thank you so much for making it here, Tweeting Way. I'm gonna get this over to you. Oh, that's a big check. Oh. If I can ask you to hold this. Wow, 22.5 million gil for the Floor Tank Foundation. Thank you so much, Tweeting Way. You wanted them for yourself? Yeah. Okay. We're gonna get that sorted out. All right. I'm getting something through my link share right now. They need you in the social media room like ASAP. So maybe let's get going. Yeah, I know you don't want to get off yet, but you know, I'm sure we'll be seeing them later again. Oh.
Easier.
Well, once again, congratulations, Team Zodiac. Like, please welcome Team Heidelin to the front as well for a great group picture. Thank you all so much for watching Who Wants to Be a Gillionaire, and once again, last round of applause for all of our amazing content creators who visited us today. Lissy, Husky, Ponto, Sarah Jane, Rookery, Alex Makala, Inochi, and Shenpai.
Thank you so much for coming out. Do you have any closing words?
I'm so sorry.
Grahatia, best boy.
Alice, best girl.
Vanat, best crystal bomb. Shout out to all the people on Materia DC back home.
Thank you both for coming, guys.
This is not Tancred.
No, I think that was Husky. I can't speak anymore. Thanks for having us. It was awesome.
Thank you for coming. Wonderful. And I believe that's the end for Who Wants to Be a Gillionaire 2023. You were a joy to have. You were also a joy to have. Thank you so much for doing this with us, for indulging us. Thank you so much to the entire audience for your great support and your amazing question-answering abilities.
Especially to all the ultimate raiders out there, thank you very much for answering that question for us.
And gatherers, let's not forget the gatherers. They really came through as well.
Right, give yourselves a huge round of applause.
Yes. Well done, everybody. And I think that's us.
Right, but don't go too far, because up next at 4:30, we're going to have Welcome to Naoki's Room, featuring a very special guest. You've already met him, so be sure to get seated when time comes and enjoy the show. We'll see you again in the next episode, in the next round of Who Wants to Be a Gillionaire. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Okay. Well done.
passion towards new experiences is powerful. Alienware gear isn't made to resist that pull. It's made to accelerate it, to transport you to new places where you can embrace difference and leave familiar behind, bringing you ever closer to the ultimate experience. See you on the other side.
Time, no more once upon a time. Take flight, find your wings and spread them wide.
Ah, blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
Come now. There's no cause for panic. This one might make for a worthy opponent. Might you have a moment to speak further? Come to the land you call the New World. My home. Ural.
any longtime Final Fantasy series fans in the crowd? Awesome, because shortly we will have a very special guest joining us on stage shortly for a chat about his journey as a warrior of light. He will also be answering some of your burning questions on all things Final Fantasy. But first, please welcome to the stage Yoshi P and Foxclaw.
We're back.
さあ何時間この格好をしてるんだろうかな。
I wonder how long am I going to be in this outfit?
A lot. ね、長いですね。すっかり長いです。
いや気に入ってるんです。
But I like it.
That's good at least. それでは、早速始めていきたいと思いますので皆さんにご挨拶をお願いしたいと思います。So let's start with 吉田さん's greeting to everyone.
ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサー兼ディレクターの吉田です。よろしくお願いします。
I'm Naoki Yoshida, producer and director of Final Fantasy XIV.
And my name is Toshio Murochi again, also known as the Fox Clan. I will do the MC role for this program. コミュニティチームモルゴルこと室内です。よろしくお願いします。じゃあ
そして、はい、もう一方スペシャルなゲストをお呼びして、このステージ進行していこうかなと思います。
So now I'd like to bring forward to the stage a very special guest for this program.
Yes, please.
ファイナルファンタジーシリーズの生みの親である
The founding creator of the Final Fantasy series,
ヒロム坂口。じゃあ皆さんに一言ご挨拶をお願いします。
So, could I ask a little message for our audience?
今日は、暴れてやるっていうことでこちらに来たので、これから1時間ほどですか、暴れていこうと思います。
So I am here to give it my all and kind of get a little rowdy. So for the next hour or so, I'm going to get as rowdy as I can.
やばいな、今日止める人がいないんだよ。
Oh, that sounds like trouble. There's no one there to stop you.
では坂口さん、席の方によろしくお願いします。
So, please take a seat.
Alright, so to begin with, let me introduce Sakaguchi-san's profile again. So please move to the next slide. 坂口さんのプロフィールのご紹介からさせていただきたいと思います。ミストウォーカーコーポレーション代表であらせられますが、He is for sure the Mr. Walker Corporation CEO and then known as the founder of the Final Fantasy series でファイナルファンタジーの生みの親ではありますが、今日はどちらかというと光の戦士としての坂口さんのお話を伺いたいと思いますのでよろしくお願いします。So rather than that, for today's program, we want to introduce 坂口さん as a warrior of light. よろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いします。
Thank you.
So for the first half of this program, we will have a talk session between Sakaguchi-san and Yoshida-san. Based on the prepared themes. この最初の時間帯は、まずは用意しておりますテーマに沿ったトークセッションを坂口さんと吉田さんに行っていただきまして、で後半戦は、フォーラムで事前に皆様から多数の質問を、預かっておりますのでそちらの方を聞いていきたいと思います。And for the latter half, we gathered so many questions from you through the official forums and the community, and then we will ask you a question to the 坂口さんand 吉田さん。Right? So let's start the talk session, And the first theme is this one. Please move to the next slide.
あ、これはもうあれですね。あ、始めたきっかけか。これあれですね。初めて空を自力で飛んだ時の未だにもうこの感動は忘れられないという瞬間ですね。
Oh yeah, stepping into Final Fantasy XIV. So this screenshot is when I was able to gain the ability to fly with my mount. I still remember just how moved I was when I was able to do that.
いやもうそう言っていただけるとめちゃくちゃ嬉しいですよ。
感動ですよね、なんかね。それも
Wow, when you put it that way, it makes me so happy.
Yeah, I was so moved.
始めたきっかけは吉田さんと対談があるっていうことで、まあもともと MMO は好きでハマるなと思ってたのでちょっと手を出さなかったんですけども、まあやっぱり14やられてるってことで、これはハマらないようにちょっとだけプレイしてお会いしようと思ったのがきっかけですね。
So the reason why I started Final Fantasy XIV was because I was scheduled to have this sort of talk session with Mr. Yoshida, and so of course I always loved MMOs, so I thought, well, if I start playing it, I will probably be very much obsessed by it, so I tried not to get my hands on the game just much, but oh my gosh, 14 got me. But I tried my best to just touch on the surface so that I won't go too deep.
もう始めたらもう、そこから毎日最初の頃は12時間ぐらいプレイしてました。はい。
But once I did start, I believe every day I was on there for like 12 hours.
オープニングでは今は 30% とおっしゃってましたけど、最初はじゃあ 50% ぐらい。So at the opening session, opening ceremony, you said you are now playing the 30% of your life is FF14, but at the beginning it was 50%. Is it?
そうですね。まあ 50% ぐらい。
12時間ですからね。
はい。寝てない時間でいうと8割方で、食事を除いてしまうとほぼ 100% みたいな。
Let's see, yeah, it's pretty much 50%. I'm thinking about time I spend not sleeping. I think 14 took up about 80%. If I remove the time I would spend eating, I think I would be online 100%.
いやでもその対談に際してまあ坂口さんとてもお忙しいですし、それでもやっぱりこうまずちゃんと14プレイしてからじゃないと対談に臨むには失礼だって思っていただけたこと自体がやっぱり坂口さん本当にすごい人だなってその時ちょっとねチーム内でもそんな話をしてたんです。
Yeah, I remember back when we were thinking of having that session where we do the talk session, and I know Sakaguchi-san, you're extremely busy yourself, but you said very kindly that it would be rude of you not to play 14 in advance of that talk session, so that there would be some preparation. So I remember thinking back then, wow, that's amazing, and we even discussed that point in the dev team as well.
その当時今でも覚えてるんですけど、開発チーム内は坂口さんの当時のツイッターを見ていつまで続けてくれるんだろうってすごいドキドキしてましたみんな。
Yeah, so in the dev team, of course, we were keeping track of your progress on Twitter, and there were some people who were saying, how long will he hang in there? I'm not sure. Like, we were feeling a bit nervous almost.
いや、もうなんていうか逆にもう出れないですね。今でももう私の人生の一部となっております。
Oh man, no, actually, yeah, it's quite the opposite. Now I can't leave. Final Fantasy XIV has become part of my life.
Wow. 僕一個覚えてるんですけど、ミストウォーカーの皆さんともちょっとお話しした時に坂口さんすごく楽しくプレイしていて、で坂口さんご自身からもミストウォーカーのみんなもねすごい理解を示してくれてるんだよねって坂口さんからは聞いたんですよ。
So I remember one interesting thing. Also, there was a discussion happening with back at the time when you were like playing 14, you were really having fun, and I know that there was a discussion within Mistwalker, and I heard from you, Sakaguchi-san, that everyone in the team at Mistwalker was saying that they were all very understanding of the situation.
それをミストウォーカーの方に伝えたら、いくつ会議ぶっ飛んでると思ってるんですか
And then when I told that to the people in Mistwalker, they're like, "What? No, what do you mean in that meeting?"
いやもうね、レイドとか始まると終われないですからしょうがないですよね。しょうがないです。しょうがない。
I mean, yeah, once I'm in a raid, like, I can't attend a meeting. I just can't.
Everyone here can みんなここにいる皆さんはね理解してくれると思います。ありがとうございます。じゃあ次のテーマに行ってみたいと思います。So let's move to the next theme. Please change the slide. This one. So next theme is
FC ハウスを、作ろうということになってプレイしてから1年今2年ちょうど経ったぐらいなんですけどプレイして1年後ぐらいかなに作ったんですけどその時にせっかくこういうなんていうかメッセージブックのシステムがあるんでそれまでの FF に関連した人たちから一人一人メッセージをもらって書こうと決めて結果120人ぐらいかな、いただいて吉田さんからもメッセージいただいて、っていうノートブックですね。
Yeah, so what you're seeing here is from my free company estate about a year ago. Of course, right now I've been playing Final Fantasy XIV for about 2 years at this point. But so when I set up my free company in the estate, because the housing does have this message book system, I had people who were related or relevant to Final Fantasy and the production thereof and have them sign the book. I actually had Mr. Yoshida sign it as well. So I think I have about 120 messages in the book now.
Yeah, as you can see, for our English-speaking audience, we added the translation to each message, so you can find out who the each commenter is. 英語の皆さんのために今回英訳もちょっと足しましてどんなメンバーがコメントしてるかをちょっとご覧いただけるかと思います。
いやもうレジェンドだらけですよ本当に。
Well, as you can see, they're all legends.
いやそういうことを坂口さんが始めたらしいっていうのを聞いた時になんか俺めっちゃ怒られるんじゃないかなと思って。
When I heard Sakaguchi-san that you started such a thing like this, I thought I'm going to be in a lot of trouble.
いやいやもう本当にメールとかダイレクトメッセージでみんなに問い合わせたんですけどもうあっという間に集まってやっぱりなんかみんな FF を作ったり、あと宣伝関係の人にも声かけたんですけどなんかやっぱり FF に携わる中でやっぱりなんかみんな熱い気持ちはいまだに持っていてじゃあこういうノートを作ろうって言ったらもう本当にみんな前向きに、書いてくれてありがたいですね。
For sure, yeah. I reached out to these different developers as well as some of the people who are just relevant with the promotion of the title through email as well as direct messages, and so many people gathered so quickly. So I think those who were involved with the production of Final Fantasy or those who are promoting the game really felt something in their heart that they wanted to share. So it was great. Everybody came together to put this notebook together.
今でもハウスに普通に遊びに行ったら見れるんですか他のプレイヤーも。
So even now, if we go to your housing, would we be able to see it, like maybe other players who come to visit?
もうこのまんま置いてあるので、これともう一冊で開発FF に携わった人たちのメッセージあと他にもエッチな本っていうのは例えば置いてあってそれは僕が書ける限界ギリギリで当時スクエアで起きたエッチな話を書き込んであったりもします。
And yes, I actually have this message book available for everybody to see as is, so players can visit and look at the messages. And then we have, of course, the messages from the Final Fantasy related people, but at the same time I have this naughty book that I tried to make sure that, of course, censoring it to an extent, but things that are a little naughty that I am able to divulge.
それ当時の人が見たら誰と誰のことを言ってるか微妙に分かったりするんですよね。
So if the people who this naughty book is referring to see that, they kind of sort of know who it's talking about, right?
そうですね、もうみんな分かってしまうっていう、まあ、そんなになんていうのかな、ちょっとこう、まあ、例えば徹夜とするこう女性のグラフィックの子とかいたんですけど、その子はやっぱり寝やすいんで応接の一番いいソファで寝ちゃうんですよ。で次の日僕が朝面接でそこを使うんですけど、なんだろう、ポワーンと香水の匂いと何とも言えないこう女性の部屋に入ってしまったかのようなっていうエピソードとか、はい、そういう。
Yeah, I think probably people might be able to surmise what's going on. But I mean, I say naughty, but it's not explicit. For example, there was somebody on the graphics team, this woman who would need to stay over to work overnight, and she would utilize the large meeting room to kind of take her rest in. And the next day, I had to use that room for an interview. And so a woman was laying there, and then her fragrance, I guess, kind of left a lingering scent in there. That's the kind of stuff that I write.
I feel it's better to stop right now for this topic.
ここまで。
Yeah.
もうちょっと暴れさせてくれよ。
このトピックはここまででやめた方がいいんじゃないかなってちょっと感じ。
まあでもアルティマニアにも載ってないようなネタがここに行けば読めると。
But hey, this is a great opportunity to hear things which aren't even in Ultimania.
Alright, so 皆さんもぜひ見に行ってみてください。So yeah, you are on by your own. Please visit the FC House Square Development Room and then find out what's there. So let's move to the next topic. 次のトピックに行きたいと思います。お願いします。
お、あれ？あ、これはね、つい先日撮っちゃいました。
What's this?
I just recently got this.
絶ですよね。
絶です。
From Ultimate, right?
行ってたんですか？
行きました。
You went and did Ultimate?
Yes.
おい。そんなことを一言もおっしゃってませんでしたね。Yeah, he never told about that.
知らなかった。
I had no idea.
だって俺チェックした時このスクリーンショットなかったよ。だって。
Back when I checked the material, I didn't see the screenshot there.
True, actually the theme is, please proceed, and the title is, yeah, end game, tackling end game content. Yeah, they was talking about the end game content, but the screenshot was not this one. エンドゲームの話をしましょう。エンドゲーム坂口さんどんなですかっていうのを聞こうと思ってたんですけど、このスクリーンショットじゃなかったですね。
そうですね、そうですね。まだそう言われてお渡しした時はなんか霊式かなんかのスクショだったんですけど、はい。
That's true. When I was instructed to share a screenshot of end content, I think I provided them with a Savage Raid.
絶ですよね、これ。
そうなんです。ちょっとこっそりやろうかなと思って、まあせっかくイベントも呼んでいただいたし、なんとかこのイベントに間に合わせたいなってみんなで頑張ってたんですけど、なんとか、どうだろう、10日前ぐらいとかかな、それこそクリアできてですね。よし間に合ったみたいな。
But this is Ultimate, right?
Yes, I wanted to keep it a secret, you know, and because I was invited to this event, I was like, okay, we want to do this just in time for the event. And I think we cleared the Ultimate content 10 days ago. I was so relieved that we were able to make it in time.
もうコメントが一体どうなってるんだ、そりゃ会議もなくなるわって。
I'm looking at the comments here and they're saying, oh, what's going to happen? I think meetings won't even be a thing anymore.
And it also says the legend is becoming an actual legend. レジェンドがレジェンドになったぞって今コメントが盛り上がってますね。
はい。いやこれ光る武器が欲しかったんですよね。
But yeah, I wanted a shiny weapon.
いやでも実際そのツイッターとかでこうプレイを日々レポートされてるの拝見してて、レイドってどこまでやるのかなってまあ開発チームでも言ってたんですね。
Yeah, but as I was saying, we were seeing your progress on Twitter. You were always reporting about what content you've got up to. And in terms of raids in particular, we were wondering how far you would get. And we were discussing that in the dev team.
なんかあっという間でしたね、ここまで。
そうですね。
It was no time at all and that you've reached this point.
はい。まあなんだろう、でもその難しかったけど、まあ霊式と違ってこうテンポがすごく良かったので、なんかまた違うニュアンスを14の中で見つけて、すごく楽しくなんか攻略できた感じありましたけど。
Of course, it was very challenging, but the tempo was really good when I was playing through it, and so I feel like I was able to see another nuance within Final Fantasy XIV. So it was a lot of fun trying to get through this.
実際坂口さんといえば、エヴァクエストだったりとか、それから当然ファイナルファンタジー11まさに作ろうっておっしゃった、ご本人ですし、ただこういうその14の8人レイドみたいなのってそういったMMO にはなかったテンポのバトルだと思うんですね。実際そのレイド始めてみてどう感じたのかなと。
Yeah, so I know Sakaguchi-san, back in the day you were a fan of EverQuest, and you were actually the person who suggested to make Final Fantasy XI. But the 8-person raids that we have in 14, they have a completely different tempo to the MMOs compared to back in the day. So after you started playing these raids, I was wondering just how you felt about it.
やっぱりなんていうのかな、8人でも24人のでもそうですけど。レイドをみんなで役割分もちろんMMO なんだからそうなんだけど役割分担してどれだけ楽しませようっていうのに、かなりやっぱり知恵を絞って作られてるなっていうのと、ただそうは言っても最初の頃はエバクエの癖とかが残ってたのでなんていうんですか、ヘイト取るのにまずあれってタンクが先にずっと殴ってるじゃないですか、一人でヘイト取ってからみんな攻めるみたいな、なんかそういう。そこも含めてなんていうかな、もっと遊びやすくものすごく昔のものに比べて改良というか、考え抜かれてるなっていうのはすごく感じました。
Of course, with the 8-person raid, same goes for 24-person raids as well. I think we would have our roles and we would kind of discuss where people will be standing within the positions. And I can sense that the development team had sort of racked their brains on making it such an enjoyable fight for all the players that are participating. And of course, earlier on, I would still have like muscle memory from EverQuest, and I didn't know how to take aggro from the enemy. I would need to wait for the tank to go in and then have them sort of continuously attack, and then everybody else kind of joins in. But I think, it feels very intuitive. It feels really nice, and compared to the olden days of some of these games that were set up, I think it has been improved upon so that it is kind of easy to jump onto.
今日本できっとレイド70のレイドを作ってる連中がいるんですけど大変喜んでると思います今のコメント。
I'm sure now in Japan, well, there's a team who made the 7.0 raids, and I'm sure they are super happy to hear that.
いやもう楽しみにしてるのでなんだろう早くくれって感じです。
I am so excited for it. Like I can't wait. Like please give me the content now. Hurry.
Now. Oh yeah, everyone agrees. 皆さん同意されてますね。それはそうだ。
いや待ってください。絶もしかしてまだ続けていくご予定あるんですか？
So hold on a moment. I just want to ask one thing. Do you have an intention to continue tackling Ultimate?
Good question.
やっぱりオレンジ色のも欲しいですよね。
For sure, yeah. I want next the orange shiny.
オレンジone。
じゃあバハムートあたりとか
ね、そうですね。アレキかわからないですけどやりたいですね。はい。
Maybe Ultimate Bahamut or Alexander Perfect.
ミストウォーカーの皆さん大変申し訳ございません。
Mistwalker, the team at Mistwalker, I apologize.
Yeah, we do
sincerely.
apologize.
I'm so sorry. ちなみに会場で絶どれかクリアしたことあるよっていう人。
So, out of interest, how many here in the venue have cleared Ultimate?
Oh wow.
結構います。でもですよ。
There's quite a lot of you, but still.
一番難しいコンテンツシリーズですからね。
It's the most difficult series of content there is.
参りました。ありがとうございます。
I'm at a loss of words.
楽しませていただきました。
Yes.
Alright, then let's move to the next topic. では次のトピックに参りましょう。こちらです。What is this? The theme is Mr. Sakaguchi's crafting endeavors.
クラフター活動も熱心にしていただいてますが。
そうですね、やっぱりこう着せ替えができるのとかなりいろんなもの作れるじゃないですか。でもちょっと、そういう意味ではクリエイター魂がここで開花してしまってですね、で一応僕坂口なので坂口という、若干商標的に問題があるのかもしれないんですけどという名称にしてですね、で作った人の名前入るじゃないですか。なので、皆さんにこうゲーム内で配ったり、して楽しんでますね。
Yeah, it's interesting because we can put glamour on our characters, and with crafting we can create a lot of different things. So as a creator, I really want to get my hands on something like that. So I took my name Sakaguchi and kind of did a play on words, Sakaguchi. Sorry, it might be kind of taboo from a copyright or trademark perspective, but I named it as such. And then once you craft an item, you see your name written on the display. So I would craft some items and then pass it out in game and such.
ぜひですね、この会場にどなたかグッチ関係者ないしはその親戚知り合いにグッチの関係者のいる方はですね、ぜひ私がコンタクトを取りたいとお伝えください。
If anybody here actually works for the brand Gucci, or anybody who knows somebody or is related to, we would love to get connected.
いやでもすごい売れ行きで、かつ転売を防ぐのに一度こう購入してくださったお客さんとコンテンツに行って、そのいわゆるこう転売できなくするようにバインドしてっていうアイデアでやられてたんですよね。
But yeah, so I think they sold really well, but to prevent a resale, you had this idea of going into content so that the gear binds, so then you would not be able to resale.
やっぱり14世界をなんていうの乱したくなかったので、システム上できるかなと思ったら、そうですね、コンテンツに行くかないしはその場で、ブグ投影でいいんですかねをしてもらってバインドしてもらうことで、そうすると一切も本当に転売が起こらないので、もうやっぱり経済も一つのねこの MMO の楽しみの一つなので、乱さないようになんとか頑張ってます。
For sure, I didn't want to disrupt the world of Final Fantasy XIV. So looking at what is available in the systems, I think having them equip the crafted gear and going into the content, or just have them glamour it onto themselves right there on the spot, would allow for people to, or prevent people from taking the items and listing it onto the market boards. So yeah, I wanted to make sure that I am sort of protecting the integrity.
そのあたりのやっぱりこうアイデアというか、すぐシステムを理解された上でこうすればこうなるじゃんみたいな。でかつすごいなと思ったのが、購入するだけじゃなくて坂口さんのキャラクターとコンテンツに行って例えばね記念写真撮ったりもできるっていうことなので、ものすごいアイデアだなと思って。
Yeah, but I think that idea that you had, you kind of understand how the system works, and by understanding so, you can think, okay, I want to do it this way, so if I do it that way, it will work. And so the players, they don't just purchase the content, but by going, they don't just purchase the gear, but by going into the content, they can challenge content with you and also take a commemorative photo. So I think that's a fantastic idea.
なんか僕にとってはそれでこう新しい友人ができる感覚っていうのもあって、そこも MMO のすごい醍醐味ですからね。すごい僕自身もものすごい楽しんで、やってる感じですね。
Yeah, and it's a great opportunity to make new friends by doing this, and I think that's what makes an MMO so interesting and fun. So yeah, I'm enjoying doing that as well.
ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. So let's move to the next topic. 次のテーマいきましょう。こちらです。So this is favorite BGM.
これですね。これはこれ以外にもかかってると思うんですが、オープニングのね、というかテーマ曲ですね。FF のあれは未だにやっぱりかかるとこう胸がぐっとこう締め付けられるというか、上松さんのコンサートとかでもやりますけど、そこもやっぱりこうちょっと涙出てくるんですね、メロディーは。なのでもうこの時ももう飛び上がった時に ここで流すなよテーマ曲って。
Yeah, so this is where we hear that sort of opening theme song play, and every time that I hear this song, I still feel my heart kind of being squeezed, and I get very emotional. We have Mr. Uematsu's works being performed in concerts nowadays, but when I see this taking flight and then the music plays, I'm like, oh no, I get teary. It's like, oh, did you have to play that music there? And I get so moved.
なんか最近の例えばルビカンテとかあそこら辺の戦闘曲もそうですけど、うまく上松さんのメロディーをしかももう完全になんていうか現代風っていうとおかしいんだけど14風にきっちりこうアレンジしてかかるのが、もうあれは癖になりますね。素晴らしい本当に14の音楽の仕事だと思います。はい。
I think most recently, the battle with Rubicante or the different archfiends really incorporate Mr. Uematsu's melody, and I guess it's not necessarily making it more modernized, but it's more making it 14-like and making that rearrangement, and it works so well.
サウンドディレクターの祖健が、本当にいつも言うんですけど、FF の音楽っていうのは上松さんの音楽なんだと。だからこう、もちろんその上松さんだったらどう解釈するんだろうとか、ここのシーンできっとこういう音楽が FF だったら流れるはずだっていうのが常にやっぱり祖健のベースにあるっていうところと、アレンジさせてもらう時にやっぱり14のこのシチュエーションに合うアレンジは何だろうっていうのを常に考えてるっていつも言ってるので、多分そういうところを感じていただけたんなら多分祖健めっちゃ喜ぶと思います。
ありがとうございます。 Thank you very much.
So yeah, the sound director Soken says it all the time, but the music from Final Fantasy is Mr. Uematsu's music. So whenever there's a track in he's going to arrange something to put into 14, he would always think, how would Mr. Uematsu interpret this? In this scene, what type of music would be playing out? So he's always conscious of that and trying to arrange it into that, what in 14, whatever situation would be suitable from Mr. Uematsu's perspective. And I think Sakaguchi-san probably felt that, so I think Soken would be extremely happy to hear that.
ありがとうございます。 Thank you very much. I completely forgot waiting for the translation. I'm sorry about that. 翻訳を待つのを忘れてしまいました。申し訳ありません。Q&A に行く前にですね、もう一つテーマございます。こちらはいかがでしょうか。 So we have one more topic before going to Q&A.
これはあれですよね。ストーリー上の話ですね。はい。これはもうこの森に来た時の異世界観とか、あとシナリオでなんていうのかな、こう詩のようにこう情景を語るようなやり方もしてるじゃないですか。もうあれも含めてこう、この後クリスタリムに行くんですけど、なんていうかぐっとこう掴まれた、いいストーリーいっぱいあるんですけど、ここはやっぱり一番掴まれたところですかね。はい。
Oh yes, this is on the story. So when I first landed into this forest, I just felt that sort of different realm, that isekai, that sort of different realm feeling. And the scenario is kind of narrated almost as if though somebody's reciting a poem or a song of sorts. And I felt that it was really conveyed well. And from here we would go into the Crystarium, and just my heart was really grabbed at that moment. I mean, there were many elements in the story that I really liked, but this was one of my favorites.
そう言っていただけるとめちゃくちゃ嬉しいんですけど、やっぱりこの漆黒のタイミングっていうのは、まさに異世界へ行く、一旦英雄というかその光の戦士という名前を反転させて全く未知の物語に突入するっていうところを表現したかったので、かなり慎重に冒頭特に作ってた部分なんですね。
Yeah, so when you put it that way, it makes me extremely glad to hear. But especially for Shadowbringer's timing, this was when I wanted to flip the perspective. So by incorporating that kind of otherworld element, we were kind of putting a reverse on the Warrior of Light, and it was this kind of expression as part of the beginning stage of the title that we put a lot of effort into.
だからこういうバンっていきなり局面が変わるようなことって毎回やるとそれはそれで飽きるので、貯めてまたやる機会をしっかり作っていきたいなとはニヤニヤしながら思ってる次第です。
So rather than just kind of putting it all out at this point, I want to kind of build it up, and then gradually release it. And so I'm kind of grinning inside until that opportunity comes.
プレイしてちょうど1周年経った時にヨシピもインしてくれて、なんかお祝いをいただいたんですけど、それもここのちょっと離れた塔の上です。もうここ大好きなんです、この紫の方。
Yeah, I celebrated my 1-year anniversary playing Final Fantasy XIV, and Mr. Yoshida was kind enough to appear and celebrate it with me. And it was actually within Lakeland. It was in a tower away from this area shown here, but I just love this location.
いやでも確かにそうでしたね。お祝いに駆けつけた時、ここ指定でしたもんね。
Oh yeah, that's right. When back then, when I joined you, it was around this, right, wasn't it?
まあもともとここはその原初世界のまあ対になってるエリアからまあ紫の印象を持ってきて異世界観を作るぞって言ってたんですけど、やっぱ紫でベースのイメージを作るって本当に大変だったんで、まさにちょっと開発パネルにね、さっき言った志田君も含めてめっちゃみんなで作っていったので、褒めていただけると本当嬉しいです。
本当綺麗ですね。
But yeah, so the setting that we have here is kind of like a twin location that's coming originally from the source, but this kind of purple coloring to express that otherworldly perspective is extremely difficult to express. So it's all down to the hard efforts of, for example, in the previous dev panel, Shida-san and his efforts. So when you put it that way, it makes me extremely glad.
Oh yeah, it was really beautiful.
Thank you very much. So this is a wrap of the talk session part, and then I'd like to move to the Q&A session. トークセッションをここまでにさせていただきまして Q&A の方に移りたいと思います。で仕組みの方をご説明しますと、私が質問を読み上げると同時に画面の方には、質問文が、表示されます。で日本語訳もそっちについてますので全部読み上げるとですね時間かかりますので日本語では読み上げませんので、日本語でご覧の皆さんは画面の方で質問のご確認をお願いいたします。So how it works, let me explain how it works. I will read the question, and at the same time on the screen you will see the question text, and then Sakaguchi-san and Yoshida-san will answer the question, make answers. Yeah. So let's start with this question. So when designing a game, how much are community expectation, feedback, and responses to previous titles taken into consideration? いかがでしょうか。坂口さん。はい。
いやもちろん重要視はするんですけども、あとは何て言うのかな、今回の作品のその最初の頃の反応とか、ないしは何しろじゃあ何本売れたのとか、そういったものって意外とそれそのものが前作の評価だったり、特に FF っていうのはこうつながっていってるので、それぞれがもういろんな意味でつながってるっていう感覚がすごくあって、なんていうんですかね、感想だけじゃなくて前作に基づいて作られるし、今作ってるものは未来に向かってこれは実はのまた一歩っていうか、という階段のような感じで感じてますけど。
Of course, it is very important. We look at some of the community expectations and feedback, but also Final Fantasy is a series, and so with each installment within the franchise. We would look at the reactions that are made, and then some of the materials that we've utilized for the story. That kind of defines the previous work, but then we kind of build on that and we kind of continue in the series. At least I feel that way. So not just the feedback, but also some of the comments and then the sentiment that we receive, we kind of use as the foundation of our next installment. And then what we're doing now is kind of like a stepping stone for the future installment. So it feels like a staircase almost.
How about you, 吉田さん。吉田さんいかがでしょうか。
ですか。僕結構作るタイトルによって変わるんですよね。どれぐらいこう比重を置くかは。
For me, it depends really on the title that I'm working on. It's that kind of the amount of weight that I place on that feedback.
まあ例えば14だととにかくやっぱり MMO で僕ら開発チームもたくさんプレイしてますけど皆さんの方がやっぱプレイ時間長いのでどうしてもだからこそユーザーインターフェース周りとか快適性というところに関してはフィードバックをとことんこう取り入れていこうという姿勢になります。
So of course, 14 is an MMO, and a lot of the dev team do play the game, and they've been playing the game for a very long time. And so we are very receptive of feedback. So when it comes to things such as the UI, making things easier for players to follow, we try to incorporate those elements of feedback.
まあ今回14、16と FF シリーズこう関わらせていただいてやっぱりその坂口さん、上松さんこう皆さんでこう作り上げてきた、まあ、まさに今ちょっと階段というお話されてましたけどやっぱそこをこうつないでいく先へつないでいく途中の一人でもあると思ってやっているのでやっぱり前作のを見た上で大事に改めてしたいところと未来へバトンを渡すためにあえてもう挑戦していかないとこの先って考える部分が、まあ、50%ぐらいでした。はい。
And so I've had the opportunity to work on not only 14 but 16 from the FF series. And I think what you mentioned previously, it's going back to the previous content that Mr. Uematsu and Yu Sakaguchi-san have worked on. When looking at previous titles, I think it's important to stay true to those kind of important elements from the previous titles, but it's also important to keep challenging, to take on new challenges. So I think when it comes to that perspective, the breakdown for me would be 50-50.
Thank you very much. So let's move to the next question to Sakaguchi-san. Where did you get the idea for the first Final Fantasy game?
一作目ですね。その前に PC でロールプレイングゲームを実は作っていたんですけどもやっぱり当時のファミコンっていうのはそのロムカセットの容量っていうのはものすごく小さくてロープレは入らないだろうなっていう感覚でファミコンっていうのはもうアクションゲームのマシンなんだちょっと思い込んでたところあるんですよね。でそこにドラゴンクエストっていうのはやっぱり出てですごくセーブも当時はできなかったので文字を打ち込んでそのセーブデータの代わりにするとものすごくアイデアも豊富でできるんだっていうのがまずそこがショックで目が覚めたと言いますかもともとロープレを作りたいロープレを楽しんでた派だったので、もうそこがきっかけでもうとにかく作ろうっていう、ことですね。
The first Final Fantasy. So I used to create RPGs on the PC platform back then, and when I was looking at the Famicom or the Nintendo system and whatever ROM that goes into the cassettes, I don't think a role-playing game could fit in the capacity that is so limited with the Nintendo cassettes. And so I always thought that the Nintendo system was more for action games, and I had that sort of preconceived notion. That's when Dragon Quest came out, and because there was no capabilities of having saved data on the ROM, they had this system where you would input a whole bunch of letters so that the game can resume where you had left off. And that was such a great idea. There were some other ideas that were also very brilliant that was incorporated, and I was just shocked to see, wow, you could actually fit an RPG in a Famicom cassette. And so I think that was one of the big influences, and I really wanted to build a role-playing game on this platform. I always enjoyed it, so that's what got me into it.
その企画段階から、僕リアルタイムには遊ばせて当然もらってるんですけど、映画的というか、そのなんていうんですか、そのデジタルコンテンツですけど、ゲームってまるで映画だなと思ってたんですね。演出もそうだし、物語性もそう。それは最初から意識してたんですか？
So I played the original Final Fantasy when it was originally released, but the impression that I got was it's very much akin to a movie. So of course the game is digital content, but when I was playing through Final Fantasy, I got really like a movie experience. For example, the theatrics and such. Was that already in mind back at the planning stages?
ものすごく映画大好き子だったので、もちろんその影響大きいのと、なんだろうな、最初の PC の頃からなんですけど、とにかく画面は綺麗にしたいんですよ。美しさってやっぱりゲームのすごく大事な部分だと思うし、自分が生み出すんだったら何しろ極力美しくあってほしいというか、その延長線上にやっぱり演出みたいなのも多分、入ってくるのかなと思うんですけど。
For sure. I love movies, so maybe that plays a large role into the cinematic feel of it. And plus, even when I was developing on the PC, I always wanted to have a pretty picture on screen. And so I would love to maintain that sort of aesthetic. I wanted things to be beautiful as much as possible whenever I'm creating it. So I think that kind of tied into how the cinematics were presented also.
ちょっと50になってヒントをいただいた気持ちでした。なんかこう美しいって、どうしても画面が綺麗とかクオリティっていう風になっちゃうんですよね、僕らの世代って。でも要は美しいゲーム、美しくありたい、それはもう演出もそのやってる人たちのその美しさを見せたいっていう、そこからこうゲームデザインに落ちていくっていうのは結構今衝撃だったので、俺得でした。
Yeah, I think now that I'm 50, I kind of appreciate it. So, of course, there's always like a focus on beautiful image, on the quality of the image. But when cinematics is incorporated into the game, it really becomes something that you can appreciate. So I'm really glad.
Thank you very much. So let's next question to Sakaguchi-san です。Do you have any stories to tell about the early days of developing the FF series or members who were involved in development like Mr. Amano and Mr. Uematsu?
もういいですね。そっか、天野さんと上松さんの上松さんには僕はとっても失礼なことをしてしまってなんていうのかな、上松さんが最初に FF の音楽出してきた時に、これって一回全没にしたらきっともっと良くなるんじゃないかなっていう勝手な思い込みがあって全没にしたんですよね。そしたら上松さんが、当時カセットテープに音楽を録音して持ってくるんですけど、1週間ぐらい経ったからかな、またカセットを持ってきてできたよ。でそれを聞いたらものすごく良かったんで、もう素晴らしいと、上松さんこれだよって言ったら曲順並べ替えただけなんだよねって
Let's see, Amano-san and Uematsu-san episodes. Oh, I do have an anecdote of Mr. Uematsu. I did something really terrible almost for Uematsu-san. I thought to myself, okay, maybe if I rejected all of his ideas, maybe he can make it more improved when he comes back with a new one. So he would submit his proposal on a cassette tape. Okay, here are the tracks that I would like for you to listen to. And I rejected them all. I was like, no, I want you to do better. And so 1 week later he comes back, and I noticed that there's a change. It's like, oh, this is wonderful, Mr. Uematsu, this is great. And he comes back and tells me, oh, well, but I just changed the orders of the songs that were in there.
それは一曲すら変わってなかったんです。
So not a single track was changed.
もう曲順を変えただけ。
No, just literally changed the order in which they were played.
Wow.
怖っ。
That's scary.
うちのスタッフもたまにいますよ、そういうやつ。この SE どうしてもまだ前に出てきてないから どうしてもここは前に出すんだって言って2週間後に「あ、直しました」って言ってで聞いたら「直ってなくね?」って言ったら「いや分かんねえと思ってそのままで出しました」って。
Yeah, you know, there's some kind of folks like that in our dev team as well. Like, for example, there's some sound effects which are not yet implemented. So I would say, you know, go back and do it again. And so then we'd be waiting 2 weeks and they would come back with the same thing. And I'm like, hey, wait, this is exactly the same, right? And they're like, well, I thought you wouldn't tell.
でも順番の入れ替えってイメージ全然変わるからまんまとやられた感だったんですかね、坂口さん。
But I think when it's involving like a switch in the order, you kind of get a different impression. So maybe you were completely bamboozled by that, or you were done.
いや、なんだろう、聞く前から一回全没にするって決めてたんで、まあ僕が悪いですね。
I mean, I've
はい、僕が悪いです。
I've already set in my mind that, okay, no matter what I hear, I'm just going to reject it all. So, I mean, it's my fault.
じゃあ聞いてもいないでそのままボツにしたってことですか、最初のやつは。
So wait a minute, you didn't even listen to it and you just rejected it?
聞いててもこういう流れていく聞き方ですよね。1回目はね。
Yeah, the first time it was like in the left ear, out the right ear.
上松さん申し訳ございません。I'm sorry to 上松。Sorry.
Thank you very much. So let's move to the next question to both Sakaguchi-san and Yoshida-san. Yep. Many jobs in the Final Fantasy series are familiar to the fantasy genre, like warrior, thief, and monk, but others are more unique, like Beastmaster, Onion Knight, Red Mage, and Summoner. What were the inspirations of these unique jobs?いかがでしょうか。じゃあまず坂口さんいかがでしょうか。
これはちょっとこういう質問があるよって事前にちょっと、はい、教えていただいたので資料をちょっと持ってきたんですけど、映りますかね。
So I was made aware of the questions ahead of time, so I actually prepared something.
はい、これは石井浩一っていう政権とか作った、はい、彼がデザインしてくれた原画なんですけど。だから最初のアイデアっていうのは職種としては面白いものを作りたいと思うけど、やっぱり玉ねぎ剣士とかっていうのはビジュアルから入ってきていて、彼がこう可愛い剣士を描いたらなんか玉ねぎだよなっていうところで玉ねぎ剣士で、僕はなんで玉ねぎってなるんですけど、でも絵にはやっぱ説得力があって、こいつは玉ねぎ剣士だよなって感じがありますよね。
As you can see here, this is illustration done by Koichi Ishii. He's made different Final Fantasy as well as Saga series, or not Saga, sorry, Mana series characters. And so a lot of the images that are shown here are, of course, some of the ideas that came out with in terms of jobs, but sometimes I would look at a piece of visual image and then determine what the job is. So for example, he drew this warrior that is very rotund and kind of round, and it just felt like an onion. So you would wonder, like, why an onion knight? But I mean, it feels very much like an onion if you look at it.
いやでも石井さん、とてもお優しい人なんですけど、僕入社したスクエアエニックスに入社した時に初めて石井さんとお会いした時、真っ白な上下のスーツに髪バーンオールバックでエナメルのピカピカした靴を履いて向こうから歩かれてきた時に、俺なんていう会社に入ったんだろうって。
Yeah, Ishii-san, he's a very nice person, but I remember back when I first joined Square Enix and I met him for the first time, and on the top half he was wearing like this white suit, and he had like these shiny shoes, and he just looked like a bit of a character. I was just like, what kind of a company have I joined now?
人間は見た目ではわからない、ものすごいいいですよね、彼はね。
Do not judge a book by its cover. I think this is a very good example of that.
いやでも E3 とかでお会いするたびに本当に頑張ってるねって言ってすごい声かけて褒めてくださるんで、本当に石井さんいつもありがとうございます。でも本当に可愛いですよね。
最初はあれだったんですけど、石化すると正面小僧になってるんですよ。
But yeah, whenever I met him at E3, he would always be saying, "Yo, you're doing your best. You're doing a great job." So he's always really nice in that respect. But I mean, going back to the design, it's so cute, right?
Yeah, one of the characters, when it is petrified, it turns into one of those peeing dolls.
もうあれですよ、コメント大爆笑の嵐になってます。
Oh man, people are just having a ball in the comments.
僕は今度その14で新ジョブ考える時っていうのはどっちかというとやっぱフィードバック優先なのと、もう一個ゲームデザイン上今あるジョブの中でさらにメカニクスが変わった新しい面白さを持つジョブってなんだろうなっていうふうに考えて、14の場合はすごい決めてます。みんなで話し合って。
But yeah, when it comes to introducing new jobs in 14, I always place priority on feedback, but also at the same time, I look at it from a game design perspective. So what type of job would, if we introduce, would change the mechanics and would be interesting? So we always discuss that together with the team.
今回このバイパー発表したんですけど、開発チームでコンペのように何アイデアも出すんですけど、最後まで残ってたのは3つぐらいありましたよ。
So this time we announced the job Viper at the FanFest, but we always have sort of like an internal contest of sorts, like people pitch their ideas, and in this time we ended up with 3 ideas that were like the final candidates.
教えてくんないのそれは何か。いや別に落ちたやつでいいから。
Do I get to hear what these 3 candidates are?
毎回出てきてはギリギリでやっぱむずいなってなるのは。ハンマー使うジョブが毎回なんとかしたいねって言ってねってなって落ちていくのは多いですね。
Yeah, a lot of the time there is one particular job. It's like always jobs that we want to introduce a job which has a hammer, but every time it gets, it's kind of going there, but then at the last minute, it always just doesn't work out. And
あれいいですね。ハンマーだったら直接攻撃なんだけど空振りがたまにあって、でも空振りしたら地面叩くんで地震が起きるってことです。
So a hammer, like a large hammer, so you would swing it and sometimes you might miss, and then if you miss, you'd hit the ground and cause an earthquake perhaps.
それ素晴らしいアイデアだと思うんですけど、実装するじゃないですか。
That's an amazing idea, but when you implement it,
皆さんから来るフィードバックがもう僕予想つくんですよ。
But I can already imagine what feedback we would get from players.
確実にそのアースクエイクが起こるタイミングをちゃんと作ってくれって言われるんですよ。確率じゃなくて。
Yeah, they would say, I don't want the earthquake to happen by chance, but I want it to definitely happen.
なんかちょっと一番なんですか、僕らもちょっとコンフューズしてたアイデアとしてはダブルシールドジョブっていうのもありましたよ。
There was one job in particular which we found confusing. It was like a double shield job.
そうタンクなんですけど、どっちの手にもシールドついてる。
It would be like a tank job, and you would have like a shield on either hand.
それ攻撃になってねえじゃんみたいな話でボツりましたけど、はい。
But yeah, we were like, hey, well, I mean, there's no attack involved. And naturally, that was dropped.
ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. So let's move to the next question to 坂口さん。坂口さんへの次の質問です。Are there any ideas you would like to include into the Final Fantasy series, but ultimately didn't? いかがでしょうか。
なんていうか現実的じゃないものはもちろん実装なんかできないので当たり前に実現できてないんですけど、ただなんていうか最初の1作目からやっぱりこう思ってたしチームに言ってたのは、後半例えば何かアイデアを思いついてもその全部今のに入れろと、もう多少作り直してもいいからもう全部詰め込んで 120% 詰め込んで空っぽになんなきゃもう次作れないし、今何しろ今作ってるものはダメになるからっていうんで、なんだろう、可能な限り毎回昔は詰め込んでましたね。はい。
Of course, anything that's too far out and unrealistic is something that I could not make happen, of course. But I think every time, and starting from the first Final Fantasy, I always thought, even if you think of something later on in the production phase, let's go ahead and put it into the game. We want everything that we want to put into the game. So we pack it in 120% what we can and try to empty out all the ideas we want to do in the particular game as much as possible.
だから開発の後半になって思いついたアイデアで本当にそれでゲームが面白くなるんだったらもう次回作にしようとかじゃなくてもとにかく今入れる努力をしろっていうことですよね。
So it's not, for example, that you get into the second half of the development and you think, okay, I'd like to incorporate this in the next installment, but you just basically want to put it all in the current one, right?
当時その、だんだんこうスケジュールが発売に迫ってくると坂口さんの大号令でこういくつかのチームが並走してたとしてもよし明日から全員5ねみたいな号令がかかってたって僕聞いたんですけど。
So I remember hearing that when the release was coming close, there was an order from Yu Sakaguchi-san to change up the team structure, and you were like, okay, now we're working on 5.
全てじゃないですけど、はい、やっぱり、そうはわがままだったんですかね。はい、いやいいからやるよっていう。
I mean, we wouldn't put all of our chickens in one basket. So, I mean, I tried to, I may have been a little bit selfish, but every time I'd be like, oh yes, let's do it.
でもだからこそ FF って凄まじいパワーが詰まってるんだなっていうのは改めてそのエピソードで感じますね。
But I think it's precisely because of that that like there's such an incredible power in Final Fantasy.
14も毎回詰め込むだけ詰め込んでパッチを出し拡張を作って次どうすっかって。
Yeah, in 14 as well, we always put every ounce of our energy and effort into the patches and the expansions that we make, and then when we do that, we're like, now what's next?
ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. So let's move to the next question to Sakaguchi-san. Yep, Mr. Sakaguchi, we all know you love FF14. On the other hand, do you have any behind-the-scenes stories or memories of difficulty about developing the other MMORPG in the FF series, FF11? いかがでしょうか。11の思い出。
まず MMO ロープレ自体がそこまでその日本ではポピュラーじゃなかったし、何しろ英語ベースのものでしたから遊んだことがないスタッフばかりで、僕がまず最初にこう MMO だな、これはとにかく面白い別のゲームの形だなと思ったので、みんなに強制的にもう開発20人ぐらいですかね、もう仕事として遊びなさいと、まずそこがスタートだったんですよね。
Yeah, the MMORPG was not as popular in Japan, and I think a lot of the games that did make it to Japan were all English-based, and so there weren't very many developers that in Japan that are familiar with such a game, and so I felt that an MMORPG is a new form of entertainment, and then this is such an interesting medium. So I took about 20 members of my staff, and I had them, almost forced them to play an MMO as their work.
そしたらすごい優秀なプログラマーが一人その世界から帰ってこなくなっちゃってそれをまた引き戻すのが大変でしたね。苦労話ですね、その時ね。
And because of that, though, one of my very talented programmers got so involved and so enamored in the game that they didn't come back. So it was very difficult to bring them back and let them work. That was a challenge for sure.
そのプログラマーは結局帰ってこれたんですか？
Were you able to get them back in the end?
半分ぐらい帰ってきましたね。
Maybe halfway back?
でも当時を知る人に聞くとそれこそ坂口さんがどこにもおらず 打ち合わせをしたいならノーラスという世界に行った方が早いっていう噂をちょいちょい聞きましたよ、先輩たちから。
Yeah, but I think talking to people who knew the situation back in the day, I think they were saying that Sakaguchi-san, rather than like going to a meeting, you said it's much faster to go into the world of Norus.
ね、人間って変わらないんですよ。その頃もそうだし、今もそうです。
People don't change that easily. I was like that now. I'm like that back then also.
Thank you very much. So let's move to the next question to Sakaguchi-san. Yep, the interesting one. The Final Fantasy series have seen worldwide success, but what was the moment that made you know it was a success? いかがでしょうか。
まあやっぱり1作目終わった時にすごく手応えはあって、ただすごくスクエアっていうのは小さな会社だったので、当時なかなかファミコンのカセットってあれは作るのは経営的にも大変なんですよね。なのですごく低い本数を生産するっていうことを、まあ、社長から聞いた時にですね、これはね喧嘩しました。逆にすごく手応えがあったので、もう僕はもう一生、なんだったら一生これ以上のものは作れないから、とにかくもっと作ってくれっていう、はい、だからそこはまあ成功確信ではないんですけど、まあ生きてる中でその当時、まあ、一番いいものができたと思ったのは一作目ですね。
So when I finished production of the first Final Fantasy, I really had this sense that we have this robust and significant title. And at the time, Squaresoft was a very small company, and so it did cost a lot in terms of manufacturing a Nintendo cassette. And so from a business perspective, they would want to forecast and manufacture a very excuse me, limited number of units, and so I had to fight for my position with business management. I argued with them. There's no title that would be better than this, and so I wanted them to produce and manufacture more units. So yeah, it might not necessarily be a moment that I knew that it was a success, but I was very confident in what I had created in the first Final Fantasy.
まあ今だとまだ、まあ、ディスク、まあ、それでも製造費かかりますけど、当時はロムはもう全部とにかく IC チップの塊ですからね、物理的に1個作るのにすごいお金かかるんですよね。
But of course now we have discs, and of course there is a cost involved in the production. But back when we looked at the cassettes, IC chips basically, it was just like a bunch of like some bulk of IC chips, so it was very costly to produce.
結局その情熱にうんって言ってくださったんですか？
So after hearing that plea, did they kind of give in to your passionate plea for that?
最初に言ってた数字の倍作ってくれました。
Yes, they doubled the production quantity.
まあだから当時そこまで僕はこう経営的なことは全然わからない若さだったので、若い頃だったので、今思うとかなり無理したんだろうなっていうのは、はい、まあ今になってありがたいなと思います。はい。
Yeah, at the time I was so young and immature that I didn't know the ins and outs about the business perspective. So when I look back on it now, I realize just how much of an impossible thing that I was asking. So I was very grateful and humbled by what I was able to achieve.
めっちゃ個人的に、まあ、答えられたらいいんですけど、初回出荷ってちなみにどのぐらいだったかって覚えて、まあ、お答えできればなんですけど。
Personally, I want to ask something, but I mean, just if you don't mind answering, so if it's okay, I'm just wondering how much was the first shipment?
20万ユニットって言われて、それを40にした。
I was told 200,000 units, but I argued to get it up to 400,000.
いやでもあの時期でも初回オリジナルタイトルで RPG で20万は相当最初それを40。
But yeah, back at that time, for an original title, I mean, 200,000 in itself was something, but then to go to 400,000.
いや、これはね、もう皆さんお若いから分かんないと思いますけど、すごいことなんですよ、当時は。
I think everyone here is very young, so maybe you just don't appreciate that, but really back at that time, it's something really amazing.
社運かかってるところじゃない数字だと思うんですけど、
多分失敗したらもう社運はもちろん会社はダメだし、その借金がかなりのがこう残るような状況だったんじゃないですかね。
Yeah, not only was it taking a risk as a business, but I think we would be at a loss to where we would be in debt.
ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. では次の質問に行きたいと思います。So the next one is a completely different topic to both 坂口さんと吉田さん。お二人に質問です。Who is your favorite NPC in FF14? どちらから行きましょう。Who to answer first? 坂口さん、
難しいよね。NPC か。
はい。
PC, right? It's difficult.
やっぱり僕はモモディさんがね。
Me, I think yeah, it would definitely have to be Momodi.
やっぱり世界に入って最初に会った子で、モモディさんのおかげで入れたし、あとその後話しかけたくてもカウンターの向こう側に行けないこのもどかしさ、ますます好きになるっていうことがモモディですね。たまにビーチとかでこのイベントの時出てくるじゃないですか。もう嬉しくてしょうがないですよ。モモディがカウンターの向こう側に出たみたいな。
Yeah, when I was in my starting city, she is one of the first people I would talk to, and thanks to Momodi, I would get introduced into the realm. And she's always behind that counter at the Adventurers Guild, and I would never be able to go behind that counter with her. So when I see her at different seasonal events at the beach, I was like, oh, Momodi has come out of behind that counter, and she has come to meet with me.
いや、なんかこういうとこ行けますね、やっぱりこう。
Oh wow, so you go to those kind of deep places.
僕は結構拡張ごとになんていうの変わるんですよ。実は作ってるのもあってなんですけど。
Well, it's partly because I'm involved in the production, but with each expansion, my favorite NPC changes.
6.0 開発中に、そのいろんな新しいキャラクター生み出してた中でエレンビルをめちゃくちゃ気に入ってしまって。
So yeah, while we were developing 6.0, we had various NPCs in the development, and I developed a very special, like Erenville developed a special place in my heart.
でそのエレンビルの物語だったりバックグラウンドだったりもっともっとキャラの掘り下げっていうのはできると思うので、もう7-0絶対出すからなって言って。
And yeah, I wanted to deep dive further into the story and the background behind Erenville, so I was thinking to myself, definitely in 7.0.
ありがとうございます。
あと通して言えばアルバートがやっぱりねすごいグッときてますね。
But of course, if I'm talking about just throughout the story, Ardbird also has a great place in my heart.
Thank you very much. So let's move to the next question to Sakaguchi-san. Very interesting one. Similar to how Mr. Yasumi Matsuno worked on Save the Queen, Blaze of the Gunhilder, do you have any desire to create content and scenario for FF14 as a guest creator?
これはもうね全くないですね。僕は楽しみたいので授業が多分ちょっとでも仕事にしちゃうと内部構造も分かるし、何しろ作ってる最中楽しくないので、なんでしょう、別に本当、前向きな気持ちで、絶対嫌ですっていうぐらい。
Absolutely not. If I make this as part of my work, I will know what's going on behind the scenes, so I wouldn't be able to enjoy the content myself while I'm making it. So, no offense, but no.
吉田さんいかがですか？招待できません。
いや、今日一の拍手じゃないですか。
But well, I mean, look at the enthusiasm in that applause.
いやもちろんご一緒できればねたくさんまた新しいアイデアもいただけるとは思うんですけど、ご本人がねやりたくないよ遊ぶ方がいいもんって言われると無理しもちょっと難しいので、なんだろうシーズナルイベントぐらいからちょっとねいつかちょっとお話できたらいいなとはなんとなく独り言ですけど、はい。
So yeah, I mean, of course it'd be great to work together on some sort of content, but of course when you put it that way, I know I cannot exactly force you, but maybe I'm thinking to myself, let's just kind of ease you in there. Maybe first on some seasonal content.
Oh, of course no.
All right.
Next.
Yeah, let's move to the next question. The next one is goes to Sakaguchi-san and Yoshida-san. Do you know about the toy box minigames in FF14? I personally love the recent Kupo Kupo Adventure. Do you have any favorite simple games like that? いかがでしょうか？
ちょっとね、クポはまだ遊べてないんですけど、でも昔の FF にもね、なんかチョコでこう地面を掘ってみたいなのがあったりとか、なんかなんていうのかな、すごくこうミニマイズされたアイデアで、まあもともとゲームってそういうもんだし、そこでこうハマっていくものってゲームの原点だし、すごくいいですよね。だからこういうふうに14内にやっぱり入っていくっていうのもなんか楽しいし、すごく好きですね、ミニゲームは。
Unfortunately, I have not had a chance to play Kupo Kupo Adventure, but yeah, there's been various mini games throughout the series. I know there was a mini game where you would go treasure hunting with a chocobo and dig the ground, but these mini games have these ideas kind of condensed into this minimized ideas, and it allows for people to dive into some of these really interesting ideas and for them to get really involved and enamored through that. And it's really cool that 14 incorporates that as well. So yeah, I really love any kind of mini game that's in there.
僕もやっぱり、日本でいうゲームセンターアーケードでたくさんゲームもやっぱり遊んできた世代なので、本当は14の中のゴールド操作にはありとあらゆるこうクラシックでシンプルなビデオゲームが並んでていつでも遊べるみたいなのが、正直言うと結構夢だったりはします。とりあえず14入ればいろいろ遊べるじゃんみたいな。
Yeah, I think when I grew up playing a lot of games in the arcades in Japan, and as a player, well, you have Gold Saucer, and in there you have like various simple games that you can play anytime. So I think that kind of creating that kind of layout is something that's great, and that's what I thought would be great to do.
だから本当はオセロができるよとか、チェスもあるよ、将棋もあるよ、ね、トランプのカードゲームもあるので、もうとにかく全部一回ログインしたらいろんなもので遊んでって言いたいんですけど、法律上いろいろダメだって言われるゲームもあったりするんで、なんかこの辺がね、毎回すごい悩むんですよ。
Of course, I would like to put more like available in the game. So, for example, maybe chess or card games and such. But unfortunately, there's always kind of some legal problems. Legally, it's tricky to incorporate some of those games. So that's always something that's kind of cause concern.
Thank you very much. So let's move to the next question to Sakaguchi-san. Yep, the long one. The Final Fantasy has always had various themes: the power of friendship, fun families, nature versus science, magic versus machine, freedom versus conformity, the balance of light and dark, just to name a few. Of the many themes echoed in the series, which is your favorite and why? 真面目なやつが来ました。
真面目なやつですね。
A very serious question.
バランスってやっぱり面白くて、世の中って全てこうバランスで成り立っていて、でバランスが壊れた時に人の感情も同じようにこう揺れるというか、感情の揺れによってまたこうバランスがさらに他のところで壊れていくみたいな、なんていうのかな、ドラマを作る上でやっぱりバランスっていうのが設定としてすごく大事だとは思っています。はい。
Yeah, this notion of balance is definitely very interesting. I think everything in this universe or this world is maintaining a sort of balance in some aspect, and whenever that balance is sort of offset or disturbed in some way, then emotions also kind of start getting a little disturbed, and then from there there's like a chain reaction of another part of a balance that kind of falls apart as well. So it's very key in building this sort of drama and creating different lore and settings. So I think it is a very important aspect.
だから坂口さんにとってはその今こうバーサスで書かれてるやつのどれが好みかとかじゃなくて、全てこれバランスのお話ってことですよね。バランスのテーマっていうことですよね、きっと。
そうですね、そういうことですよね。
So I think for you, Sakaguchi-san, there's various kind of themes listed here which use verses, but it's not much a question of your preference, but it's basically you see it as striking that balance. Is that right?
Yeah, everything is about balance.
あともう一つあるのはなんか素数の話とかって例えば大好きで、一見こうランダムに見えるけど実はなんか自然界を全て牛耳る規則性を含んでるんじゃないかって言って、でも証明しようとすると数学者がもうちょっとおかしくなっちゃうっていうような、なんていうか一見、科学というかこう数学でしかないのに、それがこう宇宙にまで影響してるとか、そういう、これはまたちょっとバランスとは違うんですけど、なんですか二重性っていうんですかね、それも好きですね。
I also like where there's a sort of rhythm or like a stuff that happens that seem very random, but they're actually built upon some kind of a formula or like some kind of track that they're on, and if you try to explain it away, it kind of makes it very complicated. But then when you boil down to it, there is some sort of science behind it, there's some kind of math behind it, but it also affects the general universe. I like that sort of duality of it seems very simple, but then it's also very complicated at the same time.
あれですよね、なぜ定期的にこの数字が自然界に出てくるのかとか、突き詰め始めるとなんでこんな都合のいい物理法則で成り立ってるんだろうとか、そういうところがお好きってことですよね。
なんか大好きですね、なんかね。
Yeah, so I think, for example, there's some numbers which like kind of regularly appear naturally in the natural world, and also kind of why this kind of physical formula is applied. Is it that kind of thing?
僕も大好きな話題なので、ちょっと次回はそれを
飲みながら。
昨日もだいぶ飲みましたけど。
I also tend to like these kinds of technical subjects, so I think maybe the next time let's go for a drink, and when we're drinking we can talk more on this topic.
素数でこう一気飲みの量が増えていくと。
Oh, let's do a drinking game with prime numbers.
そこやっぱり世代ですね。
That's really kind of a thing of a generation, right? Generation thing.
Okay, thank you very much. And time flies. The next one will be the final question. そろそろいい時間になってしまいましたので、次が最後の質問です。The last question is very specific question to 坂口さん。最後は坂口さんにお伺いしたい質問です。Mr. 坂口, as a founder of the series, what do you believe makes a game a Final Fantasy game? いかがでしょうか。
16でもすごく思ったんですけど、やっぱりこう、特に作り手としての意識としてのファイナルファンタジーですけど、なんていうかこうチャレンジする、こう冒険してシステムをこう新しくしていくっていうような、そこのその勇気っていうか、なかなか実は大変だし、もう続いてる作品なのである程度同じでいいじゃないかっていう発想もできやすいんですけど、そうじゃなくて毎回そうですね、その冒険心を持つ勇気っていうか、でそれを持って進めば多分もともとあるファイナルファンタジーの引力みたいなものは働いているので、そのファイナルファンタジーのらしさみたいなのは実はそこでもう構築されちゃってて、そうじゃない本当の意味のファイナルファンタジーっていうのかな、になるんじゃないかなと。16はもう本当にそういう意味じゃすごくチャレンジしてたし、ファイナルファンタジーらしさっていうのをすごく感じました。
So I felt this when I saw Final Fantasy 16 also, and this comes from a perspective of someone who creates these different works. But I think with Final Fantasy, you always want to take a challenge and to take an adventure into building a new system for the new installment. That courage to be able to take that risk. Of course, it's a very hard job and it's a very large undertaking, but with a series that has continued for this long, sometimes people might think, oh, well, why don't you just make more of the same thing? I think that shouldn't be the case in Final Fantasy. Every time we should have that courage to have the sense of adventure, to take on new challenges. And then that's when that sort of gravity that pulls people into a Final Fantasy title will kind of activate. And that kind of produces a title that feels very much like a Final Fantasy. And truly, with Final Fantasy 16, I think you did take on a lot of challenges. And I do feel that it feels very much like a Final Fantasy game. So yeah, I think that's how I feel.
いやもう16にも触れていただいてありがとうございます。でもまあ本当に坂口さんが挑戦が大事なんだってこう言ってくださってるのはみんなまあ今16は DLC も作ってるんで、まあ、14チームももちろんですけど、まあ、僕も含め改めてこうグッとくるものがあるのであんまり日和らずに。新しいゲーム体験というのをね、14もこの先まだまだ続けていくので、頑張っていこうと思います。
So yeah, Sakaguchi-san, thank you so much for playing 16 as well. So it was exactly because you said that taking on a challenge is important that we are keeping that in mind as well throughout our development. So right now the team on 16 is making DLC, but of course we are always making content in 14 as well. So we're going to continue to keep that challenge, that focus on challenge in mind and try to deliver the best content we can.
何か僕から最後に1個なんですけど、まあ、多分見てる方とかでも若い世代の人で俺が FF 作りたいみたいな人たちもいると思うんですよ。今まさにゲーム業界目指してますとか、そんな人たちに何か一言ありますか？これだけはもう大事にしとけみたいな。
So, if I may, I'd like to ask one question from myself. I think we've got a lot of viewers here who are probably quite young themselves, and they might be thinking, oh, I want to make a Final Fantasy myself. So for anyone who has like an aspiration to join the industry, what would you say?
真面目に答えていいんですか？
ぜひ。いやまあどちらでも大丈夫ですけど。
You want a serious answer, yes?
なんていうのかな、建物ってこうデザインとかにどうしても目が行きがちだし、やっぱりそれで美しいビルディングとかなるじゃないですか。でもあれってやっぱり元々のこう構造とかその強度の計算とかそういったものがあって初めて美しさになるので、ゲームを目指す人はやっぱりものすごく真面目な話になっちゃうけど、プログラミングをねある程度もうプログラマーになるぐらいの気持ちで突っ込んで勉強してからデザインでも何でも行った方が僕は最終的にすごくいいかなと思いますけど、はい。
So whenever you look at a building or a structure, people tend to look at the outer appearance, like the design, and look at it and say, oh, what a beautiful building. But then you have to think about how that building came to be, like how it is designed, what the structure is, what kind of calculations went into making sure that it is a stable and sound building structure. And then that all comes together to produce this beautiful structure. And so, and I'm sorry, this is really serious, but for anybody that is aspiring to work on games, I would recommend studying programming and knowing the foundations of what goes into a game. Maybe even study it so much so that you yourself can do some programming as well, and then look into the different aspects like design and things like that.
ゲームが今複雑回帰になってこうどんどん専門家性に特化していってしまってるからこそプログラムまず覚えておこうよみたいなのはめちゃくちゃ真理だと思うのでありがとうございます。
So yeah, I think especially considering game development these days, it's kind of branching out into very specialist sections. But I think it's precisely because of that it is important to have a bit of a programming background. So I think that kind of mentality is important. So thanks so much for sharing.
真面目すぎてすみません。
いやいやもうグッときました。
I'm sorry, it's like a very, very straightforward and serious answer.
Oh no, no worries, not at all. It was great.
Okay, thank you very much, 坂口さん、吉田さん、お二人ともどうもありがとうございました。And this is actually a wrap of today's Naoki's room. Did you like it? 直樹の部屋は本日でこれで終了となりますので、最後終了する前にお二人から一言ずついただきたいと思いますので、前の方にお願いします。So before closing, I want to have the final words from 坂口さんと吉田さん。坂口さんお願いします。
もう14のファンフェス僕来たかったんですずっと。で今日はもう初めて初体験で、もうなんていうか幸せでいっぱいなので本当にありがとうございます。皆さんにもありがとう。もうそれを最後に、はい。
I've always wanted to attend a Final Fantasy XIV fan festival, and so being here for the first time, I'm so happy, and I want to thank everybody here for coming as well.
でもですよ、明日もファンフェスはあり、なんと明日はどうやらこのステージで坂口さんと僕同じパーティーで14をプレイするという企画がございますので。
But you know what? At this very fan fest tomorrow, you and me, Sakaguchi-san, will be forming a party and we'll be playing 14 together.
タンク強攻撃、僕タンクなんで、タンク強攻撃が来たらヨシピーに当てます。
Oh yes, I will be going in as a tank, so when I see a tank buster coming, I'm going to kind of shirk it off to
大丈夫です。
Yoshida.
大丈夫です。エーテリアルステップで別の人になすりつけに行きます。
Oh, no need to worry there. I'll use ethereal manipulation and just head over to another person.
それは明日に取っときましょうね。Okay, save it to the tomorrow. So thank you very much for watching until the very end of the program. And this is actually the last program of the streaming today. So for those of you watching through the web stream, let's see you tomorrow again. 以上で直樹の部屋終了とさせていただきたいと思います。そしてこれが本日のストリーミングの最終プログラムとなりますので、ウェブでご覧いただいている方はまたお会いしましょう。それでは以上で失礼したいと思います。So this is the actual wrap of this program. Thank you very much.
配信見てる皆さん See you tomorrow.
For all of us joining on the stream, see you tomorrow. That's actually all for today's streamed events, Day 1 streamed events. So for all tuning in from online, thank you all so much. We will see you again tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning for a stroll with Yoshi P. But for everyone else in the audience, stick around because at 7 o'clock we will have a piano concert with Keiko. Actually, it's almost time to just get up, move around, stretch those legs, because coming up next, we'll also have Eorzea Aerobics, so please enjoy.
Let's show everyone some Eorzean ether aerobics. First, let's get a good stretch. Raise your arms up high for a nice shoulder stretch. Now spread your arms to open up your chest and back. One more time. Make large arcs with your arm from side to side. You should feel a stretch in your sides. Now with your other arm. Point towards a faraway destination. Ragnarok, engage. Kneel down, extend your arms and spread your hands like you're showing off a friend's outfit. Switch legs and show off the other side. Now it's time for a new high score. Wind up your arm and punch. Give him another one with the other arm. Here comes Shiva. Strike your favorite pose and freeze in place. Let's pick up the pace with the y'all dance. Clap your elbows and do little hops from leg to leg. Build up fighting spirit with the sun dance. Move your body as you stomp your foot. Now for some squats. Can you keep up with Popoto? Susano's here. Prevent his blade from striking the party. Plant your legs and push back. One more time. Stand firm and push back. You've done well, but can you keep up with the Mandervilles? Swing your arms as you rock your body back and forth. A full body exercise is the key to staying gentlemanly. Let's wrap up with deep breathing. Breathe in, breathe out. Great work! Now get out there and show them what you've got.
Silence. Warning to violence. Violence. Swearing to silence.